Chapter 3175. The 11 progenitors briefly exchanged glances before splitting into 3 groups, forming a triangular formation. Boom! Each group took out an item, resulting in a massive blast quaking 3 immortals. Something seemed to be taken out of the ground, the very core of heaven and earth. Everyone else felt their heart being pulled out of their chest as well. Their grand Tao power, vitality, and energy were instantly taken. What's happening? They lost their strength and fell to the ground like a pile of mud. 3 immortals also lost its life force. Its core and Tao source have been robbed. In reality, they were perfectly fine. Everything was as it used to be. However, these treasures seemed to be the void itself, capable of containing 3 immortals. Due to their spatial vastness, they also contained the most majestic life force and might. Each strand of light emanating from their radiance could illuminate everything. People couldn't look straight at them at all lest risk going blind. Even 10 suns seemed dark in comparison. This blinding radiance stopped others from actually seeing their shape. Everyone felt as if they were looking at immortal artifacts and became envious. Some felt the urge to prostrate. The world felt as small as a speck of dust in their presence. Thus, the inhabitants were infinitely small in comparison. The disparity in size made them feel inadequate even though these treasures have yet to activate. All things space and time life. The messenger spoke as if he was an immortal from above, preaching to enlighten all living beings. While beneath these treasures and hearing his voice, everyone shuddered and thought that they had become fireflies, wanting to join the darkness. This wasn't an attempt at conversion by the dark messenger, just a byproduct of the treasure's power. They seemed to be refining 3 immortals, ready to convert it to the darkness. Do you know the significance of possessing these 3 affinities? The messenger asked. No. Xueqi smilingly shook his head. Creation. The messenger said, Our Lord is capable of this, granting life and starting a new era. Thus, he has eternal life and is indestructible. Some inhabitants in immortal lineage were on their knees, willing to join the darkness after hearing about this supreme creator. Creation. Xueqi smiled and said, Immortal and indestructible? Did he tell you or show it to you? You got brainwashed. I know that he can do it. If immortals actually exist, they are immortals. The messenger fell into a brief silence before declaring. Fake immortals can't reach the apex. Xueqi chuckled. True or fake, it doesn't matter. Perhaps on an individual level, there are those stronger. However, they are an immortal race. The messenger didn't try to defend the first claim. Greedy parasites calling themselves a race of immortals? Xueqi said, myriad creations, space and time, life. That's what it takes to be an ultimate creator? Has he asked the villainous heaven for permission about granting life? If he and his race can do so, they wouldn't need to covet the 3,000 worlds. Although I do agree that they have lived quite long, it's not unreasonable for you to bring up eternal life. Nothing is stronger than that race. One person alone can't do so, but all of them? That's why our Lord can definitely create an eternal world. Devils, gods, light, darkness, they won't be anything more than a single thought. Everything will coexist once it is created. The messenger said seriously. The 11 progenitors put on a respectful expression while listening as well. By this point, everyone could see that these 12 didn't entirely join the darkness out of fear or from losing. They actually believed in a brighter future by going down this path. They believed that their Lord could create an eternal kingdom, the most beautiful world in their mind. How pitiful! Impeccable brainwashing skill, at least. Eternal kingdom? Xueqi couldn't help but smile. You're prejudiced against the darkness, but the eternal kingdom can really come into fruition. The messenger said. It's a possibility. Your Lord is strong, but he alone can't create this. All of them together? Maybe. But the prohibitive difficulty remains. Xueqi said. I know that our Lord will be able to figure it out. The messenger said with confidence. Okay, let's say that he can fulfill your wish of creating an eternal kingdom. What comes after? This is similar to someone with a fish pond. The fish become fat and delicious in time. What do you think this person will do? Keep on taking care of them? Xueqi said. It's obvious as hell. Of course he's going to eat them. Steam, fry, broil. So many ways. The bull suddenly joined in while salivating. The messenger didn't say anything else and only stared at Xueqi. This logic of Li Qie was obvious. Everyone could reach this conclusion, let alone a member of the Decemvirate. We're wasting time. Our beliefs are different, so are our plans. We don't know what will happen in the future, so let's fight it out. The messenger uttered coldly. So be it. Let me see how strong these paragon artifacts created by your lord are. Li Qie agreed and took one step forward, entering a domain of boundless life force from one of the three weapons. This exuberant life force was comforting and endless, always multiplying. Entering meant that one person could suddenly multiply into many copies. Sure enough, a second Li Qie showed up, and another. It didn't take long before there were 100 of him or so. Chapter 3176. The sudden appearance of multiple Li Qie shocked the spectators. Some activated their heavenly gaze and didn't notice anything different about them. It meant that they weren't illusions, copies, or some special techniques. All of them were identical to the real thing, possessing an actual body. Buzz. More Li Qie continued to appear. It didn't take long before there were thousands of him. They surrounded the real person in no time at all. What's going on? A true emperor became startled at this sight. This is life. Lotus Ancestor saw through it and explained. A world filled with life. When someone enters it, life just automatically comes into existence. Li Qie served as the mold. The 11 progenitors were controlling 3 treasures. Each one represented one of all things, time and space and life. Li Qie had entered the domain of the treasure representing life. So those are duplications. Everyone became frightened by the sheer prowess of this treasure, capable of instantly producing thousands of copies. What if one of the copies could replace the real person without anyone knowing? That's a scary thought. Boom! One of the duplications instantly attacked with a heavenly seal. This power threatened the firmaments. The copy seemed the same as the real Li Qie. Come! Li Qie smiled and retaliated with a palm strike. Boom! 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 The other Li Kais joined in as well. One chose a domain-crushing punch. Another refined the heaven and earth with a flame. One more spewed out true fire to destroy the natural laws. It didn't take long before all of the copies attacked. In the beginning, people could see the real Li Qie. Now, he was completely surrounded under the barrages of his copies. Blood splashed everywhere during this ferocious battle, with numerous Li Qie being blown away. Unfortunately, no one could tell who had the upper hand. Boom! Li Qie unleashed a devastating attack, managing to blow several hundred copies away. However, he also got struck by a flurry of attacks at the same time and fell from the sky. That's the real one. People noticed because the falling Li Qie was chased after by the seemingly ravenous horde. Everything became a mess again. Boom! Li Qie killed his way through the crowd, knocking one copy up into the air after another. Rumble! Alas, he still couldn't make it out and kept on being drowned by his opponents. This repeated several times while the crowd watched in astonishment. Both sides were impressive. Li Qie had to fight against so many copies while the latter successfully trapped him in. It must be difficult for Li Qie to kill his own copies, seeing them dismembered and broken. Anyone else would have nightmares afterward, forever traumatized. No mercy! Li Qie roared. A sword energy erupted with numerous rays. A terrible sword Dao resulted in an ocean of blood. More than 1,000 copies turned into mincemeat. Little pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. Ugh! Numerous spectators vomited as a result. The sword Dao had turned the battlefield into a dreadful meat grinder. The worst thing was that Li Qie just kept on massacring perfect copies of himself, a true test of one's Dao heart. Someone lacking enough mental fortitude would go crazy. Though he had just killed several thousand copies with his sword Dao, a similar number instantly emerged again. What's going on? The spectators became stunned. Li Qie wouldn't be able to finish them all if this kept on happening. It's a domain of life. Luminous Master sighed and said, life will keep on persevering here no matter what. Rumble! The newly created Li Kais lunged towards the real person again. He blew them away, but another wave instantly engulfed him. Doesn't this mean that they'll always be reborn afterward? One spectator asked. He'll die from fatigue. Another concluded. The crowd agreed with this assessment. Li Qie would die eventually unless he came up with something. I'm tired of this game. Li Qie laughed after rushing out of the pile. Boom! His 13 palaces lined up in a particular sequence and poured down endless primordial chaos. The chaos eventually dispersed, replaced by the high heaven. This firmament crushed all the copies and reverted them back to life force. Boom! The suppression of the 13 palaces stopped the derivation process from the life domain. No new copies could manifest into reality. The 13 palaces are profound indeed. Cicada Progenitor and the others couldn't help but praise. Back to the source, total nullification. All laws are useless. Their life treasure could duplicate Xueqi, but not when he activates his 13 palaces. They were impossible to derive and understand. This was the power of his 13 palaces. Chapter 3177. Boom! A second treasure came the moment Xueqi suppressed the endless life force, the one representing time and space. Its domain overflowed the area without being oppressive nor dangerous. Buzz! This spatio-temporal affinity expanded to near infinity with Xueqi inside. One would need to walk for a billion years while crossing through numerous dimensions to get out of this domain. Pop! 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 Xueqi leaped through countless years and dimensions. Alas, his great speed alone wasn't enough to get him out from the domain. Time wasn't on his side either. 8 treasures progenitor and the others couldn't just let him escape. They began closing the spatio-temporal domain into what seems to be a block of crystal. The crowd couldn't believe it. Just imagine. This space consisted of countless stars and dimensions on top of the time affinity. Years were just flowing by. Their perfect harmonization created this incredible domain. A life form like Xueqi was insignificant like a speck of dust, far smaller, in fact. He couldn't be seen at all with the naked eye. Everything in that domain shrank down and became contained in a crystal, Xueqi included. It's not looking good. He'll be forever trapped in there soon. Trinity Eccentric's expression darkened. The other ancestors became afraid as well. The same concept could apply to 3 immortals. If their world was trapped in that crystal, all living beings would be stuck in there as well. Most importantly, this crystal domain was specifically created just to trap a being of Xueqi's level. Hence the challenge in getting out. Will he really be gone? This question popped up while the crystal descended. Those progenitors could seal the crystal and prevent Xueqi from getting out. Hurry! Get out! Break that domain! The spectators were anxious and placed their palms together to pray for Xueqi's success. Unfortunately, the block of crystal kept on shrinking. It fell into the palm of 8 treasures progenitor and Xueqi was still nowhere in sight. This is it. Numerous felt despair now that the crystal was the size of a tiny spark. Xueqi would have been shrunk proportionally to that endless space. There was simply no chance of him breaking out of that shell now. He's forever trapped in that space. Even in the chance of him getting out, it'll still take thousands of years or more. One everlasting became dejected. The atmosphere in immortal lineage turned mournful. 3 immortals would be finished by the time Xueqi got out. There's no hope for us with fiercest gone. Despair took over immortal lineage as people lamented. The power of this affinity. The dark progenitors had a look of respect while looking at the tiny spatial spark. They would be trapped just like Xueqi. Perhaps they would be able to get out one day if they could live long enough. Once they got out, everything would have changed anyway. He can't get out. Another progenitor expressed with confidence. Buzz. However, the area next to them suddenly splashed downward like liquid. A figure emerged from this chaotic space. Oh! The progenitors staggered backward in shock. A trip through space is amazing indeed. Just a speck of dust is as large as a boundless world. However, the size of the world is the same as the size of your Tao heart. As long as the heart knows where it wants to go, nothing can trap it. Xueqi smiled and said. He spread his palm and turned that tiny block into a stream of liquid. It came to his summon and floated around his palm. He did it, he got out. Joy returned to the inhabitants of immortal lineage. I knew it, I just knew it. Another shouted. Thunderous cries of jubilation echoed across the land. Boom! However, the 3rd treasure immediately rushed over and attacked. It represented all things. This domain was as black as ink, filled with the most basic and oldest matters. It seemed that light itself couldn't get out of this dark domain. It possessed the greatest gravitation in existence. The largest black hole couldn't compare either. This domain could suck a black hole and reduce it to the simplest matters. Xueqi stood in this domain, seemingly indestructible. The all things domain could instantly break down all matters, but his 13 palaces prevented this process with a protective barrier around him. Pop, pop, pop. The domain continued to try and disassemble him. Alas, the golden barrier nullified all attempts. The 13 palaces again. Many progenitors became frightened. In history, a few progenitors have died in this type of domain. Immortal-level progenitors such as themselves would be reduced to pieces too. They would need a long period of time to rebuild their body. However, the absorption and pulling force here couldn't do a damn thing to Xueqi. That's why these progenitors were overwhelmed with envy and jealousy. Some started fantasizing, if only they have 13 palaces as well. Chapter 3178. Boom. While the domain seemed to be failing at separating Xueqi, a particle fell on him. Just a tiny particle smaller than a speck of dust made him tremble. Quite an unbelievable sight. Keep in mind how powerful he was, easily able to lift up a divine mountain, yet this particle carried the weight of a continent. Rumble. More particles fell down on him. Some spectators saw the falling particles but never expected them to be so mighty. They noticed something magical, that these particles were continents raining down like meteors. If this were happening on immortal lineage, the entire world would be penetrated. Only ashes and cinders would be left. Xueqi had a hard time standing straight, even staggering back and forth and nearly falling on the ground. The weight from these tiny particles was exceedingly dangerous. It could pierce through someone's body, crushing their muscles and bones. It was most likely more destructive than an attack from a progenitor. Anyone else would have been dead with numerous holes on their body by now. However, the golden radiance around Xueqi stopped the particles from causing actual damage. As more particles stacked upon each other, they took the shape of a tiny ball. This process didn't stop, akin to a rolling snowball becoming larger and larger. Remember, each particle had the weight of a continent, so this ball was extremely heavy. Crack. Click. Some could hear cracking noises from his bones all over. His entire frame seemed to be breaking down. As the ball grew larger, his back bent forward, struggling to withstand the weight. How terrifying! The spectators gasped at this sight. The particles were effective despite the activated 13 palaces. He dominated one progenitor after another just a while ago. But now, these particles were able to suppress him with pure weight. By this point, everyone knew that just one speck alone would reduce them to bloody mist. Creak. Even 3 immortals started shaking, unable to handle this weight. It's so heavy, like carrying all of 3 immortals. One ancestor noticed that Xueqi was bending down more and more. This weight was simply unimaginable. How could anyone ever shoulder the weight of 3 worlds? So this all-thing domain, does it consist of all possible matters? One true emperor began grasping the concept. Up! Xueqi roared with an eruption of light. His power crazily surged. As he pushed up against the massive weight, this resulted in violent shaking from the increased pressure. He didn't go all out before. Left bank progenitor took a deep breath. He still isn't, the dark messenger said with a serious expression. The other progenitors couldn't believe it. How could this guy afford to hold back against 3 paragon artifacts? What would his real limit be? They shuddered and thought about the same person. Their lord, the terrifying dark existence. They have never seen him in full power either and didn't know his limit. Rumble. The rumbling felt as if meteors were smashing into the ground, almost like the end of the world to the horror of the crowd. The tiny ball on his back gradually turned into a large one, pressing down on his spine. However, after the recent influx of power, he slowly straightened his back. Unfortunately, the other side didn't relent. More particles forced his spine down again. Rumble. The balls had the momentum, so his back looked as if it was folded down. Crack. People could hear a loud noise coming from his spine. How long can this go on? Some felt pain just by watching. Please, heaven, protect fiercest. The nervous spectators got on their knees and prayed. Heaven, 3 immortals needs him. Please don't forsake us. Kowtow could be seen everywhere. Click, click, crack. All of his bones issued strange noises, on the verge of falling apart. There's no way he can last. Many gasped at this sight because that spine couldn't bend anymore. The 11 progenitors watched with a solemn expression. Those particles were also too much for them to handle. In fact, The three treasures were immensely powerful. One of them alone couldn't exert their true power. Thus, they needed to be in groups in order to do so. Up! Li Chia roared and his grand Tao exploded. He suddenly became gigantic, the largest being in the universe. His bent back immediately became straight again. Meanwhile, his power continuously surged along with his size. Chapter 3179. In fact, his size was beyond the capacity of this all-life domain. Crack! His weight obviously increased as well, and once it reached a particular level, cracks appeared on the domain. A while ago, the domain wanted to crush him down. It became the opposite right now. Not good. The progenitors in charge of this treasure became aghast. They poured all of their Tao power to it in an attempt at increasing its size. Unfortunately, this rate of expansion was far inferior compared to Li Chia's. The domain was indeed expanding at a swift rate thanks to their flood-like energy, but Li Chia's transformation was simply faster. Crack! The entire domain crumbled like glass as a result before astonished eyes. Wasn't too challenging. He walked out and smiled. This was indeed the case. He possessed several scriptures right now, so this type of domain couldn't trap him. As expected. The messenger seemed to be prepared for this and nodded. Although, the three treasures are in position right now. Crack! They engraved themselves into space, forming a special spatio-temporal dimension with abundant life force and all things. This triangular dimension engulfed Li Chia with haste. Their preparation was finished. Begin! The messenger commanded. Activate! The 11 progenitors roared in unison and channeled their strongest power, vitality, and grand Tao into the three treasures. Boom! Primordial chaos emerged. Everything inside this dimension returned to the origin, a fresh start. Something flashed and Li Chia's gigantic frame was cut into two halves, akin to a statue being slashed by the sharpest saber. Everything happened so quickly. People only saw a flash. What's that? Numerous spectators screamed. The light of creation. The dark messenger calmly revealed. Since that dimension was brought back to the start of time, an original flash of creation instantly dismembered Li Chia. This absolute power surpassed even the greatest masters, whether they be an invincible progenitor or a supreme overlord. Boom! The area exploded and numerous particles sprinkled outward, creating a new world. This looked like the work of the high heaven. The blast was powerful enough to destroy all of three immortals. No one or anything could ever stop this explosion of Genesis. People saw Li Chia's body turned into little pieces just like the particles. He turned into the dust for the earth and became a part of the stars. Every blade of grass would have a little bit of him as well. First came a galaxy with a sun and moon, then an actual world. Living beings were in gestation. People couldn't close their mouth as they watched this creation process. Numerous lives came into form in a magnificent manner. They would have never gotten the chance to see something like this if it wasn't for the combination of the three treasures. This is the power of creation? A true emperor said with trepidation. No one could even dream about stopping that terrible blast. Li Chia was the best example. He was strong enough to dominate any progenitor, yet this light still blew him to smithereens. No, no, no. This can't be. One spectator bellowed. No one would be able to stop the darkness when it possessed the power of creation. Three immortals seemed insignificant compared to the Dark Overlord. This blow alone could annihilate everything. No way, Fiercest must still be alive. Another person dropped to the ground with tears, like many others across immortal lineage. No one could accept this ending. They didn't believe in his death. The emperors and everlastings turned pale, overwhelmed with despair before absolute power. Did we do it? A dark progenitor wasn't so sure. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning bolts emerged all over the newly created world, a cataclysmic scene. The three treasures shook back and forth, completely unstable. We're losing control. 8 treasures progenitor became astounded. The lightning bolts ravaged and illuminated the new world. A face appeared in this ocean of currents. Fiercests. This is just an emulation, not the real thing. Your master doesn't have the power of creation. How disappointing. I am now the ruler of this world. Li Chia smiled. His voice echoed across the area. He's trying to control the 3 treasures. The dark progenitors found that they have started to lose their power over their treasures. Look, Fiercest, he's still alive. Immortal lineage fell into a furor. Those who were sitting on the ground in dejection jumped up and cheered. So many became emotional and started to cry. He'll be victorious for sure. Their confidence was ignited once more. Fiercest will be victorious. Waves of support could be heard everywhere. Chapter 3180. Rumble. Lightning bolts ravaged the sky like dancing serpents. Each bolt was as thick and long as can be, able to split open anything. This beautiful illumination was frightening, seemingly wanting to push this new world to the brink of destruction. Some of them weaved together to form Li Qie's face, a testament to his supremacy. He was the only god in this place. The rumblings spread to the 3 treasures that have created this world as well. They were no longer under the control of the 11 progenitors. They continued pouring various affinities and powers into the treasures, but stabilization seemed impossible. Boom, boom, boom. They pulled closer together, causing the world to shrink. Remember, they served as this world's foundation. If they were to touch, that would spell doom for this place. The resulting explosion would be devastating beyond words. Boom! A deafening blast affected everyone. Even the 11 progenitors felt their eardrums nearly rupturing. Everything returned to the origin while the flow of time was reversed. The celestials and everything else created earlier turned back into myriad particles resembling the previous all things domain. These particles seemed to be attracted by something and gathered together. In the next moment, people finally understood what they were forming. Li Qie's body. The matters and substance of this world were under Li Qie's control as part of his body. They were no different than his cells. He used an entire world to rebuild a flesh body. The result would be something unfathomable. During the crafting process, the 3 treasures continued to pull closer to him. He was also using their power and profundity for his aim on top of the vitality, energy, and grand Tao of these progenitors. So, if the matters and the power of the 3 treasures served as the flame and materials, then the essences of the 3 progenitors served as the nutrients. Shit! This is a trap. He wants to take everything from us. We need to stop him now or he'll grow stronger and drain all of our power. One progenitor shouted after realizing Li Qie's plan. The rest understood the development now. The power during the genesis of this world didn't kill Li Qie. The guy intentionally fused with this world in order to rob everything from them. Stop him now. They took a deep breath and made up their mind. Their foe was already terrifying enough. This would only get worse once he took everything from them. Boom! The spectating Dark Messenger finally joined in once Li Qie's recrafting process reached a crucial moment. He raised his hand and summoned a bronze mirror. A light rushed out from the mirror and illuminated the gigantic figure. Boom! This was the force of a sovereign, enough to crush everything. The gods had no choice but to prostrate before it. Another paragon artifact, the spectators shouted. This mirror was definitely a top-ranked one too. But this shouldn't be too surprising since the messenger was potentially a member of the Decemvirate. This is, an ancient ancestor became startled after seeing the bronze mirror after recalling a particular legend. It told of a great progenitor who created a heaven-defying treasure in the form of a mirror. However, this treasure wasn't completed and eventually vanished. Boom! He seemed to be holding a sun instead of a mirror by this point. It exuded a fiery beam that was as pure as could be. A bronze layer eventually condensed around Li Qie. Time and space became frozen, the same with this new world and Li Qie. Yes! The sealing is complete. The progenitors felt a stabilization within the 3 treasures. Their essences were no longer being drained. Meanwhile, those back in immortal lineage couldn't believe it. This bronze mirror was able to seal a new world with one move. Wouldn't it be able to do the same to their world? All of the inhabitants there would turn into bronze statues, completely helpless. He can get out, right? One spectator asked while staring at the colossal bronze statue of Li Qie. A while ago, they thought that he was about to break through the seal of this new world. This no longer seemed the case. To fall at the last hurdle, another murmured, unable to accept this. It should be over. The Dark Messenger said without certainty because their opponent was Li Qie whom he couldn't see through. Not quite. Li Qie's voice suddenly answered him. Boom! The radiant 13 palaces emerged again in the sky. This again! The Dark Messenger shouted. These 13 palaces seemed capable of numerous miracles. Nothing felt effective against him since the palaces broke through all limits and laws, creating an entirely new world, right? Watch me. Li Qiye spoke again. Boom! Primordial chaos materialized along with 3 vessels: life, creation, and Athanasia. Life, creation, and immortality. These were the most supreme orders. Chapter 3181. The vessel of life exuded boundless life force, too much for any world to handle. The vessel of Athanasia represented everlasting life and indestructibility. Nothing could ever take it down. The vessel of creation opened an entirely new world with brand new laws and orders. Crack! The bronze seal instantly crumbled. Inside the primordial chaos was a pristine expanse, a new life representing something even above the high heaven. The dark progenitors and even the dark messenger felt alarmed, thinking that their lives were in danger in this split second. Unfortunately, it was too late. A figure appeared in the endless primordial chaos. Li Qiye. Nirvana heaven. He exclaimed. His words became eternal. One could still hear them after millions of years. He was now under the state of Nirvana heaven, empowered by his 3 vessels and 13 palaces. His power had reached an unbelievable level, reaching the limit of the myriad das. He became an unsurpassable existence, the pinnacle of all. Heaven suppression fist. The next words to come out of his mouth would never be forgotten by the listeners. Boom! Everything shattered beneath this devastating blow regardless of their prowess. The invincible progenitors have dominated their entire life yet still felt the urge to prostrate, unable to move. This punch could seal the high heaven itself. The other living beings were insignificant in comparison, progenitors included. Boom! The 3 treasures exploded into little pieces. Ah! The 3 nearest progenitors were reduced to bloody mists. They were among the 5 who didn't show their true identity. Moreover, the punch destroyed their true fate as well. The next set of victims included Left Bank and Bamboo progenitor since they were also close by. The shockwaves left nothing behind but blood. 3 paragon artifacts and 5 progenitors went down just like that. The other progenitors were blown away and suffered grievous injuries. Even the dark messenger was sent flying. The latter activated his mirror and created a bronze barrier, but this was far from enough. He vomited a mouthful of blood, heavily wounded. The one with the strongest physique, Coiling Dragon, had broken scales and flesh all over. One could see the bones now. It was worse for the other 5. They were dismembered, their bones crushed to dust by the shockwaves. Run! The astounded messenger realized that there was no salvaging this battle and turned to flee. The other 5 became resplendent as they attempted to run. Where do you think you're going? Li Qiye came out of the chaos while holding Terra Damnation. Buzz! The spear moved like a torrent and trapped the 6 progenitors. Ah! The 2 unknown progenitors bellowed, left with a bloody hole on their forehead. The spear had penetrated their true fate as they fell backward to go meet their maker. No! Stone Harmony progenitor's wound was located on his chest. He didn't even notice until he was 10,000 miles away and looked down due to the pain. His true fate was crushed as well. He watched blood gushing out from his chest before falling to the ground, painting it red. Whoosh! Cicada and 8 treasure progenitors were skewered together and lifted up into the air. The spear vibrated and turned them into bloody mists. Boom! Coiling Dragon got quite far away. Alas, the spear still caught up and crucified him into the ground. He struggled, destroying the ground in the process. This lasted several times before he twitched once and stopped moving. The one who got the farthest away was the member of the Decemvirate since he was the first one to run. He had made it through Sky Pass in no time at all, heading for uncrossable expanse. His speed was something else, allowing him to reach the shore in the blink of an eye. Die! Li Qiye threw the spear forward. Boom! It pierced through numerous dimensions and appeared by the shore, showing up in front of the dark messenger. Guard! His bronze mirror became a massive wall in front of him, a defense resembling Sky Pass. Boom! Unfortunately, the wall couldn't stop the terrible thrust and exploded upon contact. The spear hit the mirror and also annihilated this incredible treasure. Pop! The messenger couldn't block it and was reduced to blood. However, a faint ray managed to fly into the expanse. This move wasn't enough to kill him. This remnant soul disappeared from sight after entering the ocean. Li Qiye didn't pursue, only smiling and staring at the expanse. Eventually he said, "Well, I guess having a messenger about my arrival is fine." He then turned towards the empty space and licked his lips. An entire world is nutritious indeed. Immortal lineage was completely silent during all of this. Even the winds stopped, not daring to bother him. All living beings were on the ground, slack-jawed. They have been suppressed by Li Qia's supreme power earlier. Heaven's suppression fist simply reigned above all else. Everyone believed that it had more than enough power to penetrate 3 immortals or even turn them to ashes. This height was unreachable even for progenitors. Even Lotus Ancestor and her peers were on their knees. Chapter 3182. All were on their knees to show respect, whether it be the unknown cultivators or the famous ancestors. Even the emperors and everlastings did so as well. Lotus Ancestor, Trinity Eccentric, and Everlasting Jiang among others followed suit. No one dared to breathe loudly by this point. Fiercest has become a supreme existence. No, the sole ruler of 3 immortals. Destroying 5 progenitors at the immortal level with one punch and nearly killing a member of the Decemvirate. No one else in history could do such a thing. The Decemvirate and 10 Radiants paled in comparison. This applied to any type of existence. The greatest geniuses were also taken down a notch, needing to lower their head from now on at his sight. They needed to assess their right to be arrogant and prideful after this. For example, Lotus Ancestor as one of the 10 Radiants was as peerless and brilliant as can be. Yet, she was still utterly won over by him. All of these great historical beings have completely lost to him. The opponents ran like dogs with their tail tucked between their legs. Prime Progenitor. Someone started shouting. Prime Progenitor. The savior and ruler of 3 immortals. Others started coming up with new lines. As some called out his title, they were moved to tears. The Dark Invasion had instilled horror and despair upon them. Numerous cultivators have died in battle. Finally, Prime Progenitor Li Qia joined the fray and massacred the Dark Legions, destroying 11 progenitors and sweeping through the darkness. He saved all of 3 immortals. This magnificent contribution earned him their gratitude. They were willing to create monuments and statues of him in order to immortalize his deeds. Many kowtowed 9 times until their forehead bleeds while not minding in the slightest. They weren't doing it because of his oppressive aura, only out of gratitude. "Rise," he said calmly. Everyone heard it clearly despite the low volume. It was as if he was whispering next to their ears. However, most still performed a full kowtow before getting back on their feet. All had a look of indescribable excitement. "We're still alive." So many looked around and saw their family members before gathering in a group hug. "We're saved, our system is still here." Though most systems have sent their legions to their death, their system and lineage were still around. They could pass on their legacy unlike 8 Treasure System and Metalkin Divine Court among others. Any price was worth it. Immortal lineage stands. One ancestor on the battlefield had tears mixed with blood. People like him didn't think they were coming back alive, only wanting to contribute to immortal lineage. They appreciated being lucky enough to survive. It's thanks to Prime Progenitor. The soldiers on the battlefield understood the reason why and showed their respect to him. The Dark Legions had the absolute advantage earlier. Though the alliance led by 5 Elements Goddess was trying their best, they had 0 chance of winning. Their only goal was to buy more time. Some of these soldiers couldn't say goodbye to their family members or lovers. They needed to rush to the academy as fast as possible. A few crawled out from the pile of corpses and looked up at Li Qia before bowing. They could finally go home and see their loved ones thanks to him. The goddess gave the command to withdraw troops. She gazed at the battlefield and saw mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Tens of millions of cultivators have died in this cruel battle. Fortunately, they were on the victorious side. Otherwise, nothing would have been left but ashes. The troops heaved a sigh of relief while regrouping to their individual legion. They wore a heavy heart after losing their close ones, brothers and seniors. At the very least, these men didn't lose their lives in vain. Today is a day that will go down in history. Future generations will sing songs about you. Hui Qingxian had a solemn expression while looking at the men. Too many people have died, including emperors and everlastings. Next, Li Qia landed and all of its members bowed down after seeing him again. However, he didn't stop at all and headed for Sacred Mountain. The bull, Lotus Ancestor, Trinity Eccentric, and Everlasting Jiang also tagged along. They had a different opinion of him by this point. During their previous meeting, they already had a high evaluation of him. Alas, he actually surpassed all of their expectations. Of course, the bull always believed in him. It started gloating and showed off right away. Didn't I tell all of you? Only Sir can save 3 immortals. I'm not wrong, am I? Others were just too stupid to see. The group only smiled and didn't bark back. After all, the bull contributed immensely during this battle. Its merits were second to none. It was one of the first to stand for immortal lineage. Chapter 3183. Trinity Eccentric felt awkward after hearing the bull. He bowed towards Li Qia and said, I was blind back then to try and establish a connection with you, young noble. He had met Li Qia in a pavilion back then while the latter was trying to avoid the rain. He was still wheelchair-bound then. Nonetheless, the eccentric still handed a jade pendant to Li Qia in order to betroth Hui Qingxian to him. Anyone would find this unbelievable given the circumstances if they knew the eccentric and the goddess's background. After all, very few would be able to climb up the hierarchy to reach 5-element mountains, let alone marrying their successor. That would be akin to a bird becoming a phoenix, the luckiest thing in their life. This was the case for any cultivator in immortal lineage. This was far from the case currently. Hui Qingxian was indeed prestigious and brilliant, but now, Fiercest was the sole ruler in immortal lineage on top of being the greatest progenitor in history. No one could stand on the same level as him. Thus, Hui Qingxian had quite a way to go. In terms of a match, the woman must at least be an immortal-level progenitor. That's only the starting point. For example, Lotus Ancestor. A member of the 10 Radiants like her might be more qualified. That's why Trinity Eccentric found himself in a tough situation. The whole matter back then seemed ridiculous in retrospect. Their sect was the one who was trying to climb on Li Qia. His erudite wisdom wasn't enough to see through Li Qia. The bull did a better job in this regard. Li Qia actually didn't mind at all. He smiled and brushed it off. Meanwhile, Everlasting Jiang had nothing but respect for Li Qia. He got on his knees and said, I wouldn't have been able to break through without your guidance and might have died in there. Li Qia briefly advised him back in the immortal demon cave, allowing him to defeat his bottleneck and reach a level capable of fighting 2 progenitors alone. Just think about it, so many brilliant minds toiled to reach the Fardao level. However, they became stuck there, unable to move forward. Everlasting Jiang was also a member of the 10 Radiants. His talents were virtually unmatched, yet he was still stuck for a long time, one era after another. In fact, he nearly died several times from potential qi deviation after trying to force his way through. That's why Li Qia removed the cultivation mist and he became enlightened. His cultivation soared like the wind afterwards, so he had nothing but gratitude towards Li Qia. Li Qia accepted the gesture with a natural expression. It was Lotus Ancestor's turn. She bowed and said with admiration, I tried my whole life and couldn't figure out the mysteries behind the 13th palace. It's embarrassing to admit this, but I didn't even see the door. The path towards the Grand Tao is long and mysterious. I have many questions and are more than willing to offer my service if you can teach me a thing or two, young noble. This progenitor was beautiful enough to make people remember her forever after one glance. Now, she was on her knees, willing to offer her service to Li Qia. The others didn't find this too shocking. It would be an honor to stay by his side. The qualification for this was awfully stringent. A member of the 10 Radiants seemed appropriate. It wasn't too hard. Li Qia shook his head and said, I'll be leaving soon though, so I don't have anything to teach you. I understand. She bowed and didn't say anything else. Of course, the first part could drive people insane. Many brilliant cultivators tried their whole life and couldn't get the 13th palace, yet he got it so easily. Nonetheless, it wasn't his fault for being prime progenitor. Someone like him could say whatever and it would still be justified. Your light will be the guiding lamp for 3 immortals. Li Qia then told the old tree demon. Li Qia approved of this demon. To earn such praise from Prime was a peerless honor, but the demon didn't become complacent. He bowed and said, You're too kind. You can become a devil or a saint with a single thought, far superior compared to me. You can create a light that can also illuminate and save the living beings in a split second while it took me a lifetime. It's already amazing enough. Desolate Saint could have gone farther, but he chose a different path. The light was only an experiment to him, but you are different, never wavering once during your journey. You are better than him in this aspect. Li Qie nodded. I simply worked hard to compensate for my limited abilities. The demon said. Though they were enemies, he never once criticized Desolate Saint in public. Desolate Saint started this path for others' sake. He has done more than us. He continued on. The bull naturally didn't buy this, but it only shrugged and scoffed this time, not bothering to respond. It always believed that Desolate Saint kept some dirty secrets and that it would actually be bad for 3 immortals if he were still alive. Since I'm just a visitor, there are some things I need to leave behind for 3 immortals. Li Qie smiled and changed the topic. He then took out a shiny rock, taken from the old palace. Sword Saints group protected it with their lives while Fire Ancestor desired it. The wise sages left this for 3 immortals. I initially wanted to refine it, but no time. This thing should be given to Qing Xian, but she's young and not strong enough, so I will leave it with you. Your light is beneficial for it as well. You can give it to her when the time is right. Li Qie told the demon. This rock only exists in the legends. Lotus Ancestor's eyes widened with astonishment. I can't believe it is real. The eccentric became startled as well. I will do my best. The demon bowed and accepted the rock with both hands. Hee, brother, let me touch it, just one little touch. The bull salivated at this sight and became envious. It coveted this rock but never had the chance to grab it. That's why it immediately tried to play nice with the demon. Unfortunately, the demon ignored it and carefully wrapped up the rock. The bull gritted its teeth in rage and glared at the demon with its round eyes, only to be ignored again. Li Qie smiled after the demon accepted. That's the reason he came here. He originally planned to give it to Hui Qingxian since she was the most qualified among the young generation. However, due to her age, she couldn't control it yet, hence his current plan. It wouldn't be late for the demon to give it to her later once she was strong enough. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3184. Li Qie didn't waste time in immortal lineage and left after finishing his task. He had no attachment to this world, thus his continuous statement regarding being a passerby. He only came to find some answers, to meet a few people, to experience a few things. There was no emotional past or lingering feelings here. He didn't need to stay or protect this place for anyone. He returned to the deepest part of Ascension Pond in order to refine his weapon. It was virtually finished by this point. He only needed to carve out some minor finishing details. You let that progenitor escape. The master of this place spoke. He was referring to the Dark Messenger. So what? Just one progenitor who will serve as a messenger to let others know that I'm coming. It's a matter of politeness. Li Qie didn't mind at all. The master didn't pursue this matter. Even a member of the Decemvirate wasn't much of a threat to someone at Li Qie's level. What did creation taste like? The master asked after a brief pause. Not bad. Li Qie smiled and stared towards the depth. I know that you're here for a multitude of reasons. However, can all of you resist the temptation of the feast? Don't tell me you have never thought about it. We would have done so long ago instead of waiting till now or the future. The master uttered coldly with dissatisfaction. Who knows? Characters of our level are quite unpredictable. Li Qie shrugged in response. We have a different way of life instead of just wanting to feast, hence our current situation. The master scowled. That makes sense. Li Qie smiled. Your way is indeed different from everyone else, just like the coin system in Moneyfall or the exchange here in Ascension Pond. Very interesting stuff. What, want to destroy us? The master became annoyed. Like you have said, I wouldn't wait till now to do so either. Plus, it wouldn't be my turn anyway. The 3 geezers would jump on it first. Li Qie said. The master certainly didn't like this comment but didn't bother retorting. Most beings at this level would share the same thought. The 3 geezers mentioned by Li Qie felt the same way. But after experiencing certain things, they let go of their suspicion. If there's nothing else, you should leave now and cause trouble at the expanse. My place can't handle a troublemaker like you. The master wanted to send this uninvited guest away. Don't be so quick to chase me out. I'm still a guest more or less. Li Qie chuckled. No, my humble abode can't accommodate someone like you. The master sarcastically said. You're hurting my feelings now. Li Qie continued. Don't you see that I still haven't prepared well enough? I need to rest in order to be in peak condition for the next battle. That's your problem, not mine. The master didn't give a damn. Is that so? I'm sure you can't be sleeping well when there is an overlord slumbering in the expanse. I don't buy it. Li Qie said. Humph. The master scowled again, confirming Li Qie's speculation. Just think about it, you're also a great piece of meat in his eyes. Swallowing you will be so nutritious. I'm sure this is the same case for the others. Li Qie went on. We'll see who will be the last man standing. The master said and exuded an invincible aura capable of crushing the firmaments. Regular progenitors couldn't fathom its power. Sure, but that means you're not completely confident either. Li Qie said. You are. The master's tone became harsher. Kill then refine. Just killing is too much of a waste. His biggest value is to be drained by me. Li Qie calmly said. Save your haughtiness until after you kill him. Not difficult at all. I'll kill him if he dares to come out. Plus, you know that's not the only thing I want. I'll topple everything later. Li Qie said. Only death awaits you. The master was actually speaking the truth this time, not only out of spite against this terrible guest. As a supreme existence, the master knew the trouble ahead. Li Qie was simply suicidal in his opinion. Save this comment until after I die. Li Qie lazily said. Of course, since we're friends, you can burn some paper money for me because being a poor ghost must suck. I would rather be a rich ghost when I die. You will, and yes. The master said, seemingly able to see Li Qie's future. Nothingness. Well, I'm sure you know that it's not a good thing for anyone if I die, especially you. Li Qie didn't become angry and smirked. Look at how nice this place is, the same with Sky Ruins. Who wouldn't like these places? If I were to die, your world would be next. For example, immortal lineage stands at the forefront, then you and Sky Ruins are next. You know this better than anyone. The master didn't like Li Qie's attitude but still knew that the guy was right. The future certainly wasn't bright. This place would definitely become a battlefield. He would also be a main target. That's why you better pray for my survival, no, for my domination. Li Qie stopped here and waved his hand. You're about to make some demands. The master said. Demand is a strong word. Li Qie smiled. No, I'm only asking for everyone's support since it's mutually beneficial. I'm sure you have gotten an answer. Go on, I'm waiting. The master waited for a bit before revealing. I have told the others about your intent. They are willing to help you but don't overthink it. It'll only be a little bit of assistance. I'm aware. Remember, I didn't ask for your group to personally help. Just give me all your good stuff so that I can throw it at the enemies. That's the best support. Li Qie leisurely said. Don't be greedy now. The master spoke first in order to stop Li Qie from even attempting. I disagree. Li Qie elaborated. Just think about it. If you all were to personally mobilize, leaving success aside, how much resources and heavenly materials would be required? Now, since I'm doing it instead, all of you can just sit back and relax. Isn't that the best? A lot of value for your money. Another lull ensued. The master eventually asked, What do you want? Not much, just a few decent items. Li Qie smiled in response. Chapter 3185. Just a few decent items were a big deal when it came from Li Qie's mouth. Why? Because anything that could be considered decent by Li Qie was definitely heaven-defying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the ultimate items. No systems back in immortal lineage could provide what he wanted. Only these mysterious characters. Just a few decent items, humph. The master saw his list and uttered coldly. These items on the list could scare people to death. I have faith in you to gather these items, no? You all are extremely wealthy. Li Qie smiled. I will let others know. It's their business whether they agree or not. The master snorted. I'm sure it won't be a problem. Li Qie seemed nonchalant and confident. Get the hell out of my place once you get your items. The master demanded. This was rather reasonable. First, Li Qie forced this place to summon the power of the high heaven. Now, he demanded all of the good items. The master was actually quite patient for not lashing out at him. Anyone else making such ridiculous demands would have been destroyed long ago. Alas, he had no choice but to listen to Li Qie. You don't need to keep on chasing me away. I'll leave when I don't want to be here anymore. I mean, even the birds don't want to shit in this place. There's no one else but you. So boring. Li Qie smiled. You. The master got the urge to kick Li Qie out of here. His place was a supreme treasure land with boundless profundity. Others would love to come here except they weren't qualified. Thus, Li Qie's comment was outrageously offensive. Just kidding. Li Qie instantly added, stopping the master from erupting. So what if you can survive? What about after? Will you really declare war against the high heaven? The master uttered coldly. Why not? An ultimate fight is what I seek. Fake immortals first, then time to play with the villainous heaven. Suicidal. The master flatly said. Not like I haven't died before. Li Qie smiled. Plus, I've been there before and will have to try again. Everything else would be meaningless if I don't do so. Say that you can return triumphantly from the final battle. What's the point? You will take its place? The master asked. Why would I want to do that? I do not wish to become the so-called creator. I will still be me, no need for anything else. Li Qie smiled. Once again, what's the point? Your victory won't change anything. The master said. Li Qie's eyes became profound as he gazed towards the distance. He didn't answer. What's your motivation to fight? Immortality? Creation? Or the ages? The master asked. For myself. I search for an answer and there are some things that I should do and finish off. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and responded. It will be outside of your control once you reach that step. When standing above the high heaven, you will have to confront it. The master replied. Ask me again when I'm up there. Li Qie let out a leisure smile. Your victory might not guarantee a better future than currently. This is a problem with no solution. No matter who it is, the result will be the same. This world and its order won't change. The master pondered for a bit before answering. Can't know until I try. A theoretical discussion is pointless. What's the worst that can happen? To ashes? Not like it hasn't happened before. Can't be worse than that. Li Qie said. The high heaven will keep watch. This has always been the case. The master said. I disagree. It's one world after another. This isn't your garden where you can go eat everything after maturation then repeat it again. Li Qie smiled. The changing of the epoch is not different at all. Only the method is changed. The master said. Okay, let's change the method then. Either hand over the good stuff or I'll beat all of you down and force you to obediently hand them over. Which method do you want? I'm sure the result will be the same. Only the method is different. Li Qie shifted the conversation to another direction. Humph. The master scowled, causing the world to shake and the stars to tremble. Only Li Qie remained unperturbed, not affected by the master's fury. It's not only about the result, there are many other things, Li Qie said. So you have a better method? The master asked. First, I want to kill all who deserve death. Li Qie revealed a faint smile that would horrify those aware of its implication. The master certainly read this smile correctly and became silent. What do you think about that? It'll make other things easier before my final battle. Li Qie said, in my eyes, orders are meant to be broken and changed, not lasting for an eternity. And the time for change is now. The master realized that Li Qie had made up his mind. They wouldn't be able to stop him nor the villainous heaven. He would move forward as an unstoppable reaper. In history, no one has truly grasped the power of creation. The existence of one would easily solve these problems. The master said. True. For example, a hungry man can't cut off and eat his own flesh for satiation without suffering injuries. Hence the current circumstances. Li Qie smiled. Many have searched for this but success is nowhere to be found. This might be the real bottleneck to immortality. One man has made it quite far beyond anyone else, but I don't think he found success either because everything is still the same. The master said. That's your pursuit, not mine. I don't care for immortality or the power of creation. All I know is that I will kill anyone who stands in my way regardless of how far they run. Li Qie asserted with a cold glint in his eyes. The master knew that he was telling the truth. The guy was asking them for help right now, but if they were to ever provoke him, He would kill them without any hesitation. As powerful as he may be, intuition told him that he would be the one falling in a battle between them. That's the result of those crossing this man named Li Qia. Chapter 3186. Li Qia left after he finished refining his weapon to embark towards the expanse. The bulls group for some reason knew that he was about to leave and were there to send him off. Someone spread this information so everyone in immortal lineage found out about his departure. Numerous came to say farewell. Why is he leaving so soon? Peace only came recently. Many systems and masters wanted him to stay. After all, 3 immortals would be safe under his protection. If he were to leave, who knows when the darkness would come again? It would be best if Prime Progenitor could stay. So many started praying to the heaven. Most were unwilling to see this. Some were actually hurt. In recent days, they have considered him to be the guardian of 3 immortals. His departure would leave a void in their heart. I heard he's going to uncrossable expanse. Someone who had received this news early revealed. Uncrossable expanse? Those who heard him looked up towards the mysterious ocean, boundless in size. They suddenly felt an instinctive fear. This ocean had brought too many problems to their world, so it became an ominous symbol by this point. The returning fallen progenitors extended their grasp, trying to attack their own world. Prime Progenitor is going there? That's why he's the greatest of all time. He wants to destroy the nest of darkness to forever rid the world of this problem. One insightful ancestor commented. Many powerful masters assumed that Li Qia was going there in order to fully take the enemies down. Yes, this is better than waiting for the darkness to come again. Might as well go on the offensive. Others nodded and praised. Only Prime has such peerless decisiveness and the abilities to do so. Nowadays, the expanse was considered a terrifying no-man's land. No one would dare to go there, progenitors included. However, Prime Progenitor was heading there alone. He was the only one capable of doing this. The lair of darkness is in the expanse. Who will he find there? What if he meets a terrible being? A few people became worried. You're worrying about nothing. Have you forgotten who Prime is? The strongest progenitor in history. He'll definitely be able to clear a bright path for 3 immortals. Someone else laughed in response. This comment won the crowd over. Prime was able to destroy 5 progenitors with a single punch, then kill 11 of them. Even a member of the Decemvirate couldn't compare to him. Thus, the darkness should stand no chance against their Prime Progenitor. That's true, but Prime is still alone. As the saying goes, 2 hands can't beat 4 fists. Another expert remained worried. Just think about it, so many progenitors have gone there before. How many of them have fallen like the others? This made others shudder with a deep chill as if they have been engulfed by the darkness. This expert made a lot of sense. More members of the Decemvirate along with top progenitors and everlastings have entered the expanse. None of them have returned, and by this point, everyone had a good idea about what happened to them. That lair of darkness would have so many incredible existences. The most terrible place in the world. Would Prime be able to fight against their sheer number? This pessimism gradually took over the crowd. Instead of worrying for no reason, it's better to just pray for his victory. One senior said, if all of our progenitors have fallen to the darkness, then it will return to immortal lineage one day anyway, regardless of whether Prime enters the expanse or not. Just this possibility alone frightened everyone. Not long ago, 12 progenitors and 1 far down nearly destroyed all of 3 immortals. Yes, let's just pray for his success, that he'll be able to defeat the darkness. Numerous people all over the world started praying. Some even organized official ceremonies for this purpose. Numerous cultivators lined up in silence, waiting for Li Qia to leave. Supervisors weren't necessary because everyone knew to be respectful and quiet. Night has taken over, yet 10 million cultivators were still present for this event. One could only hear the sound of breathing. Li Qia finally showed up before many anticipating eyes. He crossed the sky and reached the shore. Everyone got on their knees in unison, resulting in a wave of movement across the crowd. Greetings, Prime Progenitor. They greeted him. Every showing of respect came from the heart. The Black Bull and the others approached him. Holy Frost, Hui Qingxian, Lotus Ancestor, Everlasting Jiang. Even the old tree demon was present. Since he had taken root at the academy, his true body couldn't go there. This was only his Tao avatar. You're leaving, young noble. Holy Frost became emotional since she had stayed with him for a long period and truly benefited from it. Chapter 3187. Separation is a part of life. You are born attuned with the light, so your future is bright. You will definitely be able to shoulder your system as a progenitor. Li Qie stroked her hair and smiled. His praise revealed how highly he thought of her. I won't let you down, young noble. She bowed deeply to show her reverence. What about me? The bull laughed and joined in. Won't I be the greatest progenitor in history? Its egotistical style set off some chuckles. The bull had a way of alleviating a depressing atmosphere. Li Qie glanced at it and commented, I don't know if you will become the greatest progenitor or not, but one thing is for certain, keep acting like this and you'll become the most delicious feast. A hot pot, maybe, or roasted beef. Who knows? I like thin beef dipped in boiling soup. A lot of energy. The old demon said. Hey! What the hell are you saying, old man? The bull wasn't happy with this at all. I'll dig out your roots and make dried medicine out of them. The old demon gave it a contemptuous glance. This worked perfectly in infuriating the bull. Of course, this was all in jest. They had a special relationship. Both friendship and mentorship. The demon considered the bull to be a close junior. The bull couldn't do anything to the demon despite its annoyance. It moved closer to Li Qie and smiled. Hee, sir, the world outside must be vast. Give me a hint, where should I go to get to your world? It clearly was bored of three immortals and wanted to go take a look at Li Qie's world. Wait until you're strong enough or you'll only be asking for trouble. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Whoa! What you trying to say? The bull glared at him in response. What kind of great existence am I? I can't handle it? I'm unbeatable and can take on 3 to 5 progenitors. No problem. It shamelessly bragged without blinking an eye. So amazing, not like a certain thing that got its horn broken. The tree demon sarcastically mocked. Say it to my face. The bull turned red and headed over to the tree demon, only to be ignored. It's a shame this is a time of chaos, or I would be more than willing to accompany you to the expanse. Lotus Ancestor sentimentally said. Though she wasn't a member of the Decemvirate, she was far above regular immortal-level progenitors. In history, every progenitor eventually wanted to go to the expanse for many reasons. Thus, someone like her being able to stick around was miraculous. Only her system could accommodate this. She naturally wanted to go there, and nothing could be better than accompanying Li Qie. Unfortunately, potential dangers still loomed in 3 immortals, so she needed to stay. This was a heavy price to pay for the sake of 5 Elements Mountain and all of 3 immortals. You'll have your chance, and it'll even be better later when there is peace at the 4 oceans. Li Qie said. I understand. I hope to see you again when I do depart. She bowed. Li Qie smiled and nodded. Her going there was only a matter of time. Progenitors had a hard time staying in 3 immortals, especially someone as strong as her. Time wasn't her friend either, since she could die from old age. Thus, journeying to the expanse was imperative. 5 Elements Mountain might have an unfathomable amount of resources but still couldn't supply an invincible progenitor like her forever. Thank you, sir. Both Luminous Master and Orchid Sage came over next and bowed. Your guidance will benefit us for a lifetime. We'll start training once you leave, since we're too weak to contribute to immortal lineage right now. The 2 of them were quite humble despite being the first to fearlessly fight on the front line. They didn't shame themselves or run away from their responsibilities. I'm sure there will be 2 more immortal-level progenitors in the near future. Li Qie smiled while looking at the 2. We hope so too, they said. This was the purpose of their next cultivation session, reaching the immortal level. They were quite strong already as imperial-level progenitors. Alas, the previous fight made the gap between the 2 levels abundantly clear. Orchid Sage, who didn't care about chasing the Tao, decided to train harder. His goal wasn't for power, only because the people needed him. Both of them believed that they were insufficient at the moment to be useful. Will we meet again? Hui Qingxian grabbed Li Qie's hand with adoration in her eyes. The 2 of them had a special relationship thanks to Trinity Eccentric, a bizarre engagement. Plus, she has been an ardent supporter, therefore winning his grace. If it meant to be, Li Qie said. I will keep working hard to not be embarrassed by my low cultivation the next time we meet. She smiled. I'm sure you'll be like a different person when we meet again. Li Qie said. Her talents were exceptional, so her achievements wouldn't be inferior to Orchid Sage and Luminous Master. In fact, Five Elements Mountain might have another progenitor on the same level as Lotus Ancestor. I hope so too. Qing Xian nodded, completely sure of another meeting. Goodbye everyone. I hope your world will be safe. Li Qie didn't say goodbye to each individual and looked at the crowd. Maybe I'll meet your many children next time. He saw Three-Eyed Prodigy and Spirit Heart Emperor and decided to tease them. As you wish, young noble. The couple bowed towards Li Qie since he was the reason why they were together. See you all. Li Qie smiled and entered the expanse without looking back. Goodbye. The bull and the others watched his departing figure. May you return triumphantly, prime progenitor. The kneeling cultivators shouted. This grand gesture was necessary in order to show their savior the appropriate amount of respect. Li Qie disappeared from sight the moment his foot touched the water. Nonetheless, they kept on kneeling. Some performed a full kowtow ceremony. His close allies became sentimental. They didn't know if they could meet him since he wasn't from this world. Goodbye, Qing Xian murmured to herself. Chapter 3188. Uncrossable Expanse, an Eternal Mystery. No one knew how deep or vast it was, especially not its magical properties. Discussions regarding this place sprung up across the years, just nothing concrete came from it. One legend told that the mystical other shore existed there. Reaching it meant being able to enter the immortal world. Another stated that it contained the secret to immortality for those lucky enough to find it. One more belief asserted that this expanse was a boundless world, provided that one can find the true entrance. All in all, numerous legends regarding the expanse passed on through the generations. Numerous top masters would go there after reaching a certain level. No one forced them to do so. There weren't any rules about this either. However, their departure has been consistent. Another consistency was the lack of returners. This dark invasion was the only exception. At their high level, their lifespan would start running out. Death from old age became inevitable. Thus, they needed to enter the expanse despite knowing that there was no return, at least in the past. That's the only way to replenish their vitality and life force. Many agreed with this statement, progenitors included. The sky seemed rather low in this way ocean. One might be able to touch the sky just by reaching up with both hands. The stars were right there. Li Qie felt considerable moisture in the air and winds. They were gentle, akin to a lover's caress. The place was as horrifying as expected. On the contrary, it felt so pleasant and comfortable. Upon entering, one fused with the ocean, becoming a part of it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that anyone here would feel as if they were returning home. They naturally wouldn't want to leave afterward. This feeling was ridiculous. The place was famous for being dangerous and full of the unknown. How could it feel like home? Alas, this was indeed the case. The sensation was as real as can be. Uncrossable expanse. Li Qie murmured while the winds caressed his face. The supreme existences would appreciate the boundlessness of this place. They felt so free and unrestrained. On the other hand, a world like Three Immortals felt so tiny in comparison, almost like having shackles there. It was understandable why the progenitors never wanted to return to Three Immortals. He looked back and saw nothing but an ocean. The shoreline was nowhere to be found, let alone Three Immortals. Just taking one step into this place meant leaving Three Immortals completely. It would be impossible to find the initial path, let alone find the location of Three Immortals. One needed a heaven-defying method to return to Three Immortals, leaping repeatedly from one dimension to another. Keep in mind that this level of spatial leap required a long period of time and vast power. A powerful progenitor might not be able to handle this. This was another reason why these progenitors didn't return after entering. Li Qie stopped looking back for Three Immortals. He tried to feel this area and the waves with his eyes closed. He became a part of this ocean, able to sense a strange turtle swimming 10,000 miles below. 1,000,000 miles ahead, he spotted a large aquatic creature resembling an elephant spewing out water. Then 1,000,000,000 miles up above, a star was dying. He sensed all of these things so clearly like the palm of his hand. In fact, a fish letting out a bubble anywhere in this ocean would be known by him. He stood there like a statue for a long time. After a while, he opened his eyes with a faint smile. His body flashed while ripples appeared in space. This was the start of his journey. This ocean was vast beyond imagination. Perhaps more than 100,000 three immortals put together. A progenitor could spend their entire life yet still be unable to cross it. Xueqi continued moving across this area and saw many magnificent sights not found anywhere else. In one place, numerous peaks towered in a particular formation. Water circled around them in the form of a maelstrom capable of tearing everything apart. Nothing would be able to escape its powerful current in one piece. However, the peaks weren't affected by the maelstrom at all. They looked like special pillars serving to keep the ocean in place. As the steam and water evaporated from the maelstrom, one could catch a glimpse of the pavilions and cities on top of the peaks. Countless carriages and people moving about. A prosperous place to be. This all disappeared the moment one set foot on the actual peaks, as if they were mere illusions. Alas, the sounds of galloping horses and carriages, the people talking or the cries of the cicada were clearly heard. It felt so real yet impossible to reach. Another area was engulfed by year-long fog and mist. Numerous moons could be seen in there. They moved in an eternal rotation. Its name was Moon Valley, seemingly the source of all the moons in existence. Their light gave this part of the sea a silver hue. Unfortunately, the moons weren't the only things floating around. Corpses would also fly out from the ocean, completely covered in white cloth just like mummies. These mummies would swallow the moonlight. As they absorbed more of this affinity, ancient inscrutable runes emerged on their white cloth. Anyone would feel their scalp tingling after seeing this sight. This place seemed like a land of the dead. Xueqi stopped here for a bit to watch the corpses devouring the moonlight. People have tried all kinds of terrible methods for rebirth in history. How disappointing. He shook his head and said. He didn't bother them and moved forward. This wasn't too out of place for him since he knew their goal. This ocean also had broken places. Xueqi made it to one and felt a powerful destructive aura. The water surface here has been torn apart, resulting in a chaotic flow hitting the cliffs nearby. The celestials above have fallen down. One broken star could be seen floating on the water. A great battle had clearly taken place here. Chapter 3189. The gentle sea breezes induced drowsiness. The moon tonight was especially round on top of the night sky. It poured down a silver light, resulting in the same silvery reflection on the water surface. Whenever a carp leaped out of the water, the splashing resembled a flower blossoming. Maybe it would turn into a dragon in due time. A small island had old, tough trees and thick foliage. It looked like a jade pendant carved on a silver plate. The shoreline was quite long with exquisite sand. Each speech had a golden shimmer. Picking the sand up and letting it run down one's fingers would create a beautiful golden stream. A youth was laying on a bed beneath a palm tree there, enjoying the breeze and the moonlight. He wore a silvery robe, meticulously crafted by a great master. He was quite handsome and would always stand out like a crane among a flock of chicken. His hands were beautiful, especially his thin and long fingers. Girls would go crazy from jealousy. Time froze as he enjoyed his time there. However, he immediately got up and greeted. A visitor? What a pleasant surprise. Space rippled and Xueqi came out, landing on the beach. He looked around the area before focusing on the youth. He had leaped through space several times and ended up here by chance. Oh, I should call you senior. The youth stopped looking lazy and put on a respectful smile. No, I'm only 18. Xueqi shook his head. Then I'll call you sir. Respect should be given to those who have achieved more in the Tao. The youth knew how to act with propriety. Xueqi only smiled, not refusing this address. The youth summoned a courtyard facing the ocean. He prepared a table and hot tea before inviting Xueqi over. Xueqi sat down without any reservation. The youth poured him a cup and said, I don't know anything about tea, so please excuse me, sir. It's not too bad. Xueqi took a sip and smiled. My name is Xueqi, may I have yours? The youth laughed happily before introducing himself. Xueqi said before looking at the youth. Emperor Zhang of 9 Secrets, quite famous. It's all in the past, so trivial before you, sir. The youth shook his head. Xueqi, a peerless cultivator who revived 9 Secrets, a member of the 10 Radiants. He was famous alongside everlasting Zhang and Lotus Ancestor. Born in War Saint Dynasty in a declining system, he rose above everything and revived it. His lucidity scripture was well known, just the 9 secrets of the system's progenitor. He had entered a redemption ground and fought many great battles there. His feats weren't inferior to a progenitor, so he was worthy of his spot in the 10 radiants. A disciple from 9 secrets would never believe that this youth was their ancestor. It has been several million years. A peak progenitor now, worthy of being a member of the 10 radiants. Xueqi said with a smile. Just a false reputation. Nothing brilliant about being gifted from the start thanks to the heaven. Otherwise, someone as lazy as me would never be able to reach the progenitorial realm. Emperor Zheng humbly said. His humility didn't imply weakness. In reality, he was just as strong as everlasting Jiang or Lotus ancestor. Xueqi smiled and held his teacup while gazing quietly at the horizon. "Why are you here, sir?" the emperor asked. "Just passing by. Oh, and killing anyone who stands in my way." Xueqi took a sip and responded casually. "So daring and imposing. No one in this vast ocean should be able to stop you," the emperor praised. The two of them stopped talking and simply enjoyed the night sky. "Why are you here?" Xueqi eventually broke the silence. "I actually don't know the answer." The emperor pondered carefully and eventually put on a wry smile. "Some progenitors come seeking everlasting life. Others want the other shore, more seek strength," he went on with a soft tone. I came out of curiosity while hoping to break through. Someone told me to go, so I did. Now, so many years have passed and I've forgotten most of my original intentions. Time is the best thing to have while capable of being a source of torment." Xueqi nodded. "Yes, I've forgotten so many things. I only remember myself now." The emperor became slightly emotional. Both fell into silence again, looking like two old friends. "You're not my contemporary and have experienced far more. May I ask, what do you live for?" the emperor earnestly said. "You answer first." Xueqi smiled. The emperor took his time thinking before coming up with a response. "I don't know. I asked myself this a long time ago, maybe several 100,000 years. I don't quite remember. I couldn't come up with an answer then, and I don't have one now. I just know that I'm living for the sake of living. Everything else is insignificant." Xueqi understood. Yes, some progenitors still move forward after reaching the top. They want to become true immortals. Others searched for everlasting life. Some are righteous and wish to protect 3 immortals. He paused for a bit and sighed. "I had enough. I've experienced the pleasures of mortal life and dabbled in the myriad Tao. This is my limit. Trying more won't turn me into a true immortal. Thus, I no longer have a goal. I don't care for everlasting life or the battle between good and evil either. Everyone has their own fate. The epochs will continue to cycle. No need to try so hard to survive. Seems like the rest of my time is doomed to boredom." He then finished with a bitter smile. His words contained plenty of emotions, a testament to his rich past. As a brilliant emperor, his life was magnificent, to say the least. He had both authority and prestige, more than enough beauties as well. The things people so desired? He possessed them all. He also swept through the realms uncontested. People wrote tales about his battles. As for his talents, he understood the mysteries of this world and wrote the incredible lucidity scripture. Did he have any regret in life? No. Next came his journey to the expanse. He survived the danger and saw many things, eventually becoming a top progenitor. What more could he ask for in life? Therefore, his future prospect came to a halt, for he no longer had any desire. That's why self-reflection became necessary. What was his reason for living? This question haunted the great genius. Chapter 3190. A remaining lifetime of dreamless boredom for Emperor Zheng. Perhaps others wouldn't be able to understand him, for they lacked the same talents, the same fortune bestowed upon birth. It's all in the past. To not have any pursuit is the best pursuit. Xueqi nodded and said. Xueqi didn't think he was being extreme. The peak was cold and lonely, not something ordinary men knew about. Life and death stopped mattering as well. The emperor said with a profound gaze towards the stars. The emperor no longer cared about his survival, since he had done everything previously, from fighting on numerous battlefields to teetering between life and death. The latter made him unafraid of death. This might be the reason why he didn't seek everlasting life. Well, some people rather live in a pathetic manner than dying. That's the nature of men. Li Qie commented. How meaningless. Emperor Zhang smiled and shook his head. Dying is a salvation of sorts, no more living on in boredom. Others would find this irrational. Why would a top cultivator want to die? He still had so much potential left, so many pleasures to experience. Alas, Emperor Zhang had lived too long and began to lose patience. There was someone familiar to him back in the Nine Worlds, immortal Emperor Mu Zhua, cursed to live for an eternity, wanted by neither heaven nor hell. However, one side experienced too much joy and happiness already while the other was the opposite. The former found these beautiful things to be boring now, as bland as water. Of course I won't commit suicide. The emperor eventually added with a nonchalant smile. How strange. A brilliant progenitor actually had thoughts of suicide. This would astonish any listener. Of course, he wouldn't choose such a dishonorable way to go. His ending should be something amazing. A death to remember. Maybe go back and have a look at Three Immortals. Li Qie suggested. I had this thought too a very long time ago when I was bored here. However, that place is no longer the same, the land is there, not the people. As boring as everything else to visit it again. Emperor Zhang spoke without any emotional fluctuation. However, others would pity him upon hearing this. His world was no longer the same. Neither was Nine Secrets. His lover, his family, his loyal followers, all have returned to the ground. Nine Secrets would be completely unfamiliar. If he were to return and experience the joy and pleasures of life again, that would only be repeating past experiences, akin to eating only rice day after day. This sense of unfamiliarity might be why 8 Treasures and Cicada Progenitor found it so easy to destroy their own system. They didn't feel sad in the slightest. This is the price of everlasting life. Li Qie smiled. His tone sounded quite sad since he had quite a melancholic past as well. Right, at least I'm not actually an immortal or I would go crazy. The emperor nodded in response. He seemed to find sweet salvation in death, unlike other top cultivators. Well, if you have no other pursuits or desires, then just a short life of brilliance is fine. Having no regrets is the toughest thing to obtain. Li Qie said. What are your pursuits? The emperor asked. An answer and a fight to the end, that's all. Li Qie nodded. I see such lofty aspiration. The emperor felt great respect towards Li Qie. I'm not a defender of justice, but I truly respect Bao Pu and the others. They should be loved and respected by all, the same as you, sir. Cultivators should aim to be like you, but I'm afraid to say that I have no desire of being virtuous. Everyone has their own will, no need to force others to do so. Li Qie shook his head. The light and darkness are always present. There is no light without the darkness and vice versa. Now, not having a pursuit is the best pursuit. No pursuit, no desire, no darkness, then there's no light. Their pursuit is why there is darkness. He finished by pointing at the sky. Your words are made of gold, sir. The emperor appreciated his perspective. Li Qie smiled and immersed himself into staring at the sky. There seemed to be something up there staring at everything below. Immortality. The emperor sighed and said, no one can really resist its temptation. He then turned towards Li Qie as if insinuating something. Don't worry, I won't change even if I obtain immortality. It won't be my choice. Li Qie shook his head. I don't doubt you, sir. The emperor said. It's fine, you have seen it. Immortality isn't granted by the heavenly Tao. The heaven will not tolerate it, so in order to obtain immortality, there must be a trade. Oneself, someone else, or even an entire world. That's a choice one will have to make. Li Qie said. The emperor agreed. He has been here for so long and saw things beyond imagination. Thus, he had a different perspective and thoughts on immortality than most. Everyone says that a true immortal can live forever. What do they look like if they actually exist? The emperor said. Have you seen that dark being? Li Qie asked. Nowhere to be found, but it was behind the war between progenitors. He also converted many to his side. The emperor said. He's certainly not a true immortal, just a pseudo or fake one. But nonetheless, using immortal to describe him is fine, thus, just extrapolate from that to get your answer. Li Qie said. The emperor pondered for a bit regarding the dark existence. After a while, he brought up something else. What about the 3 immortals? At his level, He was able to make contact with these legends and had respect for them. In order to become an immortal, one must either be crazy or a saint. Xueqi said. However, this world is their heart system. The emperor murmured to himself before choosing to be quiet. The latter part encompassed too many things. No need to go deeper or it would become disrespectful. The expanse is actually quite fun. The emperor brought up something else. I haven't seen the other shore, but even if it does exist, it won't be my turn to ascend. I can't reach it before being freed from myself. Chapter 3191. As long as your heart has the other shore, it exists everywhere else. If your heart can be freed, there is no need to find the other shore. Xueqi said. Listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. The emperor laughed and said. You must have gone to many places in this boundless expanse. Xueqi smiled and turned towards the ocean. Indeed. The emperor rubbed his palms and became slightly emotional. I eventually lost sight of my desires after coming here and simply went sightseeing. Recently, I enjoy looking at unique sceneries or mysterious things. Just doing whatever on a whim. However, this place is just too vast, or maybe our heart is not vast enough. I can't see all of it. I don't think anyone has done so. Maybe only the 3 immortals. He paused for a bit and said, maybe this is my little wish, to be able to see all of the expanse before dying. Someone as powerful as him could travel through dimensions. Alas, this still wasn't enough to see all of the expanse. Its size was unimaginable. There are plenty of incredible phenomena. Just seeing a few of them makes life worth it. Xueqi smiled. Coincidentally, I have been thinking about going to one. There is a place called Xueqi only appearing once every 3 million years. That date is coming soon. I believe it is on the way for you, so would you like to go take a look? The emperor said. Why not? I'm not in a hurry. Xueqi agreed since he had plenty of time here. Good. The emperor clapped. It is an honor to be able to go on a trip with you. Shall we start now? He stood up with excitement. Xueqi also stood up, ready to go. People like them rarely wasted time doing nothing after making up their mind. The emperor led the way and the 2 of them entered the expanse once more. Will you be staying at the expanse for a while or just passing by? The emperor asked along the way. Just passing by, but this is a great place to train. I'll take my time polishing my grand Tao. 10,000 years might pass in the blink of an eye. Xueqi smiled. You're right, it is good for training. Those who can survive here usually break through. Only a small minority gets nothing out of it. I'm sure if you stay here for 10,000 years, you will become peerless. The expanse is also brighter with your presence. The emperor had great expectations and continued. This place might be very lively soon enough. No more deathly stillness. Xueqi didn't only serve as a deliverer this time around. He wanted to use this place to polish his grand Tao. His plan was already in motion. He needed to reach a new unfathomable apex in order to start a new epic. This place could also serve as an appetizer, a battlefield for him to start massacring. The expanse used to be very rowdy in the past. People didn't want to return and tried to keep themselves entertained. However, after that thing came, many progenitors died in battle. Others fell to the darkness. Some chose to hide as well in minor dimensions. The emperor said. That thing mentioned by him was the Dark Overlord. It'll end soon. Uncrossable expanse will return to its original self. Xueqi's eyes became profound as if wanting to see through the entire ocean. I'm sure of it. I knew why you came the moment I saw you. Your suppression is sorely needed. The emperor was optimistic. Though that Dark Overlord had killed or converted many progenitors, he was sure that Xueqi would be able to change all of this. After all, a member of the 10 Radiants like him could see that Xueqi was far stronger than any member of the Decemvirate. He could actually challenge the Dark Overlord. The 2 of them traveled through billions of miles in no time at all. Finally, they reached their destination, Xueqi. Many dangerous locations existed in the expanse, usually engulfed in tsunami and hurricanes. However, this particular area was quite calm. The ocean was calm without winds and waves, almost resembling a mirror. This calmness was a rare sight. It also had a soothing property for any visitor. They would soon forget their worries. One Xueqi presided in the center, sticking out from the bottom of the ocean. It was the only thing disturbing the peace here. This was a special creation made with uncanny workmanship. It was tall enough to pierce the sky vault, reaching the deepest part of space. It had the shape of a hook, seemingly wanting to fish out the stars. The two of them climbed all the way to the top. They saw the stars circling around them, ready to be plucked. While looking down, the area beneath looked like a mirror. As they tried to look farther ahead, only a vast and obscure expanse greeted them. There was no end in sight even when using a heavenly gaze. They started thinking that the targets of this hook-like Xueqi weren't the stars. It was trying to fish something out of the expanse. Some miraculous things for sure. The two of them sat cross-legged. The emperor looked at the calm water and praised. "This is a perfect place to die. I'll definitely pick it when I'm close." He had no qualms speaking about death as if it was no big deal. Xueqi sensed the serenity here for a bit. He eventually opened his eyes and smiled. "By picking this place, maybe your corpse will gestate a soul and you'll have to experience another cycle." "Right. I definitely don't want that." The emperor also sensed the magical property of this place and nodded. He continued, "My corpse with a soul still won't be me, just an abomination with memories of its past life, a lingering intent. It's pointless to live again like that." Others would disagree. Xueqi smiled. The emperor only sighed and didn't comment, choosing not to criticize them. He saw people try to live longer by numerous methods. Some didn't mind paying any price in order to reincarnate or have a longer lifespan. They didn't care about the consequences either. He looked down on doing so, especially becoming an abomination. A special event every 3 million years is worthy of us waiting for it. Emperor Zheng stared at the sky and said. He wasn't here to search for treasure and strength, only to take a look at this uncommon event. Chapter 3192. The night sky seemed gentle and inviting like the embrace of a loving mother. People naturally slept well without worries on their mind. Xueqi and Emperor Zheng sat quietly on top of the Xueqi, waiting for the incoming miracle. After a while, a buzz sounded, muted and melodious like scattering powders. A river came down, filled with starry crumbs along with individual sparks. Each spark seemed to be filled with the water of life. The water currents varied in color: gold, green, blue. This river contained the essences and light of the stars, the particles of time, and light of life, and other youthful affinities. It hit the Xueqi and split into 2 flows. The collision shot off numerous particles, akin to Mercury colliding. This was an ethereal and beautiful scene, almost dreamlike. Those immersed by this river would find themselves being able to see the changes in history, how the ocean turned into mulberry fields. Pop! The tip of the Xueqi had splashes everywhere. The drops of water shooting out had images while falling down. Flying phoenixes, prostrating gods, the heaven and earth began to move. A world seemingly opened at the tip with 5 beautiful colors. Splash! The flow of the river intensified. It had ancient runes and Tao laws on top of the previous affinities. Some Tao profundities also emerged. Everything magical in existence seemed to be mixed together and turned into this river. Waves began to form due to the powerful current, resulting in loud commotions. The two felt as if the myriad Tao were rushing past them. They could see the fundamental essences that make up the world, the birth of the grand Tao. However, the Xueqi stood strong in spite of the mighty waves. It looked like a hook wanting to pull down the entire river. Eventually, 2 fish started swimming playfully down the current. They were the manifestation of the yin and yang. From yin and yang came the 5 elements. Ra! A star dragon leaped out of the river, flickering with gorgeous starlight. A phoenix joined in as well, carrying the 5 elements. Space rippled wherever it went while the myriad laws tagged along. Rumble! The river continuously increased in size, eventually turning into a surging lake. More phenomena and images took form. A divine diagram enjoying the worship of many followers. The rotation of the sun and moon, the birth of 1,000 stars, an immortal tree with swaying branches. Just one of them alone was shocking enough, unseen by the majority of cultivators. Moreover, just one drop of this lake contained the mysteries and profundity of the Grand Tao, the power of time and life. This only happened once every 3 million years. Calling it a miracle wouldn't be an exaggeration. The seasoned emperor became immersed at this wondrous sight. The lake eventually turned into an ocean. The visual phenomena became grander and more impressive, causing him to sigh in awe. Nonetheless, The surging ocean wasn't enough to move the Xueqi one bit. It divided the ocean into two halves. This process happened in the past, present, and future. Sitting on this Xueqi would give the impression of being on an eternal hook. They have become an unchanging existence across the ages. This observation lasted for a long time. The immovable Xueqi allowed the two to watch without needing to worry about their safety. The tides eventually receded. So did the great ocean. Everything returned to normal. The sky found peace once more. The water below assumed the calmness of a mirror without a single ripple. How wonderful! The Tao initially doesn't have a root. When the heart has the Tao, it will take root there. The emperor commented. He then stared over at Xueqi and saw the guy sitting still. He has been like this the entire time, not saying a single word. His palaces were open to release his primordial tree. The primordial aura poured down like a waterfall as more fruits appeared on the branches. Each fruit had reached maturity and became shining. They seemed to be gestating the most peerless grand Tao with the greatest profundity. More than enough to shoulder the entire world. The tree didn't look like one to shoulder the sky, but each branch and leaf contained amazing mysteries. It could contain the past while opening the future. One branch could push forward an era. A leaf could launch a new world. The entire tree itself felt like a new epic, gestating numerous worlds and living beings. The grand Tao and primordial energy stemming from the tree had started an epic. A system existed here, allowing its inhabitants to cultivate and learn the Tao. Meanwhile, the man sitting there, Xueqi, was the source of all this. He would create a new epic with a brand new system. His power would engulf his creation. The emperor couldn't believe it. His mouth left agape. He had met plenty of progenitors, including members from his own list and the Decemvirate. However, all of them were far from being comparable to this man. A brilliant progenitor could start a new era, but Xueqi wasn't doing that. He was starting a new epic. In the future, after generations and generations of cultivation, each living being there would be affected by him. Their grand Tao and peerless merit laws would be created in accordance to his rules. He would become a being similar to the high heaven. The emperor knew what he was trying to do while staring at the primordial tree. This act was majestic, greater than anything else others have accomplished. He wasn't chasing after invincibility or eternal life. This far exceeded that. It wouldn't be long till a new epoch would come. The emperor began trying to understand the mysteries and profundities of the tree. His talents were nearly peerless. He had seen the most complicated and magical grand Tao before. Alas, they became insignificant now versus this attempt of Genesis. Chapter 3193. Xueqi eventually opened his eyes and recalled his tree back to his palaces, the same with the primordial energy. He looked calm and composed at the moment without exerting any pressure. Nonetheless, each breath made him feel like the master of the cosmos. Everything was within his grasp. His natural aura felt transcending, as if he had ascended in spite of his ordinary looks and attires. The first impression of him would be that he was no longer part of this world. He was a being in the legends. An immortal. "You look just like an immortal coming out of a painting, sir." Emperor Zheng couldn't help but praise. Just an immortal from a painting? That shows it isn't real enough. Just a fake immortal then. Xueqi smiled in response. No. Your temperament and aura are that of an immortal. The emperor shook his head. Definitely not. If I were an immortal, you might not be sitting here right now. Xueqi disagreed amicably. Immortals are scary indeed. The emperor contemplated for a bit before adding. Well, the issue here is actually there is no path out. Not that immortals are scary. Xueqi said with a profound gaze. If one could get out, then everything will be fair and mild. They might be a true immortal. Otherwise, only pseudo and fake immortals can exist. Sounds like I should be waiting with eager anticipation for the day you become a true immortal. The emperor smiled. Don't. That's not my pursuit nor my path. Xueqi shook his head. Sir, you're simply unfathomable for ordinary men like us. Too hard to figure out. The emperor praised. Xueqi chuckled and stretched, feeling quite good. He smiled. This trip was worth it. A miracle every 3 million years, extremely profound. You're a god. The emperor smiled wryly. Just watching this current allowed you to understand more grand Tao, fully grasping them. On the other hand, my idiotic self didn't gain anything. If you're an idiot, there are no smart men in this world. It's just that your heart isn't in this. Li Qie glanced at him and said. Li Qie was right. A member of the 10 Radiants and the creator of Lucidity Scripture, most importantly. He was only a true emperor, yet he wrote something comparable to the 9 secrets. His innate talents were as high as can be. If that's the case, then I'm just a fish in the river, too lazy to even turn. The emperor said. It's very easy to start. Li Qie encouraged him. Self-awareness is a virtue. I know what my limit is. It doesn't matter how hard I try to turn and struggle, I still can't compare to the decemvirate. Plus, with someone like you around, we won't be more than ants. The emperor disagreed and laid out the right reasoning. He had nearly reached his limit, not far from the actual apex. Thus, there was no point in pursuing anything else. Li Qie didn't push the issue. After all, everyone had their own choices to make. Emperor Zhang knew what he was doing, even if his choice was different from most. No one could interfere or change his mind. It's fine, just appreciate what you have, that's enough. Li Qie eventually concluded. The emperor nodded back. In his mind, things in life were ephemeral. He didn't need to want anything as long as he could be himself. Sir, you're about to start an epic? The emperor became curious about Li Qie's plan. To be able to witness this with my own eyes? I will have no regrets in life. 3 Immortals is a unique world with its own laws. I won't break it. Li Qie denied. True, any change might not be suitable for 3 Immortals. The emperor thought about it and agreed. The reason why it is still here is due to the effort of the wise sages and the 3 Immortals. My epic is not about lasting forever, it's about making a change, a turning point of sorts. This is necessary before thinking about the final battle. Li Qie said. This might not only be a turning point for your world but all other worlds, including 3 Immortals. Your success might change everything. Your benevolence and contribution will cross all worlds. You will herald a new future for us all. The emperor spoke with sincerity and respect. That's certainly not my intention. I'm not that great of a person and am only doing my own thing. Li Qie chuckled, clearly amused. He then stared straight at the emperor and said, moreover, greatness might not be a good thing. Putting someone too high on a pedestal might end with trouble. You're a symbol of virtue regardless of whether you admit it or not. The emperor bowed towards Li Qie. The result might be unintended but the future will still change. It's too early to say. Li Qie replied. This is only the beginning. There is still a long way to go and more accumulation required to be used in order to reach the next step. I'm sure that day will come and hope to be able to see it. May I ask when? The emperor asked. Very soon. Just a little bit left before my grand Tao is perfected. That's when I start. Li Qie narrowed his eyes. You wish to reach your limit at the expanse? The emperor realized. Is there a better place? Li Qie smiled. This place is vast and can withstand anything, the best type of battlefield with all kinds of danger. It's the best place to obtain perfection. Then it would be time to fight. Yes, this is the perfect polishing stone for an immortal blade like you, sir. The emperor understood. He also knew who Li Qie wanted to use in order to sharpen his blade. That day would be monstrous. Very nutritious too. Li Qie gazed deeper into the expanse with a smirk on his face. The emperor shuddered. Someone had become Li Qie's target. The guy must have been aiming for this person ever since he got here. As for when, it didn't matter. His prey wouldn't be able to escape from being slaughtered anyway. Where are you heading to next? The emperor calmed down and asked. Just moving on. Li Qie smiled and didn't have a particular location in mind. He was only following his whim. Only those unfortunate enough would meet him on this random path. If you wish to train, I know a dangerous nest. Many progenitors have tried to no avail. Some even died from it. But I think it's a good place for you. Emperor Zhang thought of something. Then let's go take a look. I hope I can kill all I want there. Li Qie's lips curled into a smirk. The emperor shuddered since he could already imagine the scene of carnage. Someone was about to get very unlucky. I won't be tagging along though. I heard there is a very rare flower, a blue crossing flower, allowing one to dream about the other shore, so I have to find it. The emperor said. He just did whatever he wanted in the expanse with no other goals. Go then. Li Qie didn't wish to have a companion either. I hope to see you another day, sir. The emperor bowed before leaving. Chapter 3194. The name of the dangerous area mentioned by Emperor Zhang was Burden, a famous place in uncrossable expanse. According to the emperor, there were 9 great monsters in the expanse, the strongest and the most dangerous. They have devoured numerous existences. Even some progenitors weren't lucky enough to escape. Moreover, though they were monsters, they have gained great intelligence, eventually gathering other monsters and became their kings. Burden was a nest of one of these 9, also the name of the monster. Most people knew to avoid this place. Some progenitors have entered in order to destroy Burden, only to be killed by it. Of course, for others, this was a good place for training. As long as they didn't go too far inside, they could still leave unscathed. Too many dangerous monsters presided there, which could be a good thing. A few progenitors, when bored, would go there to improve their cultivation. Li Qie shared the same thought. He wanted to exercise using these monsters to polish his completed Grand Dao, further sharpening its edges. He could sense a violent aura while standing outside of the nest. From the distance, the entire place was shrouded in a mist with an ashen hue. There seemed to be monsters spewing out miasma in there. This miasma was naturally toxic, capable of corroding flesh at a rapid rate. Only powerful progenitors could withstand it. The water there was muddled, almost as if infused with ink. It wasn't black entirely but had some strange affinity that could corrode any spectator's soul. Staring at it for a long time would result in being dizzy and confused. Li Qie gave it a quick glance before smiling and entering this area. The mist immediately latched onto him. Zzz. Its corrosive nature invaded his body. However, just one flash from him was enough to purify this type of miasma. The other danger was looming in the water. Looking at it would result in a mental instability. The true fate would shake too, resulting in being dazed and potentially dropping unconscious. That's when the fatal blow would come. Splash! A massive claw stretched out of the water, large enough to easily crush a mountain. Li Qie's surroundings turned dark due to the sunlight being blotted out. Alas, he only smiled while looking at the claw. It's about time, I've been waiting for a slaughtering. Li Qie roared and reached for the claw. Crack! He easily tore it in half. Oh dash, something bellowed. Next came a loud boom with a tsunami rising out of nowhere. A gigantic monster the size of an island emerged from the darkness. It resembled a lobster with numerous sickle-like legs to the left and right. Each swing from one could massacre thousands. Its shell was gray, seemingly made from countless bones assembling together. Perhaps it didn't have flesh and meat within, only more bones. Anyone would have goosebumps while staring at this hellish monster. It used to have 2 claws but unfortunately, the other one has been destroyed by Li Qie. Oh! It angrily swung the other one down, causing more tsunami. The world seemed to be flipped over as a result. Boom! 100,000 miles of sea around Li Qie caved downward. Water rushed up like circular walls around him. Time came to a still. Li Qie easily stopped the claw with one hand. Too weak, can't train my body with this. He shook his head, disappointed. This scene was truly unbelievable. Li Qie was smaller than an ant in comparison, yet he had no problem stopping this claw, even going as far as making fun of its strength. Clank! 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 The infuriated monster immediately resorted to using its legs as blades. These divine, sharp bones made direct contact. Fiery sparks shot out but he was completely untouched. Weakling! Li Qie leaped into the air and punched its weak spot. Boom! Crack! Numerous bones broke down so the monster fell. He then tore it apart, ending its life. It didn't even have the chance to scream. He threw the remains down the ocean. The already dark water suddenly turned black this time as if more ink had been added. In reality, it was just a bunch of bony feeders around the size of a finger. They coiled together like chains and came up from the bottom, instantly devouring the large monster. Gnawing noises resounded. It didn't take long before the monster was fully eaten, only behind a few dregs. They didn't seem to be satisfied and turned their attention towards Li Qie. Black rays shot out from the ocean as they flew forward towards the next prey with extreme speed. They resembled divine needles that could pierce through space, instantly appearing in front of Li Qie's forehead. Treating me as prey? Lichia smiled and raised one finger. Boom, boom. Numerous lightning bolts shot out of the tip and weaved together to form a net. The feeders in the sky couldn't get away, the same with the ones in the ocean. All of them died inside the lightning net. The water surface had another black layer on top now due to their corpses. They unfortunately chose to mess with the wrong man. How disappointing. Lichia smiled and moved forward. Boom! He didn't get far before another explosion detonated. Large tentacles with bone spikes on them drilled out of the water. These spikes flashed with a chilling glint. Woo! One tentacle opened its mouth and tried to suck Lichia in. Bam! He slammed one foot down, stabilizing himself. The insane suction force failed to pull him even an inch away. Chapter 3195. Lichia didn't hold back in this nest, killing every step along the way, whether it be monsters or poisonous fiends. They couldn't escape from his grasp and had to face their doom. It didn't take long before screams echoed and corpses piled up on the surface. He eventually made it to the far regions of the nest, leaving behind carnage and blood in his path. A while later, two figures flew towards his direction. They tried to converge their progenitorial aura, but each of their actions still seemed imposing and mighty. They were, without a doubt, powerful progenitors. One of them wasn't especially tall and sturdy but still gave off the sense of being an immovable pillar or mountain. His body seemingly possessed incalculable weight. He was slovenly dressed with no shirt on. This made him look quite bold and adventurous. His muscles were built beyond imagination. His abs had clear outlines. Each muscle had been sculpted through numerous trials. His tan skin looked like bronze. Thus, he gave off a reassuring presence. The muscles on his arms bulged like upward, looking like dragons. He could probably push up the sky or tear a true dragon apart. This was clearly a physique cultivator capable of withstanding powerful attacks from weapons. The other progenitor looked elegant in comparison. He rode a group of clouds, wearing a robe embroidered with red clouds. He looked like a transcending immortal from above with his whisker. He had the bearing and temperament of a scholar. People would assume that he had read plenty of books. This was quite an interesting pair, a scholar and a musclehead, brain and brawn. They made up for each other's lacking perhaps. "Brother Wu, you're still not giving up?" The scholar told the muscular progenitor. "My physique is at grand completion, so I'm giving it a shot. Time to challenge burden, see if I can take it down." The man named Wu laughed and responded. "Brother Wu, we've been friends for so long, so excuse me for being blunt. I think it'll be difficult. Remember, White Ash tried to do it before to no avail. This nest is too large and dangerous. Once you'll get in, it'll take a lot of effort to leave." The scholar shook his head. "I know. That's why I invited you in the first place. We'll take turns. You lure it out from the nest and then everything will be easy. We'll surround, then maybe we can take it down." Wu smiled. "I still think it will be difficult. Burden is pretty much an intelligent demon by this point, probably just as smart as us." The scholar wasn't as optimistic. Several of our peers have been swallowed by it, both their essences and intelligence stolen. It has been growing stronger all this time. Yes, all 9 of them are like this, pushing their border. It won't be good if this continues. Wu sighed and said, "This is still the expanse. Let it happen naturally. Even if we kill these 9, maybe 10,000 years later, a different 10 or whatever will pop up. There is no lack of monsters here because the place is perfect for gestating these creatures. We're the outsiders and they're the real natives." The scholar smiled. "Well, natives or not, let's just kill this one. This place has so much more freedom than 3 immortals. We don't need to hold back." Wu said. The scholar smiled, agreeing with the sentiment. After all, progenitors worried about too many things back in immortal lineage. A battle or a war couldn't be fought trivially because using too much power might result in piercing through their own system. This wasn't the case here at the Expanse. They could fight to their heart's content and destroy the area. Plus, the place was large enough that no one else would notice. It became the best battlefield where these progenitors could go all out. That's another reason why they didn't wish to return to 3 immortals even if they could. "Don't you want to have a good fight, Brother Yun?" Wu smiled. "I know that you have created a secret art recently. It should be at grand completion, no? Time to try it then." "It's not a secret art or anything. Just a formation technique. I've gathered great materials in the last 100,000 years and refined them into a grand formation. Yun smiled. Perfect. Wu continued. Let's lead it out and use your formation to trap it, then we can kill it. Still very difficult. My formation can definitely stop it from returning to the nest, but not for long. It's far smarter now and can break the formation. Yun replied. It's fine, it's fine. We're just testing our blades. If we can't do it this time, we'll just return another day or get other brothers to help out. We just need to come up with something that can really take it down. Wu said. So in the end, you just want me to be the bait. Yun grumbled. It can't be helped. I'm just a brute and can't do anything that requires finesse. My movement techniques are crappy compared to yours too. You might as well say that I'm the best at running away. Yun smiled wryly. Hey, that's a good skill to have. Not everyone can do what you do. I can't envy your cloud dodge art. No one will be able to catch me then. Wu laughed. Their pleasant conversations suddenly halted the moment they entered the nest. This place was red now instead of being black. The thick stench of blood assaulted the tip of their nose. Numerous corpses floated on the surface, some as big as a mountain and others as small as a fist. They were massacred in a direct manner, torn to pieces or pierced completely. These wounds were clearly inflicted by a bare-handed combatant. The two progenitors exchanged glances. Someone is one step ahead of us. Yun became serious. They slowed down while looking at the corpses and imagining the battle. So brutal and fierce, that must have felt good. Wu acclaimed. Far, far stronger than us. Yun had a good judge of this combatant's power. A member of the Decemvirate? Wu put on a serious expression as well. No, things have changed after that disaster. The lucky survivors wouldn't have the time nor the mood to do this. Yun said. That frightening existence then? Wu grimaced. A powerful progenitor like him was still afraid of that dark existence. They stood no chance at all. It's unlikely. He had disappeared for a long time. If he were to show up, he'll definitely be ambushed on all sides. Yun said. Chapter 3196. The two became increasingly astonished as they delved deeper into the nest. This was a brutal and one-sided slaughter. Calling it a massacre wouldn't be an exaggeration. This nest consisted of 100,000 miles of sea. The entire place was red now due to blood flowing. Truly a terrible sight to behold. Most importantly, corpses floated all around. Some were as large as mountains while others the size of a fist. Dead schools of evil fish were seen as well. All in all the monsters in this area have been massacred down to the last. Not one was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, they were killed by a single move each. It was apparent at first glance that none had a chance to resist or scream. The two progenitors became cautious as a result. Who is it? The scholar wondered, unable to come up with an answer. In all of uncrossable expanse, those with the ability could be counted on one hand. Yet, all of these beings were preoccupied right now. They certainly weren't in the mood to sweep through this area. Nevertheless, the two moved on, wanting to see the killer. As they delved deeper, they finally heard loud explosions and loud splashes near Burden's actual lair. This central area had dangerous, densely packed reefs and torrential waves. Deeper in there was a gaping hole, seemingly the result of weathering after millions and millions of years from the seawater. Inside were numerous wind tunnels with howling winds as if devils were screaming down there. It was as dark as can be with no end in sight, seemingly connected to hell itself. This was the actual nest of Burden, a sea grotto. Ever since it started dominating, the entire region became its territory. Not to mention regular existence, even progenitors needed to exercise caution in this place. These 9 monsters were just too powerful. Burden had killed and eaten a progenitor before. However, the waves weren't as loud as normal in this central region. The reefs were covered with corpses, stopping most of the regular currents that have been painted red from reaching the grotto. Thus, only streams of blood dripped down instead in a horrifying manner. In front of the entrance was a massive corpse, a creature looking like a sea lion except that it had 9 skulls along with bone spurs sticking out of its spine. This was the main thing stopping water from reaching the grotto due to its sheer size. The two progenitors recognized this monster, the strongest follower of Burden, a heaven-devouring lion. I couldn't kill it the last time I was here for training. Wu murmured. Crackle. They heard the sound of fire burning nearby and looked around. They saw a bonfire on top of a large reef with a spinning skewer. The tendon on it was gigantic, more than enough to fill 10 people. It was clear and sparkling. Its greasy fat dripped down the skewer with a golden hue. The smell could make anyone salivate. Even a fool knew that this meat was the good stuff, extremely nutritious. The two saw a youth busy barbecuing by the bonfire. He looked like an expert. Each move was skillfully and easily. The youth looked as normal as can be and could easily be mistaken for a mortal. In this scenario, he looked like a brat selling meat on the street. Alas, this wasn't the prosperous street from the mortal world and he was no meat seller. Who else could it be but Li Qie? The two progenitors shuddered and felt a sense of respect while looking at him. They were strong enough to have a good gauge of his actual power. That's why they didn't dare to show any disrespect and bowed towards him. He leisurely gestured, telling them to come over. Come have a taste of this lion foot tendon, quite delicious. It clearly belonged to the heaven-devouring lion. The two of them came over to help him roast this foot. It didn't take long before this delicious feast was ready. They were above needless conventional etiquette and hurriedly took off part of the meat to have a bite. They didn't hold back and loudly chewed. Liquid gushed out from each bite and streamed down the corner of their lips. The smell spoke volumes about its deliciousness. They ate like a storm and easily finished a portion meant for 10. Li Qie belched with satisfaction after finishing. It seemed that Wu had a bigger appetite compared to Li Qie and Yun. He licked his lips and said, "That was good, really good." He clearly could go for more. "There's still another foot." Li Qie smiled. "I'm going, this is just too good to miss." He laughed and instantly stood up to cut off the other foot for another roast. As he was roasting, Li Qie slowly picked his teeth while trying to digest. "My title is Cloud Crossing. He is brother martial ancestor. How should we address you, senior?" The elegant progenitor bowed towards Li Qie. Martial ancestor was the progenitor of Vermilion Martial Court. "Li Qie, and no need to call me senior since I'm only 18. Li Qie casually responded. "It is an honor to meet you," Cloud Crossing said with respect. "Not the first time. We've met before when I killed his heart devil." Li Qie glanced at Martial Ancestor. "So it still escaped." Martial Ancestor stopped and could guess what had transpired. He commented, "The descendants are foolish and greedy, only caring about treasures." Martial Ancestor had some craziness in him, resulting in a heart devil. He couldn't kill it and had to suppress it in his system. Later on, the martial court eventually released it. "Thank you for helping or many would have died." Martial Ancestor bowed deeply towards Li Qie. "Just a matter of coincidence. And a touch of fate spared your system from me." Li Qie smiled. "The unfilial ones probably deserve it in that case and it wouldn't be your fault, senior." Martial Ancestor sighed. He had spent a lot of effort on his system but since he had left for so long, those he cared about were no longer there. Thus, he wouldn't really mind it if Li Qie had destroyed his system. It had nothing to do with the emotionlessness of a top master. This was an issue of time erasing everything. 1. Yun equals Cloud. Wu equals Martial. Chapter 3197. Li Qie only chuckled and didn't dwell on the topic. Destroying a system to him wasn't a big deal. "You're peerless, senior," Cloud Crossing progenitor praised. "We'll never be able to catch up to you on the path towards the Tao." "Yes," Martial Ancestor joined in. "I think only 1 or 2 people at the Expanse are at your level. Your martial Tao is fleshed out enough to be its own school." Li Qie smiled at the muscular man. "I'm turning back again to the rugged path. That's why I'm starting from the basics, building up this bag of skin." Martial Ancestor begrudgingly said. "It's not necessarily a bad thing." Li Qie replied. "If this body is useful and can endure, there is still hope. Otherwise, all of my efforts would have been in vain. All of my fortunes and resources are in it now. It's a huge risk." Martial Ancestor responded. He used martial arts to reach the Tao back then. In the beginning, he trained mortal martial arts and eventually abandoned them for the Tao. However, after becoming a progenitor and training at the Expanse, he once again embarked on the path of martial arts with a focus on the physique. He wanted to refine his body into the strongest weapon and container, excelling at both offense and defense on top of containing many grand Tao. Martial art and the Tao are the same things. Li Qie said, all laws start from a single thought or thing. Even the tiniest creation and the weakest thought can become a supreme grand Tao. Your body is a grand Tao that can accommodate everything once you reach that level. Thank you for your words of encouragement. I will keep going. Martial Ancestor bowed. Using regular martial arts to reach the Tao wasn't easy. Training this art again after becoming a progenitor was even harder. He spent all of his vitality and resources on rebuilding his body. A different path from the other progenitors. Brother Wu's determination is something else. That's why his future height will be far greater than mine. Cloud Crossing progenitor added. Brother Yun, please don't tease me. I'm simply risking it all for a bet. Who knows if this will work? It's only an experiment. Martial Ancestor shook his head, lacking confidence. Yes, we can't compare to the wise sages of the past and are nearing the end, so we need to take shortcuts in order to break through. Cloud Crossing replied. I just don't have the same boldness as you. Picking the martial Tao again is an amazing choice. He was telling the truth. Though they were quite powerful, there were others above them, such as the members from the Decemvirate. They would never be able to surpass these characters since they were inferior in all aspects. Since these 10 served as the peaks, they could see where they stood as well as their limit. They had no chance of surpassing the Decemvirate, let alone breaking through the limit of the Grand Tao. That's why Martial Ancestor made a bold move, picking martial arts. This was a path unwalked. Of course, regular mortals have turned into cultivators by perfecting martial arts. However, he was doing so while being a progenitor. The regular path of orthodox cultivation wouldn't allow them to defeat the top 10 progenitors. On the other hand, the martial Tao might open an unprecedented path, a new height. Martial Ancestor might not be able to beat the 10 with this path, but at least he still created something new. Just surpassing himself could be considered a success. Life is unpredictable, who knows? Maybe I'll need your help in the future to stay alive again. Martial Ancestor said. These two have seen and experienced enough to make light of death by this point. You must be chasing the darkness here, Senior. Cloud Crossing asked Li Qie. You can put it that way, it's just out of convenience though, a minor task while I train and kill. Li Qie smiled. Though he put it so nonchalantly, these two smiled wryly at each other. They looked around and saw the carnage. What if he were to get serious? Maybe a tsunami of blood would engulf all of the expanse. They didn't dare to think about it much longer. I'm sad to say that we couldn't help with that. Martial Ancestor said. It's not your fault. You have only entered the martial Tao again when Zither Empress mobilized. Not enough time to accomplish anything. Cloud Crossing revealed. Darkness invaded the expanse in the past. Zither Empress and the other progenitors formed an alliance against it. Martial Ancestor was too weak back then to join the battle. Cloud Crossing also stayed behind in order to protect him. This will end eventually. The expanse belongs to 3 immortals. We will never let it fall to foreign invaders. Martial Ancestor said while gazing towards the horizon. Soon. Li Qie had a calm expression. It's a shame that the mastermind behind this had disappeared without a single trace. Many have searched to no avail. Some are still looking. Cloud Crossing put on a helpless smile. The war back then was shocking. Numerous progenitors fell as a result. These two didn't participate, so they didn't know the actual outcome. However, the Dark Lord disappeared afterward along with many brilliant progenitors. Later on, they found out that some progenitors have died while others chose the darkness. The latter group also stopped showing up. Their side kept on searching but couldn't figure out the Dark Lord's hiding location. The expanse was just too vast. A powerful being of that level wouldn't have a hard time hiding at all. An opportunity will arise unless he wants to be a turtle forever, no longer wanting to divide the spoils. Li Qie smiled faintly. I hope I'll be able to join that battle and contribute to this world. Cloud Crossing said. Count me in as well. I've lived long enough already. Martial Ancestor laughed. Both of them sounded quite heroic at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, loud quaking came from below, culminating in monstrous tsunamis. A terrible aura oozed out of the grotto. Boom! The water inside the grotto surged to the sky like a spring. Burden. Both progenitors recognized the aura. Finally came out. Li Qie stood up and laughed. It hid in there earlier. I'm full now, time to kill it too. The two knew that burden was dead for sure today regardless of how powerful it was. A while later, dark energy surged out from the grotto. This dark energy instantly swept through the stars above, causing them to fall down like shooting stars. This was a testament to burden's might. Not bad, it survived one punch earlier too. Okay, time to take it down. Lichia smiled at this sight. Chapter 3198. Whoosh! The darkness from the grotto instantly surged towards Lichia with extreme speed and surrounded him. Upon closer inspection, this wasn't a wave of dark energy but numerous bat-like fiends. They had sharp teeth and numerous hooks on their wings, sharp enough to cut a victim's throat with ease. They were burden's parasites, normally living off it. However, whenever burden needed it, they would also attack by surrounding their prey. Their aura could induce paralysis. Scram! Lichia roared with a punch. Boom! The bats exploded into blood, unable to withstand a single blow. In the next moment, boundless darkness came out of the grotto. However, Lichia leaped upward for a downward kick. The entire grotto nearly exploded as the darkness was crushed by Lichia's monstrous power, reduced to blood. Meanwhile, the two progenitors have gotten up to get a better look. They also needed to block the massive waves emanating from the location of the fight. I am the supreme lord of all. The burden crazily roared from inside the grotto. It couldn't finish before being cut off by an explosion and more earthquakes. A great battle ensued. The grotto started breaking apart with boulders flying everywhere. The battle noises from below made the two progenitors feel bad. Of course, they weren't worrying about Lichia but rather pitying burden for the terrible beating. Ah! Finally, a miserable cry reached the white clouds, instilling chills into the listeners. The two exchanged glances, aware that burden was finished. Sure enough, boulders chaotically shot out from the entrance as a person flew up while carrying a large skull. Boom! He tossed it into the ocean. Its eyes were still wide open in disbelief, not expecting to be killed in this helpless manner. You're unbeatable, sir. Killing burden in no time at all. Cloud Crossing progenitor praised. Would have been one or two moves if it wasn't for the complicated grotto. Lichia smiled. The two smiled wryly. Martial Ancestor didn't have that much confidence in killing burden, yet Lichia could do so in one or two moves. The gap between them was insane. Sigh, I have to change location again. Martial Ancestor said while staring at the skull and shook his head. He wanted to use this place for training. Who would have thought that Lichia would kill every last one here? It's burning. Lichia smiled at the ancestor. Right. He calmed down and took off the roasted foot, cutting off a piece and blowing on it. Sir, are you eating again? Cloud Crossing sat down and asked Lichia while feeling a little hungry. No, I'm still full. Gonna go find another place to play. Lichia smiled and flew to the sky. The two of them bowed towards his direction until he was gone. They sat back down to eat. Sigh, Brother Wu. I think you don't need to find the 9 monsters anymore to train. Cloud Crossing took a bite then said, Sir is definitely using them to warm up. I'm sure they'll be dead when you get there. All of them, no time for you to train. Right, I wanted to stay here for 10 years or so. Seems impossible now. Looks like I need to find another dangerous area. Martial Ancestor sighed in response. Well, there's no lack of dangerous areas in this damned place. Cloud Crossing smiled. Whatever, let's just eat. Martial Ancestor's mouth was covered in grease from eating too fast. He eventually said, This is really good. I never realized how good tendon can taste. Let's find another next time for a feast. The two of them became gluttonous and focused on filling their stomach. Their laughter echoed in this ocean of blood and corpses. Lichia continued heading into dangerous locations to kill monsters, training while journeying. He didn't rest a single day despite having a finished Grand Dao. He still worked hard than anyone else, wanting to polish this Dao and its profundities. This wasn't only about him. He needed to polish an entire epic's cultivational outline. That's why he needed to have an immaculate understanding of this Grand Dao. He kept on deriving the Dao to its limit. Even the tiniest law would be transformed to its max form. Then from this complicated yet powerful, he chose to make them as simple as possible and turn them into easy methods. This was for the sake of the future descendants. They would have an easier time obtaining a firm foundation. He wouldn't have needed to do all of this for his own cultivation since he already had a perfect grasp on his Grand Tao. For this goal, he separated his Grand Tao into 7 cultivation incantations, as short as can be. Moreover, they could be combined together as well. These 7 could allow anyone to reach the peak of cultivation, or even break through the limits. When all 7 combined into its original form, that would be Li Qie's Grand Tao. He carefully chose each word and phrase for the incantations, then kept on transforming and deriving them. His focus was on simplifying the cultivation process. After finishing this task, he sealed the 7 incantations into his primordial tree, fusing them together. Some of their names were Chaos, Heaven Split, Ascension, All Things. The 7 were different and had their own focus. However, none was necessarily better than the others. Unfortunately, creating a new cultivation system for an epoch was easier said than done. He continued to polish the tree so that it would have numerous Tao fruits, large and heavy. Meanwhile, he was also unstoppable. The strongest monsters all fell before him. He left nothing but a trail of blood and destruction since he didn't need to hold back in the expanse. He could utilize his power while not involving the innocent. This was an incredible feeling. No wonder why many progenitors liked this place. The conditions here were quite harsh and dangerous compared to 3 immortals, but the progenitors felt quite comfortable here, as free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the ocean. Boom! Blood splashed out of a gigantic monster. It fell to the ground. Another one of the 9 has been killed by Li Qie. As the years went by, he had taken several of them down and destroyed their territories. This one wasn't lucky enough to survive either. The next area was quite dangerous due to the colossal hurricanes and lightning bolts present. They were tearing space apart. Even the great monsters didn't want to stay here for long. Chapter 3199. The hurricanes and insane lightning bolts ravaged the area, wanting to return it back to the origin. A progenitor could die here by not exercising enough caution. However, Li Qie didn't stop at all and let the lightning bolts and hurricanes hit him. Not even a single strand of hair was damaged. He sauntered through the region and saw space rippling, something akin to the opening of a portal. Alas, these ripples have been sealed and intentionally shrouded by someone. Li Qie stretched his palm forward and performed a spatial Tao. The deepest hidden dimensions couldn't escape from his calculation. He eventually locked onto a particular set of coordinates among numerous dimensions and pulled it out. Buzz! A starry door appeared before him. Its blinding radiance made it seem like an entire galaxy was engraved on the surface. He instantly knew what it was right away after looking at it. A minor dimension? Finally get to see one today then. I wonder who hid the entrance. He met many progenitors in the expanse and they have told him about it. The expanse contained numerous minor dimensions hidden throughout. It certainly wasn't easy to find them. The progenitors who were lucky enough to see them would stay there for a long time. Some successfully transformed them into their Tao system. A new home. That's another reason why many progenitors never return to 3 immortals. They have taken roots in the expanse. Henceforth, 3 immortals didn't matter as much. Li Qie actually only came here by chance after killing his way through the big monster's territory. He didn't expect to find a minor dimension. Pop! He stepped inside without any hesitation. It didn't matter who was inside, a progenitor or a monster. He could travel freely anywhere given his current power. Billowing spirit energy greeted him. Standing inside this dimension made him think that it was quite peaceful and not that different from a system back in 3 immortals. The sun and moon were present along with other celestial bodies. This place was very habitable. The spirit energy here had distinct differences compared to its counterpart back in 3 immortals. Nonetheless, it had a recovery property. Wounds of the flesh would heal faster for those bathing in it. The inhabitants would find this energy impressive. However, Li Qie didn't find it special. He could swallow all of this energy in one gulp. Of course, he wouldn't do so. He wasn't greedy, plus the amount was insignificant in the first place. He found the natives living there for many generations now and didn't bother them. He acted as one while walking through the minor dimension. He quickly found that the mortals here lived in the same manner. One main difference was that their lives were more simple, almost like farmers. They didn't have the same wheeliness found in the cities. They would work at sunrise and rest at sunset. None was particularly rich, but they still had enough to eat. This simplicity lessened competition and war, resulting in peace. These natives could cultivate, but they only had access to basic incantations. These incantations wouldn't give them superpowers found in cultivators, only strengthening their body. As he moved on, he found that there was something else going on in this simple and serene land. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there was a pair of invisible hands guiding the direction of this world. Interesting. He smiled. This wasn't actually a bad thing since this guidance granted peace and relative prosperity. He became interested in the underlying intent and decided to stay longer in order to see this dimension's development. Interfering with a world was a topic he delved and experimented on previously, hence his interest in this minor dimension. In reality, many progenitors have started developing these minor dimensions. After many years of effort, these dimensions slowly became what they wanted. The progenitors were no different from creation gods. There was one special thing about this particular one. Everyone wore a cloak, from the young and old to the poor and rich. They all had a cloak at birth. Thus, those without a cloak would stand out like a sore thumb. Xueqi began researching its history, a forte of his. He eventually knew all the major events like the back of his hand. Finally, his knowledge reached a point where he didn't need to use a technique or calculation, and still knew the location of the person leading this dimension's development. Not a bad place, just not enough to deal with the real calamity. Xueqi came to this conclusion. He entered an ancient ground, the reclusive home of this hidden master. The area had plenty of hidden traps and dangers. No natives could infiltrate this place, but this didn't matter to Xueqi at all. He instantly solved them and moved forward. Who is it? The person behind the scene was alarmed. Alas, he didn't have time to react because someone was standing in front of him right now. He has been living in this minor dimension for a long time while being the strongest, that is until he saw the man in front of him. Chapter 3200. The man immediately took one step backward and focused on the youth ahead. His common appearance was hiding a terrifying power. Each strand of power coming from that frame could annihilate the heaven and earth. This made the man recall something in the past, causing him to stand there with a frightened expression. Who are you? He put on a defensive state, ready to fight at any moment. Xueqi stared at him, a brilliant-looking man with an amazing pair of eyes, as bright as the stars. However, his hair was white and his complexion was an unhealthy gray. Who knows whether it was because he hasn't seen the sun for years or some other reasons. All in all, he seemed rather sickly. I'm not here with malice. Xueqi saw the defensive stance and smiled. Or you would be dead already. The old man agreed with this and relaxed his arms, recalling his vitality and energy. Just think about it. The guy entered his minor dimension and he didn't have a damn clue. Moreover, all of the traps outside weren't effective. The intruder was already in front of him once he realized it. This person must be insanely monstrous, more than enough to kill him. How should I address you, sir? The old man bowed to show respect. He was a progenitor with amazing achievements, but Xueqi's power was worthy of the highest respect. Xueqi. Xueqi spoke and then sat down without any reservation. I'm sorry, I've been away from the world for too long. I don't know anything about recent events. The old man hasn't heard of Xueqi. It's fine, I've met you before and didn't expect to see you again. A little surprising. Xueqi waved his sleeve. We've met. Now it was the old man's turn to be surprised. He searched his memories and couldn't come up with anything. Logically, he would remember meeting a monster like this before. It's understandable that you don't remember. I saw your corpse back at Moneyfall. Xueqi interrupted the old man's rumination with a smile. Ah, I see. You're very insightful for recognizing me. Maybe we're actually connected by fate. The old man bowed his head. Didn't expect you to be alive and here in the expanse. The world thought that you, Regalia progenitor, have died in Moneyfall. Xueqi chuckled. So it turned out that this progenitor had entered Moneyfall and called out the strongest lord there to fight. People believed that he died from this battle. Xueqi went there and saw his remains and regalia. Who would have thought that he was still alive and hiding in a minor dimension at the expanse? I called out the most domineering lord there. Too reckless, I suppose. I thought that I could kill it, but my cultivation was too shallow and couldn't beat it. I suffered grievous injuries and managed to escape thanks to my regalia. Alas, I had to run for my life while leaving my body behind. Regalia smiled wryly and helplessly said, Just imagine, a dominating progenitor needed to abandon his own body to run. That's utter defeat, something impossible to accept. My true fate was on the verge of dying then. I lived a borrowed life using medicine, but it's impossible to heal the injuries back in myriad lineage. Thus, I thought about leaving while not letting anyone know. He continued. He had to leave myriad lineage in secret. It wasn't only out of saving face nor prestige, just mainly safety. Becoming a progenitor meant participating in many battles. He had plenty of enemies that would be very happy to know about his injuries. They would have taken advantage of this to kill him. Thus, Regalia left without telling anyone, not even his closest confidants. That's why everyone thought he had died in Moneyfall. I found many different herbs and materials in 3 Immortals, but they couldn't fully heal my injuries. Regalia went on. The incurable debilitation was too much for a progenitor to accept. That's why you went to the Expanse. Li Qie understood the progenitor's mindset. No one wanted to sit there waiting for death. They would cling on to any potential sliver of hope. It was the only choice I have. Regalia said. There might be more materials in the Expanse, so I risked it all. It wasn't easy for you to live until now. Li Qie said. This wasn't an insult. Just think about it, this place was dangerous enough to kill Regalia at full strength, let alone his wounded state. He was no different from an ant that could be trampled on whenever. The high heaven must have been watching. Regalia nodded with a tinge of emotions. I was lucky enough to not die along the way. Unfortunately, the Expanse didn't have medicine that could cure me. I just happened to find this minor dimension with spirit energy capable of healing my wounds. After so many years here, his wounds have been healed by about 70 to 80%. Since he had stayed for so long, he eventually considered this place his home. He used various means to pass down some foundational incantations so that the natives could learn and strengthen their body. Of course, he didn't pass down the heaven-defying merit laws that could turn them into cultivators. Doing so might result in a disaster when some became too powerful for their own good. It's a wise move. People say, with great power comes great responsibility. There's another saying, with great power comes greater ambition. Li Qie agreed with the progenitor's choice. Letting them cultivate powerful merit laws will take away the peace. Only the flames of war are left behind. Yes. Not to mention that the Expanse is even more dangerous. Letting them go outside is the same as letting them go to their death. In fact, they could even lead the danger back here. Regalia said. This progenitor had enough experience to understand the greed of men. If he were to teach them his best merit laws, they would definitely start killing each other for resources. The ones strong enough to leave would die outside anyway. Plus, that would risk exposing the existence of the minor dimension. Therefore, he sealed the entrance away from the outside world on top of limiting the natives' cultivation. This granted peace for millions of years in this place. No disaster, no large-scale wars, only peace and prosperity. He took great pride in this achievement. 1. I mistranslated this name back in chapter 2290. I misread the character robe for doctor. Changed his title to Regalia. Chapter 3201. His expression clearly showed pride when talking about this minor dimension. It didn't inherit his merit laws or his overbearing attitude. He didn't put much effort into it either versus his system back in 3 Immortals. He focused everything he had into building that system. Now, he did interfere, but this amounted to a pitiful amount of work. In this dimension's history, he often served as a spectator and would only interfere in order to fix a few problems. This indirect style of his actually worked for the benefits of the minor dimension. He was prouder of this community than his own system. The latter was pretty much forgotten by this point. Do not worry about scarcity, but rather about uneven distribution. Regalia reflected. For most people, ultimate power and abilities weren't their pursuits. They only wished to have a home and ample food and clothing. On the outside, the tiny number of capable cultivators were the ones changing their world for the worse, bringing chaos and war. It's always been like that. Li Qie smiled. Why are you here, sir? Regalia asked Li Qie after revealing his own story. Li Qie was the second guest to this minor dimension, hence his curiosity. Was just passing by and found this place by chance, so I went in to take a look. The orders and peace here interested me, so I stayed for a bit, then came here to see the person behind it all. Li Qie chuckled. Regalia didn't find this surprising. He wouldn't have been able to hide because Li Qie had numerous ways to find him, given the guy's abilities. You wish to change the rules of the world? Regalia became serious. His conjecture was understandable. In his eyes, Li Qie was unbeatable and could change the order of 3 immortals. No, I'm just a passerby. 3 immortals has its own orders and watchers. I don't need to change anything. Li Qie shook his head. Plus, you have done a good job in this place, but replicating it back there might not be suitable. Please elaborate. Regalia asked. Too weak. This place is great if there are no threats of foreign invaders. It is fine for a minor world, but for 3 immortals or bigger places. They need capable existences or they'll be wiped out in one blow. Li Qie answered. You're right. Regalia agreed with this point. I don't have any more ambition in life. I only wish to stay here and hope that the natives can live their peaceful lives. It's possible. This place is blessed by the high heaven, the same as 3 immortals and the expanse. It's incredible that they have been around for so long. Li Qie said. 3 immortals is large, but the expanse is even vaster. Both places are full of treachery and danger. That's why I like this minor dimension and wouldn't mind spending my last days here. Regalia replied. Each progenitor had a different pursuit. It's just that the majority preferred a dangerous place like the expanse. Regalia, who lacked ambition, was a rarity. The 2 of them talked for a bit. Regalia revealed everything while Li Qie helped him with questions. Regalia truly benefited because Li Qie explained the hidden mysteries regarding 3 immortals. Most importantly, Li Qie also helped him with cultivation, allowing him to see the sun behind the clouds. He has been stagnating after staying in the dimension for so long. Moreover, without stronger combatants, his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. That's why Li Qie's guidance was so helpful and enlightening. They eventually finished speaking and Li Qie had no other reasons to stay. As he was about to leave, he gave Regalia several top-ranked spirit medicines and grass, extremely effective in healing the guy's old wounds. Thank you, sir. Your kindness has moved me to tears. Regalia got on his knees to show his gratitude. Li Qie had granted him a lifetime of benefits. Li Qie accepted the grand gesture, then left the minor dimension. After leaving the entrance, he banished the coordinates once more so that the dimension would be even harder to find. He continued traveling and training while meeting all types of people. He saw peerless progenitors and their descendants, the emperors and eternals who followed them to this place as well. He crossed through numerous realms, too many to count. Alas, this was still only one corner of the expanse. Some of the cultivators he met were quite famous back in 3 immortals. Many of them have greatly improved, going from the imperial progenitorial level to the immortal level. Some true emperors actually made it to the immortal level as well. Of course, a few also stagnated or became less powerful. The bold ones destroyed their previous path in order to start from scratch for an entirely new route. Everyone sought for something different in this vast and dangerous place. Someone like Emperor Zheng had obtained it all and wanted nothing else. Martial Ancestor continued to search for a unique path. Regalia only wished to live in peace. Back in 3 immortals, the progenitorial realm was considered the apex. This wasn't the case at the expanse. This realm was only the beginning. After obtaining this power, these progenitors could make different choices. Romances and friendships weren't lacking either. In fact, they were potentially more brilliant and beautiful given the dangerous circumstances. Li Qie entered a remote sea with a chaotic space. He jumped in and found an extremely cold domain. Everything was covered in a layer of ice. The ocean itself was frozen. One could see a sky-high tsunami in an ice form. Dragons from the water became ice sculptures along with other divine birds. All in all, these spectacles were magnificent. The cold bit deep into the bones. This level of coldness was rarely found in the outside world. In fact, even progenitors would have a hard time dealing with it. Li Qie himself was slightly caught off guard. The coldness here didn't come from nature but rather created. In other words, someone or something was the source of this terrible coldness lasting for eras. 1. This is a phrase from the Analects. Chapter 3202. Existences would have a terrible time trying to survive since progenitors themselves wouldn't last long. Li Qie crossed through the coldness to reach the depth of this place where the source was located. The awe-inspiring sight included a heavenly stream flowing in the sky like a river. The coldness emanating from it froze space itself. Strangely enough, the water itself wasn't frozen. There was a girl laying there, gorgeous enough to be called a fairy. The brush failed to describe her beauty. Many would start thinking, how can such a beautiful girl exist? She didn't belong to this world. Someone like her could only be found above the firmaments. Anyone would be mesmerized by her perfect features. Just not Li Qie. He focused on the water itself. Though it wasn't frozen, one could see tiny ice crystals floating in the stream. This meant that the coldness wasn't coming from the water but rather, the girl in there. He only glanced at the girl for a split second before looking away. This was enough for him to notice a red string tied around her waist and draping downward. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be blood. He followed the stream of blood and found that it was connected to another person sitting at the bottom of the water, completely frozen just like a statue. His face was still visible, peerlessly heroic and handsome. Time had left its mark on his face, but from his features, he was certainly extremely good-looking during his youth. Nonetheless, it gave him a mature appearance, a different style of charm. Li Qie also didn't focus on the middle-aged man. His eyes turned back towards the blood. Now, he found that it was actually flowing backward, not from top to bottom but the opposite. In other words, the man was sending his blood into the fairies, providing nourishment. Li Qie walked closer for a better look, but suddenly, the layer of ice around the man cracked and exploded. Who are you? A glint in the middle-aged man's eyes could pierce through time itself. Just a passerby. Li Qie smiled while rubbing his chin. The man heaved a sigh of relief since no animosity could be found on Li Qie. He cupped his fist for an introduction. My name is Xian Xiao, may I have yours? This name could definitely shock any listener, especially those from myriad lineage. Xian Xiao had crossed through more than 100 levels back in Bewildering Palace. He eventually found a coffin with a fairy inside. They then ascended to immortal lineage. Some believed that he was too lucky to make it that far. Others believed that this was due to his peerless abilities. All in all, everyone agreed that the two ascended to immortal lineage. Therefore, Xian Xiao became a symbol of good luck. Who else was as lucky as him in history? Able to find a fairy and enter immortal lineage so easily. He was truly the heavens' favorite. Afterward, plenty of other legends popped up. One stated that the two have gotten married. Another said that the fairy abandoned him to return to her immortal world. Xian Xiao couldn't forget her and entered the expanse searching. Some believed that he was a true emperor, others said progenitor. Today, Li Qie had met these two legendary characters. I know who you are. Li Qie smiled and looked up at the fairy. She is my wife. Why are you here, sir? Xian Xiao asked while becoming cautious. Don't worry, I'm not here for her. She is indeed valuable and highly coveted, but for me, it doesn't matter whether I have her or not. Plus, I won't take someone else's wife. Li Qie shook his head. I appreciate your kindness. Xian Xiao lowered his head towards Li Qie. Just know that the dead can't come back to life. Li Qie said while looking at the blood flowing out of the man. I know, but I still want to try no matter what. I must. Xian Xiao understood. Rebirth and reincarnation are taboo. Li Qie glanced at the fairy and shook his head. Sir, you know that cultivation is about defying heaven. Xian Xiao said seriously. We have done plenty of that in our life, why worry about one more? She's as dead as can be. No imprintation or traces left. Your wife has a special background, but I'm sure you know this. The high heaven won't allow it. The world itself won't allow it. Nothing will. Li Qie smiled. I know, but I will still do everything I can regardless of the consequences. This place is the expanse and 3 immortals. I don't care if the high heaven and the world won't allow it. It's fine as long as she can live on. Xian Xiao said with determination. Very well. Li Qie nodded approvingly and continued. She is extreme yin while you're extreme yang and extreme force. This physique is as rare as can be. I do agree that your young true blood gestating her yin blood might give her a chance to survive again. However, the odds are. Li Qie sighed without finishing. I know that it is awfully low, 1 in a billion. Xian Xiao paused for a bit before speaking. This is akin to creating a new life, not a domain we should interfere with. Yes, even the heaven is careful when it comes to granting life. Li Qie said seriously. Nonetheless, I still keep on trying. 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 years later, or until my last breath, I won't stop when there is still a chance to revive her. Xian Xiao said while looking at his wife with nothing but love in his eyes. Can't ask for more love than this. Li Qie commented. A while later he spoke with an earnest tone. Let's say that she will really come back to life despite the minuscule possibility. That possibility might not be what you want since it is taboo. It will be a terrible beginning, the start of a nightmare. I'm aware of what you're implying, sir. I know the possibilities and have thought about the possible solutions. Alas, I'm willing to face the consequences. Xian Xiao pondered for a long time before declaring. What if she wakes up and becomes the thing you don't want to see the most? Li Qie brought up something quite serious. He seemed to genuinely care about these two. Xian Xiao was staring at his wife. He slightly shuddered after hearing this, but Li Qie still caught it. He clenched his fists, clearly having an internal conflict. Chapter 3203. Xian Xiao stood there a long time, biting his lips while maintaining a firm expression. He seemed to be a man with a heart made of steel. Nothing could shake his conviction. I will personally take care of it. Xian Xiao said softly, but no one would question his determination. Yes, the burden shall be mine since I'm the one who started it. Xian Xiao took a deep breath and had a complicated glint in his eyes. He stared at her, seemingly recalling their time together. Li Qie sighed and didn't say anything else. He turned to leave. Sir, you're at the apex, 1,000 times greater than I. I wish to ask, is there anyone who would make you risk it all, that you would lose your life for? Xian Xiao shouted at his departing back. No. I am alone. Li Qie paused for a while before giving an answer. The apex is emotionless. Although that's not entirely true. You worry about the grand scheme of things while I'm bound by romance, I'm ashamed to say. Xian Xiao stared at Li Qie for a bit before replying. No one has the same pursuit in life and we mustn't judge them. You have the strongest physique possible and incredible talents. Your obsession with love also allows you to excel in the Tao. Li Qie turned around and smiled. It's just that our choices are different. I will not stop for anyone, that's my choice. You can call this being emotionless or selfish, it's fine. He continued. You're certainly not selfish or you wouldn't be here right now. There are things you must do and worry about, they move you to action. Xian Xiao finally showed a wide smile. Think what you will. Li Qie chuckled. Are you lonely? Xian Xiao earnestly asked. You're lonely, which is why you will pay any price to revive your wife. Her existence gives meaning to your life. Your unique physique and talents are meaningless and ephemeral without her. With her comes the spring and happiness. Li Qie didn't answer. You're right. Xian Xiao sighed and said, and I see now, your loneliness allows you to move forward. I wonder if this will ever change. Li Qie smiled and left without answering. Just one man. Just one is enough to save the ages, enough to change the course of history. Xian Xiao reflected afterward. He then looked up at the sky and murmured, it would be great if you were here with me. I miss you. Having said that, he sat back down and the extreme cold froze him again. It was as if Li Qie had never been here in the first place. Li Qie left this area and resumed his training. This wasn't the only thing in his mind since the dark existence hidden in the expanse also interested him. He wasn't trying too hard to find this being, but when an opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't miss the clues. Most importantly, this was his target to warm up. Of course, Li Qie was always one to plan before a battle. Thus, he needed to fully understand a few things beforehand. There was a bottomless abyss engulfed by darkness at the expanse. This place was his next destination. Eternal abyss, a dangerous area and a paradise for treasure seekers. It looked like the jaw of a great monster, ready to devour anyone and anything. It used to produce many divine rocks and stones, a great vein of resources. This made people forget about the danger here. A few supreme metals and rocks would appear beneath. Numerous progenitors and top characters would come here to find their desired materials. Later on, the terrible existence came to the abyss and refined this place before disappearing altogether. No progenitors wanted to visit afterward. The terrible existence had left a dreadful power here. Who knows what he was trying to do here? Alas, the remnant darkness was enough to poison even the most unyielding progenitor. Staying here meant undergoing a reckless mental test. The vast expanse had other minds available. No need to take the risk found in eternal abyss. Boom! The entire abyss quaked violently with waves rushing to the sky. Cracks appeared all over the walls of the abyss and they eventually crumbled. What's going on? Numerous masters in the expanse became startled. All eyes were on the abyss. They saw a domineering brilliance chasing away the darkness in a shocking manner. So strong, who is it? Is this a challenge? A progenitor wondered. Since the darkness was gone now, they could see a person meditating in the broken abyss. Immortal flames danced around him as if he was a true immortal. That's Xueqi, all right. One progenitor recognized him. Xueqi has been here long enough to meet many top existences in this place. His fame had spread as well. He's finally challenging the supreme existence. They knew what he wanted to do. In a sense, the darkness created from the refinement at the abyss was a symbol of the terrible existence's supremacy and authority. Now Xueqi had destroyed the abyss and swept away the darkness, a move akin to stomping on the dark being's symbol of authority. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Let's have a fight. Xueqi's leisure voice echoed across the expanse. This fiery form made him look like the only true immortal around. He seemingly possessed everlasting life and ultimate power. Everyone felt respect towards him since it has been several million years since someone dared to challenge this existence, especially alone. Will the being come out? Many watched with bated breath. The terrible existence had disappeared completely after the Great War back then along with many progenitors. However, there was no way this being was killed. Perhaps a more treacherous plot was being planned in the shadow. Many progenitors have tried to find the being's whereabouts to no avail. Now, Xueqi had declared a direct challenge. The spectators wondered if the terrible existence would actually accept it and show up. Chapter 3204. The true immortal sat in the meditative pose, looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All other masters were nothing more than ants before him. They could only stare with admiration and respect. The members of the Decemvirate wouldn't dare to oppose him. They didn't know why they were afraid of his pulsing light. Those who have met him before knew how frightening he was and his purpose. Those who haven't? They still knew that he was a monster judging by his current appearance. Buzz! The immortal light around him burst out. Each strand of light was akin to a portal leading to an immortal world. One of them was enough to shoulder 3,000 worlds. They weren't blinding like the explosion of 1,000 suns. However, even those back in 3 immortals could see the bright strands. Space and time no longer constrained them. People at the edge of the horizon or before him could see their strangely comforting flashes. People felt as if he was meditating right in front of them. He didn't exude any pressure, but everyone still became startled, feeling the urge to get on their knees. The strands reached 3 immortals, causing its inhabitants to look up towards the expanse. They saw lights blossoming there in a beautiful fashion. They looked just like immortal light. Has a true immortal descended to the expanse? One cultivator became shocked. Wait, prime progenitor maybe? One expert took a deep breath and blurted. Prime progenitor has become an immortal? This news took 3 immortals like a storm. Everyone got on their knees and started bowing in that direction. His ascension is a blessing for our world. Many even started crying. Though they couldn't watch this event in person, they were still shaken because this was the ultimate glory for 3 immortals. As for the old tree demon, he quietly watched the whole thing. Only characters at his level could gaze this deep into the expanse. Ultimately, all eyes were on Xueqi due to his impossible-to-miss radiance. In other words, those hiding in Redemption Lands or deeper in the expanse or other secretive areas still spotted this light. Therefore, the dark existence, wherever it was, had to notice this declaration of war as well. A pair of eyes opened at the bottom of the expanse in an incalculable place that was impossible to find. This person had shrouded all of their auras. Even if one was standing inches away from this being, they still wouldn't be able to notice the eyes or its movement. The eyes watched Xueqi's radiance without a single ripple of emotions. It seemed to be the calmest spectator in the world, a stark contrast to even the progenitors. Xueqi continued to meditate in that spot. The flow of time seemingly stopped. A long period passed and the dark existence still didn't show up to accept the challenge. Keep on hiding, I'll find and kill you all the same. Li Qie finally got up and left this comment behind for the listeners everywhere. A fight is inevitable. The top masters realized this after hearing Li Qie's determination. Maybe it's time to sweep through the expanse and end this all. One progenitor murmured. These top masters realized the looming threat to the expanse and three immortals as long as the dark existence was around. Alas, they have tried to destroy it to no avail. Li Qie didn't mind the refusal to fight. He marched onward across the expanse to traverse the dangerous lands and kill monsters as preparation. Of course, he wasn't preparing for this dark existence but rather the creation of his epic. This was his ultimate goal here at Three Immortals and the Expanse. No place was more suitable than the Expanse to serve as a foundational block for his epic. The next area he entered was one of eternal night. Daylight didn't have a place here. Boom! A beast crushed the sky and made the stars fall down. It clearly had a power similar to a progenitor. Of course, this wasn't rare at all. Many gigantic monsters here were so powerful that progenitors didn't want to provoke them. This beast's target was an old man who was using treasures and the myriad Dao to stop its onslaught. He had gray hair but still a young, friendly face, almost like the god of longevity in the paintings. A mystical Dao order engulfed him. He stood on top of a shoal rock, completely immovable. Meanwhile, the beast launched a relentless assault. Due to his old age, he needed to use pills in order to replenish his vitality and energy. This still wasn't enough to deal with the ferocious beast. Alas, the old man clearly wanted to protect the shoal rock. The two were clearly contesting it. This piece of shoal rock didn't look that special. Gray and could be found anywhere else. Scram. Li Qie arrived and waved his hand, releasing a peerless grand Dao power. The beast got blown into the ocean, causing a massive splash. It knew that Li Qie was terrible and let out a soft cry before running for its life. I appreciate your saving me, sir. The old man bowed towards Li Qie despite being a progenitor. However, by this point, everyone knew Li Qie now in the Expanse, the man who challenged the Dark Lord. Get up. Li Qie said, you should change your title from Alchemy Immortal to Alchemy Idiot, about to throw your life away for this item. You would have been in that beast's stomach eventually. I've been watching this thing for 100,000 years by this point. It's hard to let it go. The old man turned red with an awkward smile. Chapter 3205. Yes, this old man was Alchemy Immortal, the progenitor of Longevity Valley. In myriad lineage, everyone knew that he didn't partake in a regular style of cultivation, only in alchemy. This made his alchemy Dao quite peerless. Some even said that he could create pills that can grant immortality. Of course, this was only a legend. Nonetheless, the pills made by him were highly coveted. If one were found, it would be sold at a sky-high price. Many would try to seize it no matter what. Alchemy Immortal was quite famous among the progenitors in the Expanse. He was only average in terms of actual cultivation, unable to compete with the brilliant ones. However, many respected him because he could craft pills that can prolong lifespan or cure injuries. That's why even the strongest progenitors would need to ask him for help eventually. For example, in the case of qi deviation or problems with cultivation. Thus, a few progenitors stronger than him would call him older brother to show respect. Alas, he didn't care for any of this, for his heart was set on the Tao of alchemy. He spent his time refining pills and searching for materials. His footsteps could be found all over the Expanse. He knew more about the locations of alchemy materials than anyone at the Expanse. He has been guarding this particular material for 100,000 years. Today was a special day because it was near maturity. That's why the beast earlier came for it. He wasn't a match for the beast but still didn't want to give up after spending so much time and effort already. Fortunately, Li Qie came and saved him. There's no alchemy when you're dead. Li Qie shook his head. The old man naturally understood this, but he was too caught up with the Tao of alchemy. Whenever he found a good ingredient, roots seemed to grow at the bottom of his feet and he couldn't leave. Suddenly, the shoal rock below him started cracking. It's coming out. His eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms with excitement. The rock dispersed like sands into the waves. It became smaller and smaller until the water covered it completely. Starry night coral, only found in the night ocean. 8 million years just to have one, then another million years till death. Lichia watched and said, "Your knowledge puts me to shame." Alchemy Immortal said. Very few people knew this rock beneath him. Lichia only smiled in response. Pop. Golden light strands came out of the dispersing rock. Eventually, the thing inside became exposed. A long shell, golden from top to bottom, with a spiral pattern that looked like the rotation of the heaven and earth. A tiny jade-like tentacle came out of the shell with a sweet fragrance spreading afar. It seemed to notice something dangerous and quickly pulled back into the shell before shooting out with lightning speed. However, Alchemy Immortal was ready and grasped it with greater speed. The thing struggled but couldn't escape. Golden Longevity Leech finally got it after 100,000 years. He laughed with happiness. Normally, progenitors had a stable Tao heart and wouldn't feel emotions too easily. This wasn't the case for Alchemy Immortal. Finding good materials truly gave him matchless excitement and joy. This leech was quite rare. It loved alchemy materials, especially this type of coral. The latter required many years to reach maturity, thus finding a leech like this was extremely difficult. No wonder why the alchemist was so patient. An old folk prescription for longevity medicine. I'm not sure the result will be good. Lichia knew what he was trying to do right away. You're right, but I have eaten too many ingredients so they have lost their effectiveness. I have to try something different despite knowing the low probability. The old man smiled wryly. As the best pill maker in the world, he naturally consumed more pills than anyone else. Thus, pills became less effective for him versus anyone else. A good swimmer is more likely to drown. Lichia chuckled. I lacked moderation during my youth. My Tao heart wasn't firm enough to realize this logic. Now it's too late. I have already abused too much. The alchemist said. During his youth, he could already refine incredible pills because of his talents. Others had no chance of eating pills of that level, yet he ate them like rice. Alas, this actually left negative side effects on top of causing him to be dependent on pills. As time went on, they became less effective and he needed higher grades of pills. He couldn't defeat this addiction. Lichia shook his head. He has seen this situation too many times before. Will you come visit my place for a bit? The alchemist invited Lichia since it was rare to meet such a peerless existence. Sure. Lichia had just finished training in a dangerous ground and didn't have anything else to do. This way. The happy alchemist led the way. They crossed through many dimensions and made it to the alchemist's place. The alchemist wasn't staying alone. His home was a sealed domain covered in fog and mist, a very powerful formation. A progenitor would find it hard to enter without knowing the entry method. This particular domain was a glimmering ocean with plenty of large islands. It wouldn't be unreasonable to call them continents due to their size. This place was very lively with numerous cities and more than 1 million inhabitants. One would think that they were back in Three Immortals. Divine peaks hid among the clouds. Cranes played in the sky while birds pulled carriages in this peaceful paradise. This place was undoubtedly another minor dimension. The alchemist introduced. Several friends and I built this place together. We had other companions with us who decided to stay here and start a home. Lichia wasn't surprised to hear this. Progenitors didn't come along to the expanse. They brought along their generals and strongest followers. Thus, these people eventually had offsprings. That's why some progenitors didn't return to Three Immortals since the expanse had become their new home. Chapter 3206. Alchemy Immortal lived alone on a peak. His young learners immediately came out to greet them and prepared firewood for boiling. Next, he told them to invite several old friends. A while later, 3 progenitors arrived. Their presence caused visual phenomena above such as clouds and rains. The inhabitants in this world naturally knew that their progenitors had gathered. They naturally became curious. The progenitorial aura created golden springs and blooming lotuses, adding to this beautiful paradise. These 3 friends are staying with me in this land. It is thanks to their effort that this place is so prosperous now. Alchemy Immortal introduced them to Lichia. On the other hand, I rarely stay in one place and haven't done much for it. Brother, you're being too humble. This wouldn't be possible without your alchemy materials. One of the 3 smiled and shook his head. This is Brother Yang Radiance, Brother Pure Yang, and Brother Resting Bull. We have lived here together for who knows how many years. The alchemist became sentimental. These three progenitors were quite famous back in myriad lineage and have left behind their Tao system. Yang Radiant's progenitor's title was the same as his name, Wang Yangming, the progenitor of Yang Radiant system. He used to be a student at Academy of Light before coming up with the bright heart scripture to become a progenitor. Wang Yangming was a middle-aged man with a feather fan and a cloth cap, as scholarly as can be. The absence of his progenitorial aura would cause others to mistake him as a strategist or a teacher from a private school. Pure Yang progenitor also wore a feathered robe with the visual phenomenon of a blazing sun behind him. He himself felt like a rising radiant sun. His system had the same name. Resting Bull progenitor was a hybrid with a human body and a bull head. He could swallow the sun and moon just like a divine bull with a majestic aura. He had a muscular and tall frame, seemingly able to shoulder the entire sky. His resting bull system faltered due to a lack of a successor. Its territory became ruins. Later on, Elucidation True Emperor found his scripture and restored the entire system. After finishing their introduction, the alchemist introduced Li Qia. This gentleman is, no need, we know who he is. Who in the expanse doesn't know him right now? Resting Bull interrupted him and smiled before bowing towards Li Qia. The other two also bowed and said, "Welcome, sir. You are a dragon visiting our humble abode. It is an honor." The three of them were famous and have accomplished plenty of great deeds. Today, they assumed the role of juniors before Li Qia. He casually accepted their showing of respect. The five of them sat down while the alchemist's young learners prepared tea for them. Li Qia played along and took his time enjoying his tea. A while later, he placed the cup down and looked at the four. "I heard a few progenitors say that the four of you participated in the war back then." The four became frozen for a bit before exchanging glances. "Surviving is quite impressive," Li Qia added. Wang Yangming was the first to put down his cup and sighed before answering. "It was a very long time ago and it's not really a secret or anything. Many friends in the expanse know about it. We're among the very few survivors," Resting Bull added, "or to put it frankly, we escaped earlier so everyone has their own opinions on it. They have asked about it before and we clearly told them why." Pure Yang revealed a natural smile. Alas, there was a faint hint of disappointment, helplessness in their expression. They also wrung their wrist beneath the table. Zither Empress and her followers had a call to arms. The alchemist softly said, "I was good at medicine so I told these three to join with me so that we can contribute to help the future of three immortals. The four of us followed one Tao brother to the battlefield. He is the strongest among us." Resting Bull continued the story. "His cultivation is unfathomable on top of being wise and resourceful. Certain things happened next, causing this Tao brother to make certain choices." Wang Yangming said seriously, "This ended our part in the war. He threw himself into the darkness." Li Qia smiled, speaking without hesitation unlike these four. The four of them had an ugly expression and a forced smile, clearly confirming Li Qia's comment. "Yes. We don't know what caused him to do so but this choice happened too suddenly. He was an amazing person, whether it be his cultivation or his contribution. Both are virtually peerless. He had done a lot for three immortals." Yangming took a deep breath. "I know." Li Qia knew exactly who they were talking about. A member of the Decemvirate is indeed powerful with plenty of accomplishments. Their aspirations and heart are exceptional as well. The four of them had a bitter smile. They refrained from saying anything malicious about this person. One could easily see their respect for him in the past. "The war was tough. We toughed it out through the troubles with true sincerity." Resting Bull sighed while recalling the past, feeling terrible as a result. "I still don't know why he made that choice. Didn't Zither Empress manage to persevere?" He mumbled. The four clearly loved their Tao brother since they have been through life or death scenarios together. Though we didn't know why he did it, our goals became different so we stopped following him. He didn't make it difficult for us either. No attempt at recruiting us. We eventually went our separate ways, a breakup on bad terms. Wang Yangming said with regrets. "This is the reason why we left the war early and why some misunderstood us." The alchemist said. "We stopped going outside and talking to the others." Pure Yang smiled. They left the war in dejection and stayed in this dimension with the exception of the alchemist who continued to search for materials. They no longer socialized with the other progenitors. Their Tao heart was certainly firm, but even a member of the Decemvirate had fallen. This made them more cautious, wanting to be reclusive and maintaining a certain distance with the outside world. This was one way to protect their home. Fortunately, the war eventually ended. It might not be a good end, but it still ended all the same. The goal wasn't met, but the darkness was contained, no longer ravaging the expanse. The Dark Ones have disappeared for a long time now. Yang Ming said. Those who participated in this war didn't wish to talk about it more than they have to. 1. I spent so much time looking up these names from 1,000 chapters ago. I should have saved them. Didn't expect for these guys to be brought up again too. Zhuge Liang wears this type of hat. Chapter 3207. Their friend, a member of the Decemvirate, still faltered to the darkness. This was too much of a blow for the group to take. That's why they disliked talking about it and carefully chose their words when the conversation was necessary. Everyone has a different perspective and choice. Then there's the issue of the Tao heart. Li Qie wasn't interested in this story. Not just one, right? There were more than one dark beings back then. Li Qie smiled, getting straight to the point. The group exchanged glances. Wang Yangming nodded and said, yes, we don't know how many there were, but only one should be left though. We joined relatively late and didn't know all the details. Outside of Zither Empress and Fire Ancestors group, 9 Secrets and Bao Pu should know more. Right, the war had been raging for a while once we got to the expanse. Maybe even before Bao Pu's time. The alchemist added. From what we know, the dark existences have been here for a long time. In the beginning, the 3 immortals were in charge, then Bao Pu, Fire Ancestor, Dragon Ancestor, and Zither Empress joined later. For some unknown reason later, the 3 immortals disappeared as far as we know, so the Empress group took over. She's the one who recruited us. Yangming mused and said. In fact, this war wasn't always active, there were pauses and such. Pure Yang joined in, but the period after our involvement was definitely the conclusion. It ended not long after our retreat. Interesting. Li Qie rubbed his chin with amusement. He knew more than them about certain things but was still interested in a few details. There should be 2 dark existences during our time there. One of them had a plan and gathered many monsters. Some from 3 immortals also joined him. Pure Yang said. Very few did so during this period. Later on, I heard the 3 immortals got involved, so the dark existence lost and fled. Zither Empress and the others pressed on and tried to find it. Wang Yangming said. There's still one more. Li Qie knew everything about this defeated existence. The other one hid so well. We've never seen it in action and only killed its henchmen on the battlefield. Yangming said. Not to mention us, I think very few people have actually met it. The alchemist shook his head. I've talked to Zither Empress, but she herself has never seen it. Fire Ancestor saw it at least. Resting Bull added. I'm sure of it. That's why the Expanse felt the wrath of the Forefather. It must have been something more than just Fire Ancestor succumbing to the darkness. Fire Ancestor did. Li Qie confirmed with a nod. All in all, this existence is hiding so well. I believe the 3 immortals are looking for it too. Some believe that it has never shown up ever since it got here. Maybe only that one rock at the abyss saw it, no one else. Pure Yang sighed. He was referring to the black rock suppressed on the expedition ship. All eyes were on Li Qie now because he was the one who destroyed the abyss and the darkness there. I haven't been to the abyss since the darkness and don't know what this being did there. The alchemist said. A Tao portal, but its plan failed, probably to the 3 immortals. However, it's still left in time. Li Qie smiled. Yes, there's no way it dares to show up when the 3 immortals are after it. I think even Fire Ancestor and the others don't know where it is in the expanse. Resting Bull said. This being is far scarier than the one that lost. It has just been hiding and poisoning people. Many monsters and even progenitors joined the darkness as a result. Yangming paused for a bit. His expression became dejected. In the final battle, to tell you the truth, we simply fought our own people. The thing never showed up at all and didn't lose anything. The other 3 sighed after hearing this. They were actually present during this period of the war. It was a terrible feeling to fight those who used to be their brothers. I'm sure it has an even more sinister plan. We just don't know about it. Yangming went on. Indeed,
It is afraid of being found since 3 immortals will not let this go.
Li Qie smiled. That's why it didn't show up to answer your public challenge. It won't care for face and reputation, only obtaining the end result through any means necessary. Pure Yang said. Everyone knew that this existence certainly heard the challenge. It just chose to ignore it. It's understandable. If it were to show up, the 3 immortals in your group won't be trying to fight it one-on-one. Li Qie laughed. The group chuckled in response. This was indeed the case. Their alliance would do anything necessary in order to kill this dark existence. This applied to the 3 immortals as well. There won't be peace when it is still around. A calamity will come one day because of its nefarious plan. The 3 immortals are worrying about this. Yang Ming said. It is very composed and patient, virtues of a successful man. Li Qie said, in the case of success, everything will be over. The 3 immortals won't be able to defend your world. The 4 progenitors' expressions soured. Though they didn't want to return to 3 immortals, they still didn't want it to be destroyed. Plus, the expanse probably wouldn't fare much better by this point. No one can do anything if it keeps on hiding. Resting Bull said. No rush, at least it knows about the new problem now, plus, it will come out eventually, just a matter of time. Li Qie revealed a grin. The 4 progenitors were surprised to see Li Qie's confidence. Countless methods across millions of years have failed to draw this dark existence out. They couldn't think of what Li Qie could do to be successful in this impossible endeavor. Chapter 3208. The conversation lasted for a long time pertaining to the expanse, the dark existences, and the previous battles. Of course, the 4 progenitors were worried about the hidden existence the most, hoping that Li Qie could kill it. The dark being will absolutely return, and once it does, it'll be fully prepared. All of the expanse will be at risk of falling to the darkness. No one will be able to escape. We can't just worry about ourselves. Wang Yangming concluded. The 4 were rightfully worried because they didn't want to lose their second home. Alas, this dark existence was too good at hiding. Of course, Li Qie only smiled. He had his own plans and didn't need to rush. Li Qie didn't linger for long. He decided to leave after getting the information required. I pray for your triumphant. You will definitely be able to kill that dark existence, sir. The group expressed good wishes to him. Yes, no rush though. I can kill it whenever. I have other businesses to take care of right now. Li Qie smiled, then said goodbye to the 4. He crossed through the expanse for more Dao enlightenment in order to perfect his laws. As he said, he wasn't in a rush to find and kill the dark existence. In his opinion, as long as it was still around in the expanse, he would have the chance to kill it eventually. It was only a matter of time once it showed up. A long period passed afterward as he traversed the land. He pushed his supreme grand Dao to the apex while polishing his laws for the new epic. Both were essential in order to create an epic. All the other Dao and cultivation methods would be derived from these 2 things. Strangely enough, he didn't go looking for trouble. Trouble came to him this time. Ferocious monsters including beasts and poisonous insects gathered into numerous groups. They assembled into a massive legion. One could hear horns blaring everywhere in the expanse as more creatures joined this great legion. Tsunami could be seen everywhere in the expanse. From the bottom of the ocean, a colossal devil turtle the size of a continent started crawling. A skeletal whale could be seen as well. In the sky was another gigantic 3-headed dragon pulsing with draconic aura. All in all, the sky was blotted out by this legion heading for Li Qie. This mighty mobilization naturally alarmed many existences in the expanse, including the progenitors. The 4 great monsters are teaming up and recruiting the other monsters in their territories. One progenitor immediately recognized their leaders. They want revenge against Sir Li Qie. Everyone understood their intention after seeing their path. The 9 great monsters used to reign over 9 separate regions. They were dangerous and intelligent with plenty of followers. Ordinary progenitors wouldn't dare to provoke them. Recently, Li Qie had shown no mercy and massacred everything in his path. 5 of the great monsters and their nests have been taken down by him along with millions of beasts. The remaining 4 immediately felt that they needed to do something about this threat. They realized that Li Qie didn't just randomly kill some of them. He intended on killing all 9. Thus, this beastly crusade against him was necessary. Many monsters have been afraid and running away from him, choosing to hide. Now, this alliance gave them hope in killing him.
Blood will stain the ocean again.
One progenitor commented. The waves of beasts were a magnificent scene. Since so many of them have gathered, Lichia's area seemed tiny in comparison. Just their stampede alone could destroy everything. Junior, today's your last. The devil turtle roared. It was one of the remaining 4 great monsters. Rumble. They issued the order to attack. The rest of the expanse quaked from the onslaught. How futile. Another progenitor spectated and shook his head. Most people were watching with their heavenly gaze by now. This progenitor was right. This alliance was going to their death. These 4 monsters might have killed progenitors before, but they stood 0 chance against Lichia. Boom! A punch of annihilation was the answer. The destructive shockwaves broke through everything like dried branches. Boom! 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 The punch nearly flipped over this part of the ocean. The calm water turned into the most violent tsunami. One could see the bottom now. There was no scream or howl. Nearly all the monsters who lunged at him turned into blood and painted the tsunami red. These monsters couldn't resist at all and were annihilated by the energy of the punch. They didn't even see his hand movement. The strongest ones leaped for the sky, wanting to escape. Alas, he slapped his palms together and unleashed a thunderous sound edge. Even those at the deepest crevice of the sky vault were instantly decapitated. Blood rained down in this area along with deafening blasts as huge corpses slammed onto the water that has fallen back down. Chapter 3209. The spectating progenitors have seen plenty of things in their life. Some of them have done their fair share of massacres. Alas, they were still shaken all the same by this brutal feat. Remember, not a single one of these monsters was weak. They dominated their own region without a problem. Just 2 moves from him were enough to kill countless beasts. The worst part was how effortless it was. They didn't even have the chance to scream, let alone fight back. Not even a member of the Decemvirate could kill this legion in the blink of an eye. Boom! Crack! Lichia stomped down on the continental turtle. Ah! It screamed and struggled, crushing numerous seamounts. Unfortunately, it couldn't get out from beneath his foot. Ah! Eventually, the shell broke and blood gushed out like a flood. Remember, this turtle was one of the 9 great monsters. Its physical toughness was insane, capable of withstanding ancestral weapons. As for its shell, it could be the toughest continent in existence, virtually impossible to break. Nonetheless, its body was cracking inch by inch from the force exerted by Lichia's stomp. Splash! The remaining flesh and blood splattered away like a torrent of mud and stones. The turtle was as dead as could be. Meanwhile, he reached for the neck of the gigantic dragon. It tried to spew out its vilest toxic flame but couldn't. Its claws and tail struggled and tore space apart yet still failed to hurt him. As he slowly closed his fingers, its neck started to break. It couldn't even scream. Its body disintegrated from the force with blood gushing down like a waterfall. Eventually, he added more force and made the entire thing explode. Nothing was left of this dragon, another of the 9 great beasts. At the same time, the ferocious whale opened its jaw, waiting to rip his other leg off. He suddenly grew as large as can be, nearly causing the bottom of the ocean to cave downward. Boom! His foot became large enough to jam the whale's mouth. Its dreadful teeth were as sharp as swords but all were broken now. The sides of its mouth were torn off and he didn't stop there, seemingly wanting to crush the entire whale. It roared furiously in pain but could only get out muffled groans. Eventually, he crushed its stomach and its inner organs spilled out in a disgustingly nauseating manner. Crack! He pulled back his foot then decided to tear the fish into 2 halves. Its corpse floated on the ocean like 2 large continents. Another of the 10 has fallen. The last one suffered the most. It tried to deliver a fatal blow but couldn't even get close to him. Pop! Crack! First came a pop, then the sounds of bone breaking. Lichia pierced through its body with his finger, instantly destroying all of its bones. This massive monster exploded into a bloody mist afterward. It never even got close enough to him to do anything. This part of the ocean became awfully quiet. The seawater seemed to have been replaced with blood. This stench might last for 1,000 years. The spectators shuddered while looking at this hellish scene. 4 great monsters and their legion were decimated without a single survivor. This domineering massacre couldn't be done by just anyone. Plus, someone with this power wouldn't have done it in such a brutal manner. The progenitors could see that Li Qie wasn't as harmless as his appearance would indicate. He would kill anyone who stands in his way without showing any mercy. The Dark Lord got a tough foe this time. One progenitor said. The hidden Dark Lord has been making everyone anxious. However, this fierce newcomer seemed determined to kill. No one would question his murderous intent by this point, that he would stay true to his words about killing the Dark Lord. How boring, not even a chance to train. Li Qie patted his hands and shook his head. This made the progenitors smile wryly. That legion earlier couldn't withstand a few moves from him. It obviously wasn't a good training session. It seemed that not even a member of the Decemvirate would be a decent sparring partner for him. He has been training long enough to perfect his supreme Grand Dao. Moreover, he had enough power to start a new epic now. The only ones at the Expanse capable of truly fighting him were the hidden Dark Lord and the three immortals. Some brilliant progenitors have met the three immortals before. For example, Zither Empress. These three beings used to be around a long time ago but eventually stopped showing up for some reason. Thus, Zither Empress, Bao Pu, and Fire Ancestor became their messengers. Eventually, they stopped sending information, seemingly evaporating from thin air. Total domination. One progenitor commented. Finally someone who can control the Expanse after so many years, this is good. The three immortals used to be in charge before but they weren't as ruthless as Li Qie. Later on, the dark existences also terrorized the Expanse but lacked total control. They preferred to work in the shadows. Now Li Qie's style was as direct as can be, killing everyone in his way with wanton regards. Even the strongest foes would still fall before him. I hope it will come out soon so peace can return. Another became hopeful. They wanted the battle between Li Qie and the dark existence to happen as soon as possible. The threat from the latter was just too great. Even Fire Ancestor fell to its whispers. They didn't know whether their Dao heart would be firm enough to withstand the same experience. Chapter 32:10. Li Qie left after killing the four great monsters and their legion. Peace returned to the Expanse afterward. Wherever he went, the monsters there would hide and tremble at the bottom, not daring to utter a single sound. Some even ran before his arrival, millions and millions of miles away. His fame and reputation preceded him. He was even more notorious than the dark existence due to his painting the ocean red. He stopped finding monsters to kill and simply entered the dangerous grounds to see the mysterious creations of the universe. They were also smart enough to not cause any more trouble. After so many years of researching and polishing, he had reached a peak beyond anyone else. He was ready to create an eternal outline thanks to his unique path. 1,000 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Li Qie had seen countless profound creations by this point. Today, he meditated in an area in a Zen state, almost becoming a statue. Another 500 years flew by. The Expanse was still as peaceful as ever. No demon or monster ravaged the land. The dark existence didn't show up either. Well, he wouldn't notice any changes in the world regardless. Another 500 years gone by in accordance with the worldly order and rotation. Buzz. This ended with a radiance exuding from Li Qie. The specks of dirt on his body disintegrated. His body became freed from all impurities with a natural grand Dao and supreme temperament. Buzz. A Dao rhythm emerged in the entire Expanse. Everything else started harmonizing with it. A new order emerged with a blinding radiance. The myriad laws had life once more. A supreme power seemed to be awakening and proliferating. Clank, clank, clank. Laws including those dictating the Dao, life, and natural orders all emerged. Spatial laws began circling in the sky. One earth law stretched out of the ocean. A life law swam back and forth in the endless water. All cultivators who trained in the Dao could sense this change. The strongest among them began losing control of their own grand Dao. The members of both the Decemvirate and 10 Radiants found their own grand Dao wanting to leave their body. They activated their best merit laws but still couldn't suppress this development. The entire world has been affected by this new rhythm. This was an unprecedented power never seen by anyone before. It began reconstructing the orders of the Expanse. Everything needed to obey. Thus, many tried to find the source and found Li Qie. Billions of grand Dao formed layers around him and created an eternal domain. Li Qie was its creator and ruler, capable of actually creating life within this domain, acting as the high heaven. Though he was incredibly far away, they felt as if he was right in front of them. Time and space no longer confined him. Even a blind person could see this glorious existence. He had imprinted his mark in everyone's soul. All possible laws in existence were going there and lining up in a particular order. They came from the clouds, the oceans, and the various fabrics of reality. This looked like an army inspection where all the soldiers conversed, waiting for their generals and king to arrive.
Laws, some of you are still not here yet?
His casual words became a supreme and eternal mantra. The laws and Grand Tao heard him. They seemed to be stretching out their necks so that he would notice them. None wanted to be left behind. They acted as if not being seen by him would be akin to being abandoned by this new order. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Grand Tao finally surged out of the progenitor's body. Remember, these progenitors have all created a unique Tao belonging to themselves. Alas, all were gone now. These Grand Tao and secret laws flew to the sky and exuded blinding lights. For example, Alchemy Immortal's Grand Tao transformed into a medicinal lotus with an intense fragrance. Emperor Zheng's Grand Tao took the form of a mighty star atlas. Martial Ancestor's Grand Tao was a white tiger lunging and roaring. These Grand Tao hovered in the sky in a shocking manner. The most brilliant progenitors weren't spared from astonishment. I am Lord, heaven and earth are my subjects, the Grand Tao are my followers. Li Qie's voice echoed across the realms. Each word turned into the highest order of mantra and imprinted itself into time and space. Tao Lord. He stood up and declared. This became the final conclusion, the ultimate ironclad order. His might frightened the myriad ages. All Tao and laws prostrated before him, ready to obey all of his orders. By this point, he could easily create these progenitorial Grand Tao or break the progenitor's ultimate techniques. He stood at the apex of the Tao with no one worthy to be his peers. All masters in the expanse got on their knees. Even the world itself had become his subject. The rest had no choice but to show their loyalty. Tao Lord. Everyone murmured this title. I am Lord, heaven and earth are my subjects, the Grand Tao are my followers. Some understood that when Li Qie spoke this line, he had finished establishing a foundation for the new epoch. This was the raising of the curtain. A new epoch was about to begin and he was its creator. I wonder if 3 immortals will be a part of it? One progenitor became emotional. Chapter 32:11. The phrase served as the foundation of an entire epoch. Everyone felt nothing but respect for the new Tao Lord. In a seclusive and incalculable location at the expanse, a pair of eyes narrowed and flashed once before disappearing again. This person remained cautious despite the safety of this area. Numerous masters were still searching for it. The supreme Tao rhythm eventually dispersed. The laws and Tao of the world returned to their original rotation. Progenitors heaved with relief once their Grand Tao returned to their body. Just imagine, their supreme Grand Tao escaped their control just now. This was a terrible feeling, a cause for worries. It meant that they would be fish on the chopping board regardless of how strong they used to be. Akin to a mortal. The return of their Grand Tao meant that their power was back again. Li Qie crossed through space and traveled more across the expanse. He visited many incredible areas. Today was a ruin from an older age. It contained chaotic space along with the cycles of life and karma. The place was covered in resplendent starlights of various colors. This made it seem like a dream world. It had profundities worth researching. Progenitors tried their best here and couldn't grasp 10% of the mysteries here. Rumor has it that the 3 immortals and the top progenitors have been here before. Some even added the dark existences to this list. All in all, the place was extremely famous. Newcomers to the expanse would eventually come here for a look. Something big was happening today. The colorful chaotic temporal flow was forced back into order. They became rainbows of time and started flowing above the ruins. In this place, Li Qie was testing the various profundities and exerting control over them. Both the cycles of life and karma seemed like mature peaches that have been casually taken by him and peeled, exposing the soft texture and plentiful juice, as wondrous as can be. So many progenitors were watching Li Qie pulling the ruins back into order in astonishment and awe. They have come here before and knew the difficulties present. Just learning 10% of this place was an amazing achievement. Now Li Qie mastered it in such a perfect manner, not to mention the little time it took. He's at an unreachable height. A member of the Decemvirate commented. Li Qie did something that a progenitor couldn't even after trying for a lifetime. Maybe above the three immortals too. One who has seen the three immortals quietly said. They recalled their feelings when they saw the three immortals the first time in the past. Shock and fear. Though the world considered their realm to be the peak, they found themselves no different from little children compared to the three immortals. There was a long path to go and more room for growth after sufficient training. However, they thought that they would never be able to reach that height. The three immortals should be the paragons of their world. Nothing could be greater. There was no higher peak until today. Some felt that Li Qie might have surpassed the three immortals already. Will he become a true immortal? This beckoned the question. The three immortals themselves have said that they didn't reach this level. What about Li Qie? There existed a star above the expanse, able to swallow all types of light yet still being the darkest star. Its nature made it impossible to find, but many progenitors were aware of its existence. Its name was Hidden Tao Star. It contained mystical arts and Tao, coveted by virtually all cultivators. Just figuring out the mysteries of this star at an elementary level would be awfully beneficial. Alas, it was too dangerous. Entering meant risking never being able to leave. Their own Tao and fortunes could be swallowed by the star. Today, Li Qie had arrived. He opened his immortal-like eyes and unleashed a primordial light. The star's mysteries had no place to hide from his gaze. Even hidden Tao can't hide from him. The spectating progenitors couldn't believe it and became envious. They heard loud rumbles the moment he activated his grand Tao. Everything from the star poured down and became his. This was akin to someone standing at the entrance of a treasury. They simply opened their pocket and all the jewels and treasures inside competed to get in there. Some have tried and failed to get a single art. Now he had gotten all of them. There couldn't be a bigger harvest. What a difference. It's so frustrating. Another member of the Decemvirate revealed a bitter smile. Others felt the same way. A few among them spent several 100,000 years there and only obtained one law. 8 Edges Mountain, Saint Breath Ocean, Endless Well. Li Qie eventually visited all of these famous locations in the expanse and took everything worthwhile. He's treating the expanse like his own house. One progenitor helplessly smiled. There's no secret here for him. His friend sighed. Many top cultivators thought that the expanse was cryptic with too many secrets. This wasn't the case for Li Qie during his journey. Thus, the progenitors came up with another conclusion. If the entire expanse couldn't hide from him, then that dark existence shouldn't be able to either. Chapter 32:12. Everything Li Qie had done so far was in preparation for his new epic, from establishing a foundation to readying its orders. The dangerous areas and their mysteries couldn't hide from him at all. The most obscured and cryptic laws would eventually be deciphered and added to his repertoire. The places considered dreadful by others all fell into his grasp. Time came to a stop during his journey. 1,000 years were no different than the blink of an eye to him. Moreover, the expanse started changing due to his influence. The dangers found here gradually disappeared, such as the sea monsters that once rampaged the seas. His supreme grand Tao had reached maturity after he saw virtually all of the expanse, the same with his tree. It was time to open the new epic. Thus, he decided to go into seclusive training. He didn't bother finding a secret place for safety reasons. He picked a random sea and sealed the area before sitting down. His seal condensed the myriad laws. The grand Tao became as tough as steel. Karma became the gate. The samsara became the cornerstone. Yin-yang served as a line of defense. Time acted as an offensive force. The area immediately became an impregnable fortress, perhaps the most dangerous place in the expanse. No one could break through this seal. Doing so would result in swift retribution, ending with being rendered to ashes. From the distance, all of the various affinities making up this seal transformed into a crystallized form. They seemed unbreakable to say the least. Li Qie is cultivating. Many progenitors and masters became startled. The power of the seal simply sent out a massive shockwave. Even one strand of energy alone could destroy a progenitor. Thus, everyone immediately knew what he wanted to do. Still, one master took a deep breath. The guy was both shaken by the sheer power present in the seal but most importantly, why? Li Qiye was already monstrous enough. In case of success, just how dreadful would he become? Progenitors shuddered because they weren't close to being on the same level as him. What if Li Qiye took another step forward? The brilliant progenitors had a hard time imagining it. Breaking through the apex? A true immortal with everlasting life?
One member of the decemvirate murmured.
Everlasting life was a goal for all progenitors and masters. That's the main reason why they came to the expanse. Unfortunately, regardless of their diligent efforts and talents, they still couldn't make it to the end of this path. No one has been successful. Maybe Li Qiye had a chance if this session yielded fruit. This matter naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some would occasionally pay attention to the changes found here, wanting to know Li Qiye's future height. However, 1 year passed and nothing happened in the crystallized seal. 2 years, the same story. 3 years, nothing. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. 3,000 years. 30,000 years. 100,000 years. The sea remained sealed and impenetrable. No one knew what was going on inside with Li Qiye. 100,000 years weren't that long for progenitors in the expanse. However, it was definitely a long period for others. 300,000 years went by in the blink of an eye. Still nothing. Meanwhile, numerous changes happened in each world. Talents and heroes fell. Unknown mortals rose to greatness. Dao systems turned to ashes, replaced by another. New progenitors emerged in 3 immortals. More heaven's wills appeared in the 9 worlds, meaning more immortal emperors. The 13 continents were as lively as ever with waves of talents from all the races. Immortal monarchs, heaven emperors, and divine emperors. Alas, the crystallized seal remained the same. People grew to forget about it. Back in the 9 worlds, the people have forgotten about their prime emperor, the man with 13 palaces. His stories turned into history, then legends. Some began questioning his existence. In the 13 continents, the man called fiercest who suppressed the 3 great races was also forgotten. The humans who used to take pride in him stopped talking about him. In 3 immortals, future generations always brought up the darkness descend because of the bloody battles. Their losses were carved deep in the annals of each system. One man was always brought up, their savior, prime progenitor. The man with 13 progenitors who had performed numerous miracles. Right after the calamity, each system, sect, and individual considered him their savior and guardian. Individual households even established worship plaque for him. Unfortunately, as time passed, his brilliant deeds were laden with dust, forgotten. Fewer and fewer people worshipped prime progenitor. Most of his statues and tablets couldn't stand the test of time. Those that did were forgotten. No one would come to offer their respect any longer. After all, it has been 300,000 years. Newer waves replaced the previous. Future descendants forgot about this character. Only the old and knowledgeable existences remembered his stories in each world. In the burial grounds in the 9 worlds, some beings looked up in the sky. They knew that the dark wings of a crow would engulf the 9 worlds again. The dark crow wouldn't fall so easily. They knew that as long as the high heaven was still around, so would the dark crow. As for the 13 continents, many pairs of eyes hiding in the darkness continued to try and read the future, aware that the damned crow would return one day. This crow wasn't one to give up before defeating his enemies. All in all, the crow's return would change everything about the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. Chapter 32:13. The redemption grounds in 3 immortals had people waiting too, for this was only the calm before the storm. Fiercest would stay true to his words and topple the current situation by opening a new epoch. Thus, they waited quietly for the right opportunity. As for the expanse, some progenitors would occasionally glance over at the seal, wondering what fiercest would become after coming out. In a deeper and incalculable location, a certain being would sometimes gaze at the seal across the eras before disappearing. Prime Emperor, Prime Progenitor, and even the Dark Crow. These titles were forgotten by most. However, at the apex where the real masters of the world stood, they still remembered and cared about his existence. Those who feared him continued to slumber without crossing the line. This was a prudent choice. Regular people had no idea about the inevitable storm. Everything would change soon enough. Alas, The great existences were preparing for this tempest. All would start from the beginning once more. Those who have experienced Li Qi's might were afraid of his inaction. It meant that he was planning something frightening and heaven-defying. The rules of the world wouldn't be the same once he came out of his cultivation session. The new emperors and progenitors had no idea, let alone the mortals and normal cultivators. Little did they know that their familiar cultivation methods and common knowledge were about to change. It's coming. Today, a monstrous existence in a redemption ground suddenly felt something. In the most clandestine place in the expanse, the dark existence had a bad feeling about what's to come, but it refrained from taking action. So strong. One master in the expanse gazed and praised. The ones back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents were slower but still eventually sensed it. It's really happening. I hope he'll fail. A being hiding in the darkness had a frightened expression. Another generation. Will it be long before the final battle? One being in a burial ground gazed at the deepest part of the sky and said, "Prepare for war. It is time for our domination." A deep voice ordered in an unknown location. It echoed like the wailing of a specter. In fact, the first to sense this was the high heaven itself. The azure started changing color with minuscule flashes. No one paid attention to this because they thought that it was only the flashing of the stars. After all, numerous stars and planets were up there. These flashes were as normal as can be. As time passed, the lightning bolts became thicker and thicker, enough to form massive arcs. The masters from the various worlds finally realized that something big was going on. The sky is changing. What's happening? One worried immortal emperor looked up. A divine emperor tried to take a closer look, but it was too far away. He only knew that something monumental was happening. Should I go to the expanse? A new progenitor of this generation stood on Sky Pass, nervous. The world was filled with a power beyond his comprehension by this point. He knew that he was as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Finally, the top dogs in the expanse paid attention to the sealed sea. The place was shiny just like the past, but they knew that the time had come. An era of immortals? An emotional progenitor found this new power to be unique. His more knowledgeable peer disagreed. No, such an era won't belong to our world anyway. Ours can't gestate a single immortal, let alone allowing everyone to become one. That's impossible. Right, Sir isn't here to become an immortal. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have picked the expanse. A progenitor who spoke with Li Qi before shook his head. The pair of eyes hiding in the expanse slightly opened again, surprised at this new power spreading across the realms. Remember, this being was terrible enough to control members of the Decemvirate. Nonetheless, it still felt fear because this was a power capable of starting an epic. No, this went beyond that. This power was created to challenge the high heaven itself. Many have tried to do this. All have failed. Why was it afraid? Because there was a possibility of success for Li Qi. It was strong enough to know the significance behind this, hence its fear. Its stealth ability was impeccable, but this slight emotional fluctuation allowed someone else to immediately spot it. There's activity. A person near the other shore of the expanse wanted to calculate the location. No need, he's Daoist Li's target, not ours anymore. Another shook their head. They have been searching for this dark being for so long now. Alas, this being hid too well after its last escape. Its momentary jolt of fear made them notice it. In the past, they would have pursued, not wanting to miss this opportunity. This was no longer the case. Li Qi had appointed this dark being as a polishing stone. They didn't need to ruin his plan and continued to guard their areas. As for the dark being, it realized that it has been spotted. Alas, this didn't matter as much. It only cared about one enemy right now. Numerous thoughts popped up at the speed of light. It calculated countless possibilities and methods. Unfortunately, there was only one result: death. It hesitated at the outcome. It had no better plans right now, and plus, this was the expanse. It could only fight alone here. Don't succeed. It eventually looked up at the sky and thought. There was only one thing that can stop Li Qi right now. The high heaven. That damned villainous heaven. However, the lightning arcs might have gathered up above but showed no signs of attacking. The heavenly tribulation it desired so much didn't seem to be descending. 1. When the sex of this being is made clear, I will use he, she instead of it. The pronoun used here is usually masculine but also gender neutral. especially when the sex is unknown. It's not optimal because there will be an inconsistency with it and he, she in the translation. Going back to edit each case would take too much time. Chapter 32:14. A million years moved by as fast as a galloping stallion. This time period was considered endless for ordinary people. So many clans and dynasties would rise and fall, the changing of countless generations. Cultivators would consider this a long period as well. After all, most would never reach a high cultivation level. Geniuses would fall. Territories would have different masters. As for the emperors and progenitors, a million years was only a cycle, a part of life. As for the top masters or those being buried underground, it was nothing. Most progenitors in the expanse have been here for much longer. This was only the length of one cultivation session for some. However, a session like Li Qi's was unprecedented. 1 million years didn't damper everyone's anticipation in the slightest. They patiently waited for him to come out. The overlords back in the 9 worlds and the 13 continents also did the same. Li Qi's power has already filled the 3,000 worlds, even those currently unknown. It seeped into every inch and corner of the land. Normal people naturally didn't notice this in the beginning, unlike the frightened overlords. They didn't hope to see this at all nor a potentially new epic. Alas, it has escalated beyond their control. Those who once cursed the high heaven even prayed for the most terrible heavenly tribulation. They wanted the villainous heaven to destroy this new power. Alas, the accumulation of lightning arcs the size of an ocean remained above. The high heaven seemed inactive against Li Qiya. The frightened overlord saw this and realized that it was decided. No one could change or stop the grand momentum created by the Dark Crow. As time passed, the fusing of the power into the various worlds became stronger. It became a part of the world itself. Some masters naturally noticed this but could only watch. By this point, his power was one with their world. Strangely enough, it would still be around if one were to go extreme enough and destroy their own world. His power became the source of all things, giving birth to the myriad creations and world laws and Tao. This became the established case the moment the majority noticed it. Pop. Today, all living beings in 3,000 worlds heard a pop. It didn't ring in the ear but rather came from the heart. They felt as if an egg had been broken. This fluctuation affected their heart and mind, ranging from the human mortals to the powerful immortal emperors. Even the trees and grass somehow sensed it. A new life had just broken through its shell. A new world, perhaps. The existing worlds returned to the chaos, including the 9 worlds, 13 continents, and even 3 immortals. They seemingly fused into primordial chaos in the shape of an egg. Of course, this was just a feeling. They weren't actually fusing, only engulfed in primordial chaos. When people raised their hands, they could touch the chaos. The oceanic force was omnipresent by this point. The power of chaos. So pure and mighty. Numerous masters became excited. Even the top dogs found it difficult to change their energy into primordial chaos. Now, this energy source was everywhere. Hence their excitement as they began absorbing and cultivating. The overlords, on the other hand, remained wary. They sealed their senses and severed the samsara, not daring to absorb this energy. It belonged to a new epoch. Doing so would mean submitting to it. Otherwise, absorbing it would be awfully disadvantageous for them. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of all worlds slowly realized that there was something changing within them. The strong cultivators figured out this quickly. The established classification of cultivation became muddled. God King? Tao Saint? Virtuous paragons? All were a complete mess. A new ranking system was needed for cultivation. Boom, boom. A light flashed while they were stricken with anxiety about the unknown. This light came from the sealed sea in the expanse, bright enough to illuminate 3,000 worlds. Boom! Everyone heard an explosion in their head, one loud enough to start a new epoch by splitting heaven and earth into existence. This primordial flash clearly defined all creations. Pure energy floated up and impurity went down. Chaos started separating karma and defining the samsara. It was as if they saw a flash of light in the darkness. It lasted for only a blink of an eye, yet this was enough to determine everything. The overlords immediately understood that Li Qiya was about to come out of his cultivation session. Buzz! More strands of light oozed out of the crystallized seal. Incredible visual phenomena emerged next. Among them were true immortals heading east, a praying dragon god, the radiance of 3,000 worlds. The light strands weren't restricted by space and time, able to be seen by anyone at any location. They seemed to be emanating from the eyes and mind. That's why even the blind could see it. They served to illuminate all living beings' world and their Tao heart. Buzz. The phenomena eventually spread enough that everyone could see the visual phenomena regardless of their location. Eventually, they finally got a complete picture. A tree never seen before by anyone. The primordial tree. This tree was the thing exuding the visual phenomena and light strands. On the branches were Tao fruits containing peerless laws, Tao, and orders. The tree shouldered 3,000 worlds and everything in them. Chapter 32:15. The primordial tree accepted the past and opened the future. The shimmering spots on the tree represented the birth of space, the accumulation of karma, the samsara process, and many others. The tree became the origin of the world. It began constructing a new framework of laws and orders. It assumed the center area of 3,000 worlds, resulting in endless possibilities. Boom, boom. Numerous tribulations finally took form in the sky. One could hear the wrath of the heaven from the thunderous explosions. Everyone became threatened, from the weakest existence to the mightiest progenitors. This was the fury of the highest existence. That's why all lost their strength and dropped paralyzed on the ground, cowering in fear. They were mere worms trembling below the foot of a giant. The high heaven is finally furious. Radiance started gathering above as the high heaven was primed to send down pure destruction on Xueqi. Those in the shadows started celebrating. Perhaps this tribulation would end this trouble. Boom! The ocean of lightning finally descended straight at Xueqi at the expanse. It's coming! The hiding overlords shuddered, feeling their soul leaving their body at this sight. They remained hiding in the safest spot, not moving an inch. Meanwhile, regular people could only prostrate on the ground. They became empty-headed and lost their sanity before this overwhelming force. Crack! The world borders instantly collapsed as this ultimate tribulation drowned out 3,000 worlds. Everyone was scared out of their mind. Numerous pissed and soiled their pants from fear. The primordial tree suddenly floated up. Its massive branches exuded primordial light straight at the broken hole. The tribulation breaking through the world borders was stopped right away. These barriers immediately reformed themselves, causing the tribulation to stop. This was akin to a flood assaulting the dam, successfully breaking a hole. The next event should be devastation, but the hole was suddenly patched and the disaster prevented. The tribulation was stopped in the dimension above, unable to infiltrate the worlds below. What? The elusive overlords gasped in response. His wings are fully fledged. One overlord took a deep breath and said, "He'll attack the heavens sooner or later." Boom! After successfully isolating the tribulation, the roots of the tree stretched towards the 9 worlds, the 13 continents and many others. Eternal radiance engulfed these 2 worlds. Its land started brimming with a new power. Countless Tao runes emerged, filling up and wreck-rafting the fabrics of reality. Clank! 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 New Tao laws and rules were being created in this process in a harmonious manner. Finally, all worlds opened a new page. The new epoch finally started. From today on, all living beings could look up and see the primordial tree growing in their world. One side of its main root was drilled into the 9 worlds, the other in the 13 continents. The treetop reached all the way into 3 immortals, shrouded by primal mist and fogs. Its branches and leaves stretched to the other worlds. The new orders and rules of life have been created in accordance with the tree's criteria. A new epoch and a new order. The powerful overlords had no choice but to accept the new epoch. Even the high heavens stopped reacting, seemingly accepting the epoch as well. How can this be? A new epoch is here before the destruction of the old one. An overlord in the shadows murmured in awe, using the old epoch as fertile land to create this tree. This dark crow has accomplished an unprecedented feat. Some other lords started becoming nervous at the dark crow's success. There was a chance that he would sweep through the 3,000 worlds first before attacking the heaven. At that point, they would need to either surrender or risk being destroyed. Today would go down as legends in history. Later on, some would refer to this date as the primordial start, dawn of the world, or epic creation. New pilgrimages began with the existence of the tree. Some began cultivating the Tao near and beneath it. Those capable of climbing up the tree showed their impeccable talents. Many things took place in the next 30,000 years. One person successfully proved their Tao first by the tree. Golden light illuminated the entire world as this person assumed a golden form and uttered the title, Tao Lord. Later on, a swordsman with a diamond-like body rode their sword here and became enlightened with the Tao. This earned them a Tao fruit. Many others managed to learn various arts and skills before disappearing from the world. Monumental changes occurred in both the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. This period of 30,000 years became known as the Resplendent Age. One day, the primordial tree suddenly disappeared from sight. This development shocked all inhabitants since the tree heralded the new epoch and the grand Tao. The overlords didn't say anything. Those who can see uncrossable expanse kept their mouth shut. No one knew what was going on or where the tree was now. Some Tao lords tried to calculate for an answer to no avail. Fortunately, everything remained normal even though the tree was gone. The nervous inhabitants gradually forgot the tree in time. Enough generations passed that the tree only belonged in the historical books. Some future descendants even questioned its existence. Only a selected few had a full grasp of the transpiring events. Chapter 32:16. During the Resplendent Age back in the 9 worlds, something big was also occurring in uncrossable expanse. Boom! The ocean was nearly flipped over by a terrible force, resulting in numerous huge tsunamis everywhere. All of 3 immortals quaked from the impact. Everyone there could see a wave so large that it blotted out the sky. Look at that tsunami! They felt as if it was coming straight at their world and shouted in horror. This terrible wave could strike all of 3 immortals at the same time. The systems were as fragile as leaves floating on an ocean during a storm. Everyone became as nervous as can be. Fortunately, the tsunami fell back down in the expanse, allowing them to heave a sigh of relief. Fiercest is starting again. Numerous progenitors and top masters in the expanse knew that Xueqi was back. Buzz! A dark world opened and instantly invaded this sea. Both the stars above and the fish under the surface instantly joined this affinity. Shit! The darkness is erupting. The observing progenitors became frightened. Many instantly fled or sealed their area in order to stop the dark transformation. As the darkness swept by, the stars turned into fiendish planets engulfed in flame. They looked like huge eyes in the shadows, enough to instill fear upon anyone. Buzz! The fish and shrimps in the ocean grew to an insane level, becoming fiendish soldiers. One fish became a creature towering at several thousand feet with countless sharp, white teeth. Another shrimp grew long thorns capable of piercing the sky. This dark power was enough to travel across the expanse all the way to 3 immortals. Damn it! Many could spot the incoming dark power from 3 immortals. Powerful existences tried to flee from the incoming darkness. Alas, it drowned out the world so quickly. Virtually all beings in 3 immortals turned evil in the next second. Scales started to grow on these cultivators. Their body became warped, face twisted. Their limbs turned into claws. Even the vegetation and tree became evil entities. The world became a horrifying dark domain. No, this dark power is too much. Many progenitors at the expanse shuddered with fear. No single progenitor could stop this power directly. Not even a member of the Decemvirate went alone. However, a fiery ray with meteoric speed crossed through the world and swept away the darkness. Buzz! The dark affinity became ashes regardless of its power. The animals and people from 3 immortals returned to their original form. Xueqi finally showed up at the expanse. The immortal light around him flickered like fire. Space and time no longer restricted him. Thus, even those back in 3 immortals could see him clearly as if he was right in front of them. Who is that? This was the first time they have seen this divine character. Most were already on their knees even though he didn't let his aura erupt. After so many years, he had become a legend. Those who knew about him were few in number, let alone recognizing him. He is the legendary prime progenitor. Someone back in the old era was still alive and buried through time in order to prolong his lifespan. He was a nobody back then but now, an invincible ancestor. Nonetheless, he still got on the ground and smashed his head onto the concrete in order to show respect. Prime. Our savior who stopped the darkness back then, he's here again to save us all. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Prime progenitor. The awakened ancestors started crying.
They survived the Dark War back then thanks to him. History was repeating itself once more. Our savior. Prime progenitor. His title echoed across 3 immortals again. Future generations have nearly forgotten the Dark War and their prime progenitor until today. They once again basked in his blessing as he saved them from the darkness. Gratitude overwhelmed and moved them to tears. Meanwhile, Xueqi didn't look back at 3 immortals, only focusing on the darkness before him. Since he had swept away the dark waves, the remaining darkness gathered and formed the shape of one person, the dark existence that has been hiding in the expanse. Only his eyes were revealed, one as dark as the night sky. His identity and face remained hidden. He also didn't exert his aura and might yet still resemble a bottom abyss that could swallow those who got close. Even progenitors trembled with fear after seeing him. Everyone else would naturally become paralyzed, unable to even look at him. Normally, he would completely dominate his foes with just his aura and prestige. Alas, he seemed to be the underdog versus Xueqi. Exerting his momentum and aura couldn't affect Xueqi in the slightest. Will this existence be able to run again? A progenitor murmured after Xueqi's power forced the dark existence out. This was actually not the first time. When Xueqi planted his tree in the 9 worlds and 13 continents, he also forced out this dark existence. In the beginning, the latter put up a good fight but eventually suffered a major setback with heavy injuries and had to flee. Chapter 32:17. The two fought numerous times in the last 30,000 years. The dark existence was confident in his power during their first attempt, only to lose. Later on, he focused on surviving and running instead of lingering around. That first fight made it abundantly clear that he wasn't a match for Xueqi. Worst of all, he was alone in the expanse and couldn't find help. He has been wanting to bring his allies into this world but the time wasn't right. I don't understand. You might be stronger but still shouldn't be able to find me so quickly. The dark eyes stared at Xueqi. Being weaker didn't make him lose his composure. His stealth art was peerless, allowing him to hide for so long from the 3 immortals. Strangely enough, after Xueqi found him the first time, the guy had such an easy time repeating the subsequent attempts. It was as if his peerless stealth was not worth mentioning before Xueqi. He had absolute confidence in this ability, and didn't believe that Xueqi could do so with his own power. Alas, this was indeed the case. He could run however and Xueqi could still effortlessly find him. He was a supreme existence. Not to mention regular people. Even progenitors were insects compared to him. Now, the scenario was reversed. He found struggling useless and futile. This would eventually end with his death. This sapped him of any confidence since there was no getting away from his pursuer. The most heaven-defying method to shroud himself or the most secret of locations simply didn't work. It's not hard for me to find you. But the truth is that in order to do it so fast, I have outside help. Xueqi chuckled and revealed. He then took out a box and tapped it. I have to thank Fire Ancestor for this. He left behind some clues. I knew that he had ulterior motives. The dark eyes narrowed and shot out the sharpest rays. Xueqi got this box from the cauldron during the rebirth ceremony in the expedition ship. He chased Fire Ancestor away and obtained it. Who knows? Maybe you can ask him when you see him down in the Yellow River. He might tell you then. Xueqi smiled. I should have destroyed him. The existence said with regrets. Just one wrong move and he lost everything, being chased like a dog right now. So it turned out that the item was a piece of hair and a fingernail. Fire Ancestor secretly took it away. This wasn't considered a special artifact or anything like that. However, it served Xueqi quite well. The items contained the existence's aura and karma. That's why someone as strong as Xueqi could use it to find the existence. Hiding became impossible. Don't be sad about it, I can still find you without it. It'll just take longer. Xueqi smiled. What do you want? The existence stopped dwelling in the past and stopped caring. It was just one little mistake in his long life. Nothing, just using you to warm up, a polishing stone of sorts. Xueqi said. The top masters heard this and exchanged glances, speechless. They felt dread whenever this dark existence was brought up, but Xueqi simply didn't treat him like a real enemy. But this was still understandable. The current Xueqi had reached an insane power. His comment wasn't outrageous or anything. The dark eyes narrowed. He found this extremely humiliating and frustrating since Li Qie was stronger than him. You don't have to run, you know? Go all out, risk it all. Li Qie said. The existence didn't respond. Even insects wanted to live, let alone him. He had done many things in order to live until now. He wouldn't be here right now if he could face death with equanimity. For his kind, staying alive was the most important thing. Time wasn't an issue at all. That's why he kept on running away without worrying about reputation and prestige when facing Li Qie. None of that mattered. Killing me won't change anything. The existence shook his head. It is inevitable. You and the 3,000 worlds won't escape. It is destined. Who says? I can kill all of you and change that. Li Qie chuckled. No one can deny your power. Definitely stronger than me. However, you're sorely mistaken if you think you're unbeatable. What you will face in the future is beyond your imagination. You'll be nothing more than food. The dark existence stared straight at Li Qie in response. Stronger than the villainous heaven? I don't think so. Li Qie retorted. How can we be? The dark existence said. Don't compare. Just kill it if you're as strong as you think you are. Li Qie nonchalantly said. That's what I will do, so I don't care how amazing all of you are. Nothing more than stepping stones for my final battle. Li Qie said. The existence remained silent after hearing Li Qie's intention. He wanted to kill the villainous heaven. What about them? If they could do so, they would have done it long ago. Thus, Li Qie never put them in his eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was simply viewing them as stepping stones. For example, this whole pursuit was just another training session, a warm-up. Li Qie's final goal wasn't them. The dark existence's eyes narrowed. They have always viewed others as ants, but today, they have become someone else's prey. Chapter 32:18. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm sure I won't be let down. Li Qie smiled and said. The dark pair of eyes suddenly converged, turning into the most charismatic and tempting black hole. Progenitors wouldn't dare to look at this form since their soul would be sucked inside, unable to get out. Of course, this was completely useless against Li Qie. You'll be entertained for sure. The dark existence spoke. It depends on the level you can reach. Perhaps once you're high enough, you'll be able to meet that person. In this split moment, he started thinking about someone who hasn't been seen for a long time now. Even old beings like them have started forgetting. However, regardless of how many eras have passed, he knew that this person was still around. It's just that no one got the chance to see him and his current abilities. I have heard of this person before, so yes, I do look forward to the meeting. Li Qie had a glimpse of amusement in his eyes. I'm afraid the you right now can't. The dark existence stopped recalling and shook his head. I'm aware. Li Qie's emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he nodded and smiled. But it's only a matter of time very soon. The dark existence contemplated. He knew that Li Qie was polishing his grand Dao and of course, he was the current target. Must we do this? I can show you the way. You'll need a guide if you wish to topple everything. He eventually said. The other top masters heard this and became frightened. This suggestion was truly tempting because Li Qie and this dark existence would make a mighty duo, enough to instill despair upon anyone. No, I don't need a guide. If there's no path, I'll just create one. Li Qie shook his head. True. Seems like I'll have to die in this world. The existence nodded. That's for sure if you can't beat me. Don't worry, you won't be lonely for long. Your friends will be coming. Li Qie smiled. Let's go. The dark existence had nothing else to say and raised his hand, grasping reality within his palm. Buzz. 3 immortals and the expanse twisted into a strange shape, seemingly in the process of being refined. Time and space were turned into a Dao seal. This Dao seal could instantly seal anything, capable of destroying more than 100 progenitors in the blink of an eye. This didn't matter to Li Qie, who retaliated with a punch. Not to mention this seal, even 3,000 worlds would turn to dust if they tried to block it. There was no divinity or fire to speak of. The punch suppressed all existences, forcing them to the ground. This included regular progenitors and the decemvirate. Boom! It easily crushed the Dao seal, once again proving Li Qie's supremacy. Others who claimed to be invincible were simply lying when he was around. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The existence feared by many progenitors lost the first exchange. Boom! His next move was to meld with space and time, becoming omnipresent. Merit laws and rules were no longer able to avoid him. The darkness rushed forward like the tides, starting with Li Qie's hand. This dark existence clearly wanted to take over Li Qie's body.
No, he wants to take over, sir.
One progenitor became startled and shouted. This progenitor saw with his own eyes how one of his brilliant peers immediately succumbed to the darkness after being touched by a single drop of blood from this dark existence. There was no coming back. Now, the dark existence threw everything he got at Li Qie. This conversion power could have converted the entire world earlier. Now it was focused on a single location. Scram! Li Qie roared and released his immortal light. A force erupted and repelled the darkness. The dark affinity splashed outward like black water. Li Qie didn't stop and clapped his palms together on the water. This power was enough to crush a progenitor like a mosquito, crushing their bones and flesh. Black liquid rained down, meaning that a large portion of the dark existence's body had been destroyed just now. The remaining water gathered into a black light. It jumped into the expanse in order to escape. The dark existence clearly lost again on top of being grievously injured. Fleeing was the only choice here. He would never give up as long as there was a sliver of hope at survival. The future had countless possibilities and he could always bounce back. Li Qie smiled in response and crossed through space. Boom! He unleashed another attack at the existence's hiding place, destroying the sealed area entirely. The existence continued fleeing, not daring to stop for a split second. I'm waiting to see your ultimate moves. Don't hold back now. Li Qie pursued with a smile. The dark existence knew that Li Qie wanted to figure out their profundities by fighting him. With this, Li Qie could learn about their kind, allowing him to know how to truly destroy them by the source. That's why the dark existence couldn't use his best moves. He knew that once Li Qie saw and understood them, the guy would kill him since he would have lost his usefulness. He was extremely close to being immortal, but if Li Qie could see his source and origin, Li Qie definitely had the power to fully annihilate him. 1. Note: another neutral pronoun but usually used for male. Chapter 32:19. Li Qie and the dark existence played a game of cat and mouse, causing trouble all over the expanse. The former was in no hurry to finish the battle. Thus, during this pursuit, Li Qie kept on trying to figure out the dark existence's true source. The latter naturally understood this and kept on dodging instead of actually going all out. This was the only way for him to stay alive longer. The inhabitants of the expanse were afraid the entire time. Even those back in 3 immortals felt the pressure from their battles. Both sides were just too strong. Each of them could suppress the firmaments with each move. That's why all living beings couldn't handle this and felt like ants. Just end this already. One progenitor started praying. They knew that Li Qie wanted to torture this existence, but this pressure was too much to take. They spent each day living in fear. Alas, they were too powerless to do anything about it. As time went on, earthquakes and explosions became common at the expanse. Everyone started growing used to it. The dark existence kept on losing in the skirmishes but persevered and escaped each time. Injuries and defeat didn't make him dwell in despair. He would always flee when given the chance without thinking about giving up. His Tao heart actually earned him respect from the spectators. In fact, this pursuit served as an educational lesson for the top masters in the expanse. They saw what a tough Tao heart looked like, something extremely beneficial for cultivation. Some of them would have given up after losing numerous times and exhausted all merit laws and techniques. Accepting death might be the easier choice when there was this big of a gap. The dark existence didn't do so. He remained unyielding while not caring for anything else just to survive. Boom! Today, he lost again. His darkness dispersed after another explosion, and he was sent flying towards the horizon. Nonetheless, as long as there was some darkness left, he still chose to run. Strangely enough, Li Qie stopped and didn't follow him this time. Fine, I'm done playing. I'll give you a chance to recover. Li Qie smiled and shook his head before disappearing. This sudden abandonment naturally astounded everyone. Why isn't he pursuing? No one understood why.
Li Qie clearly could kill this existence whenever regardless of the latter's heaven-defying methods and artifacts. It will be a disaster for the Expanse and 3 immortals, letting him roam free. One progenitor became worried. Maybe this is a plan. Sir has something up his sleeves. Another insightful peer raised his brows and said. In reality, even the dark existence was confused. He shared the same thought as many others, that Li Qie was up to no good. That's why he chose the best hiding spot and patiently observed. Intuition told him that Li Qie wouldn't let him go like this. There must be something amiss. Anxiety and fear naturally came next. This plan of Li Qie was definitely bad news for him. However, Li Qie really did stop worrying about the dark existence. He reached another side of the Expanse and meditated in a remote area. He waved his hand and sealed it right away. Time and space, the samsara, karma, yin and yang, the 6 Tao, all became crystallized. This crystal barrier served as both the strongest defensive measure on top of being awfully dangerous. Any intruder would die for sure. Not to mention the progenitors, even that dark existence wouldn't dare to come here. Sir. He's cultivating again. The spectators couldn't believe it. In their mind, he was already the strongest existence, the apex among apexes. That dark monster had no choice but to run like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs against him. Thus, Li Qie represented the highest peak of cultivation. There was no surpassing this, or at least, they couldn't imagine it. What would his next step be? No one really had a clue. Again. The dark existence confirmed that Li Qie wasn't after him any longer. He had a better understanding of cultivation levels compared to the others and knew what Li Qie was aiming for. They have previously talked about this topic before. He said that Li Qie still had a way to go before reaching that person. Li Qie answered that it was only a matter of time, very soon. He's really doing it. Now, he realized why Li Qie said so. It wasn't only a plan. Li Qie truly wanted to do it. Is extermination coming? Or a revolution? He murmured with dread. He began to calculate the possibilities once more. Unfortunately, there was no answer. Despite being incredibly mighty, this was still a level beyond his divination and derivation. The outcomes he came up with were merely hypothetical, potentially far different from reality. What if it's really that person? The dark existence thought about someone else that has been gone for a long time. Chapter 32:20. The man at the apex was training again to everyone else's dismay. This included the dark existence. He wanted to run as far away as possible. Alas, he couldn't leave this world. The expanse was unimaginably large. It was impossible for anyone to travel its whole length. A while ago, he himself thought that it was large enough with plenty of hiding places unreachable by even progenitors. Today, he found it tiny with no place to hide. This was because Li Qie was too strong on top of having visited virtually the entire expanse. That's why hiding became useless. Fortunately, Li Qie took a break to train so he could live a little longer. Meanwhile, everyone started speculating about Li Qie's state after coming out of this session. Perhaps an entirely new realm, redefining the apex? One progenitor said. Li Qie had done so once already. He stood at a height no one else had reached, not even the 3 immortals. I can't imagine it. One progenitor murmured. Some of them have tried their entire life to get stronger so that they could defeat the dark existence. Alas, Li Qie found this extremely easy and had beaten the guy numerous times. That's why it became difficult to imagine someone so strong growing even stronger. The 3 immortals paid great attention to this second session. Li Qie might be able to break through their known limit. They have been stuck in this realm for a long time. Reaching the next step was exceedingly difficult. In fact, just catching up to Li Qie right now would take a lengthy period. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to be stopping. His improvement speed far exceeded their calculation and imagination. Everyone assumed that he would cultivate for tens of millions of years or even longer. On the contrary, it only took several thousand years. This shocked everyone because several thousand years was only the blink of an eye for masters like them. He's coming out. Though the crystallized sea had the same dazzling glow, many top masters could sense something different at this moment. No one could see Li Qie, but they knew that he had stood up and was on the verge of leaving. Yes, you're right.
He seemingly appeared in their mind without an invitation nor reason. This naturally frightened these masters despite their rich experiences in life. They have tasted pain and tribulation, so their Tao heart was quite tough. Of course, they weren't unbreakable or anything, just stronger on a relative scale. Thus, breaking into their mind remained a difficult task. A successful mental infiltration meant total domination. This wasn't possible for those on the same level. Alas, none of them felt a thing. They didn't even have the chance to resist before Li Qie entered their mind. He became their god, their soul, their everything. And this made them drenched in a cold sweat. Just one thought from him would be able to turn them into a devil or a Buddha, or simply ashes. He had absolute control over their fate. Remember, he hasn't even shown up yet. His invincibility had reached the next level, able to destroy a billion without putting in any effort. This was the mythical state of being able to destroy an era with a single thought. The dark existence immediately felt it as well and sealed his six senses along with his mind. He was as nervous as can be. Just like that person. He recalled once more. He was a supreme being that could devour a world and hasn't felt fear after millions of years. He eventually lost this feeling as well until now. He knew that if Li Qie were to take over his mind, he would be done for sure. This wasn't the same as his previous defeats. He suffered grievous injuries but could still escape. He didn't actually feel fear because he always thought that he had a good chance at survival. This might no longer be the case. If Li Qie were to come out with a determination to kill him, he would truly be gone from existence. He had fought mighty foes before and lost. Alas, he managed to survive. For someone like him, as long as he had a single intent left, he would still stay powerful a million years later. Only a being of Li Qie's level would be able to truly kill him. I have to kill him. The dark existence made up his mind. His immortality wasn't enough to save him from this foe. An immortal ascension, a true immortal? The three immortals took a deep breath after seeing the domineering mental takeover from Li Qie. An old man among them shook his head. No, I understand him. He won't become a true immortal since that will stop him from being himself, Li Qie. That's not his pursuit. I hope so. Another of the three said, still shaken. The consequences would be unimaginable if Li Qie wanted to become a true immortal. That would truly be the end of the worlds. Dark overlords and terrible existences weren't worth mentioning. All 3,000 worlds, not just 3 immortals, would fall as a result. Chapter 32-21. Fear engulfed all masters who knew that Li Qie was invincible. Rumble! Loud explosions echoed across the expanse and suffocated everyone. They instinctively assumed a defensive position regardless of their location. There was no chasing away this instinctive fear. Normally, once a cultivator reached a particular level, they would gradually stop being afraid. Very few things could frighten progenitors, especially at an instinctive level. This didn't mean that they no longer felt fear. This emotion was just better hidden deep in their heart. For example, a mouse would always be afraid of a cat. They looked up and saw a bright radiance above the sky vault. It has been accumulating for who knows how many years, resulting in an extreme power in the form of a lightning ocean. This was a heavenly tribulation, the strongest type of them all. It included dancing bolts of a yellow shade, fire rays pulsing like thunder, and constant explosions of energy. Not to mention progenitors, even a true immortal couldn't get out of that place alive. Now, everyone suddenly realized why their survival instinct was going off earlier. A tribulation was coming. The greatest supreme being still felt an instinctive fear against these tribulations. Just one wrong move could result in death. The villainous heaven. The dark existence hiding deep in the expanse gazed at the sky, feeling the same dread as the others. However, he was also quite happy, hoping that it would go down as fast as possible. Yes, it won't just watch. He celebrated while watching the bright ocean descending. He knew that Li Qie had done the most taboo thing possible. Thus, the heaven decided to send down its strongest tribulation. Li Qie's death would mean that he would be perfectly fine, the biggest winner without doing anything. That entire ocean is coming down. One progenitor shuddered. Heavenly tribulations rarely descended down on 3 immortals and the expanse. Now, it wasn't just one but the entire thing. The The progenitors realized that it was because Xueqi was too heaven-defying. This had enraged the high heaven, resulting in this monstrous tribulation. I hope he can withstand it. Some progenitors started praying. A few cultivators have been able to defeat the tribulations, but naturally, many brilliant existences have fallen too. The stronger one was, the more ferocious the tribulation. Thus, no one could really claim that they could defeat it. Xueqi was absolutely mighty. That's why people couldn't fathom the tribulation he was about to face. Boom! The sky vault collapsed. The tribulation ocean was not part of this world, but in the next second, the world barriers of three immortals broke down, unable to stop this monstrous influx. There was no warning at all, only pure destruction, a testament to the high heaven's rage. The blast affected the 9 worlds and 13 continents as well. Everyone became suppressed and dropped to the ground, from the worms in the ground to the supreme overlords. Immortal emperors and monarchs felt the same pressure. They were no different than ants. No one had the courage to even look up at the lightning ocean. The expanse was on the verge of breaking down from the first impact. This damned villainous heaven. The hiding dark overlord murmured in fear. Nothing else but the high heaven could possess this terrible force capable of bringing 3,000 worlds to their knees. Once the progenitors could open their eyes again, they immediately looked towards Xueqi's location. This resulted in their mouth becoming agape. The crystallized barrier personally erected by Xueqi was the toughest defense in existence. Nothing could take it down. The area became the most dangerous in all of the expanse. It had both defensive and offensive potential. The dark existence himself wouldn't have dared to venture there. Today, the tribulation left nothing but ashes and dust in that part. So strong, it's good that we got around instead of facing it directly. One of the 3 immortals said, intimidated. The villainous heaven has always been the most dreadful existence. The strongest overlords still couldn't take it head-on. Bastard! The dark existence cursed after seeing the destruction. Where's Xueqi? All the progenitors started looking for him. What if he had been wiped out just like the barrier? Look over there! An observant progenitor shouted. They followed his head and saw Xueqi meditating in space with his eyes closed. The area around him has been annihilated completely. All took a deep breath because bright, long needles pinned him. They looked like crystal needles, but inside each was a lightning bolt. This was the strongest type of heavenly tribulation. Lightning currents oozed out of the needles straight into his body, intending on destroying his Tao foundation. I've never seen this tribulation before. The direct injection of lightning tribulation into the body left the 3 immortals horrified. They have experienced numerous tribulations before and managed to keep them out. Alas, this tribulation had penetrated Xueqi's body. The level of destruction of it being outside and inside should be utterly different. The crystal needle successfully penetrated his indestructible physique, allowing the tribulation to head straight for his grand Tao. Quite merciless this time. The dark existence shuddered. This tribulation was also new to him. Chapter 32-22. The crystal needles managed to pierce his flesh so that they could pour lightning liquid directly into his body. No one had ever seen nor imagined this type of tribulation before. Not even the 3 immortals or the dark existence. The entire process was as fast and sharp as can be. The piercing wounds were uniformed and identical since all of them struck at the same time. Keep in mind that Xueqi's body had reached an impervious state, virtually indestructible. Nothing could harm him once he fully activated his power. Nonetheless, the crystal needles immediately penetrated his physique. Nothing could stop these needles, at least no one currently in the expanse. The outcome would be even worse. The 3 immortals and the dark existence knew that these needles were actually the blades of the heaven, simply impossible to stop. Buzz! Just one drop of the liquefied lightning carried enough power to explode an entire region or instantly reduce a progenitor to dust. The sheer amount entering Xueqi right now was ample to destroy the 3,000 worlds. Boom! Everyone could hear loud detonations coming from inside him. Yes, the real offensive potential of this tribulation came from this direct injection, not from the massive ocean earlier. Everyone turned pale as a result after the detonations, the 3 immortals included. The rest of the world also heard the explosions. Their soul nearly left their body in fear. They believed that 3,000 worlds would have exploded if it wasn't for Xueqi's body containing the tribulation. Rays of blood gushed out of his body. The beautiful red crossed through the sky and left behind terrible scars. They pulverized and tore a massive portion of the expanse. The progenitors couldn't believe it. Just his blood splashing alone embodied insane destruction. This spoke volumes about the tribulation's power. They knew that they would have died from the shockwaves without Xueqi's containment. Crack! Crack! His bones shattered loudly enough for the progenitors to hear. All knew that his body encompassed the greatest mysteries and profundities of the Grand Tao on top of numerous dimensions. Alas, this great physique still suffered damages from the monstrous tribulation. Cracks appeared all over him like a porcelain that had just fallen on the ground. A piece of flesh fell off him, resulting in something terrible. Boom! The liquid in that portion exploded and created a black hole. Each inch of his flesh was engulfed by this tribulation now. When they fell down, the lightning waves in there would go out of control. Just this mini-tribulation was far worse than anything others have seen before. More were about to fall off him. This meant that the consequences would be quite disastrous. The exploding tribulations might destroy everything about him. No, don't break. One progenitor murmured. The frightened masters knew that Xueqi's body was a crucial line of defense. Some of them wanted to run. Alas, to where? The expanse was large enough. They wouldn't be able to fly out of it in such a short time. Thus, the only option was to pray for Xueqi's perseverance or it would be all over. His body became an apocalyptic bomb. A detonation would spell absolute demise. Boom! A dark slash came out of nowhere, tearing apart time and space, and struck Xueqi's chest. No! The masters shouted, but it was already too late. The dark slash was simply too fast and powerful. It pierced through the length of the expanse in an unstoppable manner. This was an attack stemming from the dark existence's source, a sure kill technique. That dark being. Everyone knew who ambushed Xueqi during his weak state. Crack! The cracked chest collapsed to the horror of the crowd. Everyone could sense a calamity coming for the expanse and 3 immortals from the released tribulations. You've lost. The dark existence shouted after the successful ambush. He has lost numerous times over the years and ran like a pathetic dog but still waited for the right moment, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Chapter 32-23. He became the biggest winner of this match. Xueqi still died because of him despite being more powerful. He stared at Xueqi with neither excitement nor gloat. This victory didn't come easy. Plus, it wasn't his first either. He had grown used to the taste of victory. Xueqi's broken body couldn't handle the ambush. He was bound to fall. The progenitors and other masters at the expanse couldn't say a word. It was as if there was an invisible hand grabbing their throat. They didn't have a plan to deal with this. Who knows if they were stunned because of Xueqi's death or the world's destruction? Perhaps both. The strongest being was about to die, leaving them speechless. However, Xueqi's eyes that have been closed the entire time suddenly open. Boom! Boom! Everyone heard 2 loud thunderous explosions. His eyes were filled with lighting bolts of various forms, golden bolts and exterminating red arcs. This accumulation was enough to frighten anyone. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one gaze from him was enough to destroy virtually everything. Damn! The dark existence realized that something was amiss and instantly had a single thought in his mind. Run! As far away as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't move right now because the dark slash used earlier included his source and essences. This fatal slash and he were one. Buzz! The cracks on Xueqi's body suddenly melted together, the same with the dark blade in front of his chest. This made it impossible for the dark existence to escape. Ah! Xueqi's hand pierced through his indestructibility. Remember, he had lived for numerous years, even older than this world. His indestructible form had been polished and refined countless times. Alas, Xueqi still penetrated this form without a problem. The dark existence thought that he was dead for sure, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Xueqi had dug a pit for him to jump in and he did exactly just that. The guy was clearly capable of withstanding this tribulation but purposely feigned weakness. Pop! Xueqi closed his palm and extinguished the dark affinity from the existence, revealing his true form. A wondrous light illuminated the expanse and shocked the crowd. They couldn't believe their own eyes. They saw a magnificent unicorn with holy radiance, brimming with the light affinity. The academy back in Three Immortals was also bright and illuminated the world. However, this unicorn's light was far superior. In other words, the unicorn's light was the sun above while the light back in the academy was only a spark. The two weren't on the same level. Even the Three Immortals were astonished. They have calculated this numerous times but didn't expect this result. The unicorn was immaculate and marvelous. These words were created solely to describe it. Everything about it contained the Grand Tao. The runes encompassed peerless mysteries. It wore a 5-colored crest, not made from wood or gold. It seemed to be the crown of the Grand Tao. Wearing it would turn the user into the ruler of the Tao. The most conspicuous thing about it was its horn. Calling it perfect was an understatement, to say the least. It held the purest light in the world. One would think that this holy affinity originated from this horn. How can this be? The progenitors were still astounded. Darkness was destructive and evil. It and the light were eternal enemies. However, this supreme creature of the light belonged to the darkness right now. Beneath the shroud of darkness was actually the light. Why is the light wearing a cloak of darkness? One progenitor shuddered at this horrifying revelation. The defenders of the light among the audience felt their conviction crumbling. How can this be? One blurted out. There's no light or darkness in this world. They're merely classifications assigned by others. One progenitor said. So which affinity was in charge here? Was the light actually gathering darkness? Thinking about this made the progenitors shudder. They were powerful and experienced enough to draw further conclusions. It's my defeat. The dark existence stared at Xueqi, looking quite nonchalant. It had completely lost with no chance of reversing the tides. Yes. The winner takes all. Xueqi smiled. I was careless. It had no regrets and accepted its mistake. This was the only way to obtain your source. Destroying something this good instead would have been a shame. Xueqi said. He then placed his palms together. Buzz. The perfect unicorn started melting as a result. He was refining this creature, wanting to take all of its power. Light particles and countless majestic visual phenomena appeared, many of which have never been seen by the progenitors. These phenomena were the marks of this existence's life. It had lived through countless eras, so these marks were wonderful. The spectators became immersed in this scene. Pop. Xueqi finally finished refining the unicorn and obtained its power. The dark existence only had one thing left behind. Its horn still stuck on Xueqi's chest. He got a good grip and slowly pulled it out. Pop. The moment he pulled it out, its light reached all corners of the expanse and Three Immortals. 1. Note, the pronoun used for this being was gender-neutral or masculine, but definitely human. The characters referred to it as him, thus I used him. Now we know that it's a unicorn. It should have been the right word for the narrative. The problem is that the characters probably didn't know this. The narrative didn't expose this either. This creates an inconsistency between he and it, but he made sense previously. I couldn't use him in the conversation and it in the narrative. In short, I will probably leave this inconsistency here. Well, another thing to note is that this unicorn can also be it and he in the cultivation world. Maybe it's no big deal. This could have been a problem with the tree demon and the black bull as well. On another hand, when there's another edit, I might just ignore the raw and translate how it would make the most sense in English. In this case, letting the characters and the narrative use it since it's a dark entity anyway. Chapter 32-24. This horn might be the most gorgeous thing people have ever seen. They were fully captivated by its beauty. This horn was the dark existence's source and possessed unfathomable power, impressing all spectators as a result. Is this the source of the power of light? One progenitor praised while looking at the horn in Xueqi's hand. The masters at the expanse have seen plenty of treasures. Alas, none could compare to this horn today. A few of them sighed, still having a hard time accepting reality. In their mind, a unicorn was a peerless divine beast, a symbol of luck, peace, hope, and most importantly, the light. Who would have thought that this beast would become the embodiment of darkness, or perhaps even a source of darkness? It brought nothing but disaster to the inhabitants of Three Immortals. This cruel reality shook people to the core.
This light beast still chose the darkness. Then what else could they believe? What else could they place their faith in? Buzz. While these masters were occupied with thoughts, Liqia's body started healing. The damages from the tribulation disappeared, akin to a broken statue being rebuilt. Not even a tiny wound could be seen. His hair looked the same as before. Clank. Immortal rays in the form of chains emanated from him and became supreme laws, too many to count. These chains surrounded him, resulting in an indestructible and immortal body. My turn, villainous heaven. Liqia looked up in the sky after assuming this new state. His eyes pierced through the ages to look at the deepest part of the azure, perhaps the location of the high heaven. Boom, boom, boom. The crystal needles still pinned on him became larger and long enough to connect to the azure. A flood of liquid lightning flowed through these needle tubes and entered his body again. This happened extremely quickly. The resulting explosions scared the hell out of the inhabitants. They felt as if thousands of stars and all other affinities have been destroyed. The same fear emerged. The breaking of Liqia would end the worlds. Survive. You must. One progenitor prayed. For many years, these progenitors never prayed or placed their hope in someone else. They trusted in their strength. As long as they were strong enough, there was no point in praying. Unfortunately, praying was the only thing they could do right now for this world. Clank. Explosions detonated continuously inside. One could see flashing lights and his body swelling. Even cracks appeared. However, because of the sealing Tao outside, his body had enough time to refine the tribulations within. A repetition of explosion, swelling, and contracting occurred. Liqia seemed to be doing just fine, so the progenitors let out a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation above didn't stop sending more liquid lighting into his body. It became a battlefield inside. The heaven wouldn't relent until Liqia was blown to smithereens. Wait a minute. Something's off. A brilliant progenitor suddenly noticed something during this process. The tribulation isn't coming down on its own accord. He took a deep breath and said with shock, "It's being forcefully dragged down by a monstrous power." What? His peers couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm sure of it. The progenitor confirmed. The rest looked up towards the depth of the azure and focused on the tribulations pouring into Liqia. Upon closer inspection, they found that this progenitor was right. Both the crystal needles and liquid tribulations were attracted and led by something. The man behind this seemed obvious. Liqia. The high heaven wasn't sending these tribulations down. The guy was the one forcing it down in order to absorb all of its power before stopping. This made them stare at each other, bewildered and aghast. Just a single drop of lightning liquid inside those needles was enough to instantly destroy a progenitor. However, Liqia swallowed all of them without a problem. He clearly viewed them as nutrition. That's so fierce. One progenitor couldn't believe it. They wanted nothing more than to get away from the tribulation or for it to pass as soon as possible. On the other hand, Liqia was crazily devouring the tribulation. Moreover, his tribulation was 1,000, 1,000,000 times stronger than anything they have seen previously. This still didn't deter him in the slightest. How can anyone view these tribulations as food? Another amazing progenitor said with admiration. The majority of the group had a wry smile or a strange expression while looking at the sky. They wondered that if the high heaven had a humanoid form, what kind of expression would it have right now? I see why people called him fiercest now. Another master commented. They have done crazy things before, but these deeds were not worth mentioning compared to Liqia's current feat. Chapter 32-25. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the current tribulation was its ultimate form. However, Liqia still absorbed it while the progenitors watched on in horror. Boom, boom, boom. Their astonishment was interrupted by more explosions from above. Endless lightning bolts of a golden shade poured down, seemingly cast from gold. More tribulations? One master blurted out in fear. However, they were shocked to see that the target wasn't Liqia but rather the needles pinned on him. Why would this golden tribulation aim for its own allies? The crystal needles shattered as a result. Bright fragments shot out in a beautiful manner. This was the first time they have ever seen the high heaven destroying its own tribulation. In fact, it seemed unprecedented and unheard of.
They eventually realized that it couldn't do anything to Li Qie and was left with no choice. This was the only way to prevent Li Qie from absorbing the entire ocean of tribulations, fully robbing the high heaven of its power. Only Li Qie can do something like this in history. One progenitor murmured. Not to mention regular experts, even the peerless progenitors have never thought about attempting to rob the high heaven, let alone actually carrying it out. Li Qie was the only exception. This was so ridiculous that no one would believe this story without seeing in person. Of course, it didn't matter whether regular people believe it or not. At their height, all other beings were mere specks of dust. Boom! Li Qie's 13 palaces showed up and hovered around his true fate. He didn't need any aura. The presence of his supreme true fate forced all the masters to kneel before him. Beneath was a surging ocean exuding a power mighty enough to horrify 3,000 worlds. Why? It was an ocean of tribulations stolen from the high heaven. Random bolts would shoot out at times, wanting to escape. Boom! Li Qie's true fate gradually entered the ocean. This created a massive lightning tsunami, causing the progenitors to quiver. The bolts in the ocean naturally struck his true fate, eager to crush it to pieces. Insanity! The spectators gasped at this sight. It was common knowledge that a true fate was at its weakest after leaving the body and especially the palaces. Yet, he still chose to move it to an expanse of ultimate tribulations. Nothing else could be crazier than this. Buzz! The 4 symbols of the palace lit up and 4 items flew out. Ancient Void Rune, Heavenly Tao's Primal Chapter, Life Origination, and Epic Leaf. They attached themselves to his true fate for a full assembly. Then this new entity sank completely into the lighting ocean. Rumble! The world seemed to be spinning from the wrath of this ocean. More tsunami mercilessly smashed the sky, once again suppressing all inhabitants. However, the 13 palaces sealed the ocean and its power, not allowing anything to leak out from the area. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nonetheless, the spectators were still scared out of their mind and completely drenched in cold sweats. They were afraid that this ocean would be able to break out. These waves alone would drown and destroy the expanse and 3 immortals. Luckily, the 13 palaces did an amazing job. The raging ocean failed to get past its line of defense. As time passed, its power weakened. It started sinking with less water and lightning. This process was quite fast. The ocean was now the size of a lake. He's using the ocean to refine his true fate. It's still absorbing the tribulation right now. Everyone had a strange expression on their face, speechless. What could they really say? If their true fate was struck by one bolt, that would be the end of them. On the other hand, he was treating the tribulations like nutritious delicacies. Words were no longer sufficient to describe him. The lake eventually turned into a pond. Buzz! Finally, his true fate absorbed the entire ocean. Not even a single drop was wasted. His true fate hovered there, looking immaculate and unique. No one else had something like this. It pulsed with an immortal light as if it was the origin of the myriad Tao. With it, Li Qie became the ruler and the creator of an epoch. All the laws and orders would start from him and be under his control. Absorbing the tribulation was obviously a great development. However, the most important thing was that he had managed to refine the 4 peerless symbols into his true fate. In fact, it reached an unprecedented level. Hypothetically, if a true immortal were to exist, their true fate might not be comparable to Li Qie's right now. Ancient Primal Origination Epic Myriad Tribulation True Fate. Li Qie gave his true fate a new title, one representing ultimate strength. This true fate alone is invincible. It's all one needs. Nothing else matters. One can have a mortal physique and still be the same as having an immortal physique. One of the 3 immortals emotionally commented. 1. Yes, the name in English is silly. This might be the silliest one so far. It's not bad at all in Chinese since it takes 1 character each from the 4 symbols then adds myriad tribulations to it. Just 8 syllables versus 17 syllables in English. The more I look at it, the more ridiculous it seems. Ah, heck. I'll name it Tetra Tribulation True Fate. I'm keeping the original name in the passage for now and changing it later just so that this note would make sense. Chapter 32-26. Tetra Tribulation True Fate was entirely unique in history and should hypothetically be comparable to a true immortal's true fate. If one were to use the perspective of regular cultivators, Li Qie should be considered a true immortal by this point. The three immortals themselves couldn't help admiring his true fate. Just this alone was enough to be invincible. No need for the grand Tao and a powerful physique. As for the top masters in the expanse, they stared at the true fate in awe. Having never seen such a thing before, it was simply beyond their imagination, breaking their existing knowledge regarding true fates. Such a true fate shouldn't be allowed to exist. Not an immortal yet above one. Everyone said with admiration. Just seeing this true fate in person is more than one can ask for in life. One progenitor added. Everyone else was quite satisfied to witness this apex. Time might have limits but not the grand Tao. A member of the Decemvirate felt lost. Through the years, very few people have reached their level. During their own generation, they thought they had reached the limit of the Tao. Just another step would take them to the apex. Alas, they felt insignificant before Li Qie's achievements. They were nothing more than frogs under a well in the past. They realized that they weren't close to reaching the limit of the Tao at all. Far from it. This was akin to the massive expanse stopping them from reaching the other shore. The Tao is limitless indeed. The three immortals agreed. They certainly stood at the top in their world. In fact, they weren't that intimidated by the dark existences because they were at a similar level. Li Qie, on the other hand, shattered all conventional wisdom. They realized that they still had a way to go. Immortals, if they exist, still can't be more powerful than him. One of the three said. Because of their height, they were able to get a good gauge on Li Qie's current abilities. The only thing Li Qie was lacking was everlasting life. Yo, villainous heaven, don't be so stingy now. It's just a little tribulation. Li Qie looked up at the sky and smirked. Thunderous detonations and flashes up in the azure answered him. Wrath seemed to be building up there. The high heavens seemingly wanted to send out another blow to destroy Li Qie. Alas, nothing came down. The ocean of lighting slowly dispersed and light returned again as if nothing had happened. Men couldn't come close to speculating about the heavens' whims. The new tribulation seemed eager to strike earlier, but it simply dispersed. Li Qie wasn't surprised at all to see this, evident by the smile on his face. Meanwhile, the rest realized that the high heaven had abandoned the idea of destroying Li Qie. No more tribulations would come. Perhaps it thought that tribulations were no longer effective? Li Qie's grand Tao has been perfected to the point where he wouldn't die to one. Anyone else? Li Qie turned his focus at the expanse and his eyes swept through the area. He saw everything clearly, from the swimming fish to the shells at the bottom, the islands, the inhabitants. All were within his grasp. The top masters regained their wits during this observation process. Uncrossable expanse is normal again now. One of them said. Yes. The others agreed, feeling quite happy as a result. It has returned to its previous state before the invasion of darkness. Their anxiety and fear have all but disappeared. The place became a paradise for adventures again. There were still fierce monsters and evil creatures around, along with dangerous areas such as void zones and storms. These things were enough to kill progenitors. However, they were part of the world. Adventures and conflicts of this type were perfectly fine. Some of them would be more than happy to participate despite the risks. In fact, a few believed that to go down during an adventure was a type of happiness. Their life would be as brilliant as the fireworks during the night. On the other hand, succumbing to the darkness? This corruption wasn't what they wanted. As Li Qie continued to search, the progenitors understood that the darkness was no longer around at the expanse. Let's build a supreme kingdom. One progenitor's ambition was at an all-time high. He could set sail on a new adventure. Being a progenitor meant searching and fighting forever. A safe expanse became the perfect place. We can relax and do what we want now. Other people started leaving. The darkness made them tread with caution. Some decided to hide instead of traveling freely in the expanse, especially those who had their own minor dimension or lineage. They focused on protecting their home and even formed alliances in order to keep watch, afraid of being tempted by the darkness. Now, they no longer needed to stay around as protectors. They could do whatever they wanted now. He saved both three immortals and the expanse. The majority kneeled towards Li Qie in order to show their gratitude and respect. These dark years would have gone on for who knows how long? More progenitors would have fallen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun has returned to the expanse once more. Buzz. Suddenly, a bridge materialized from the horizon and connected to this location. It had 3 separate lights and holy runes. It naturally attracted everyone's attention due to its immortal aura. Chapter 32-27. The end of the bridge stopped in front of Xueqi, clearly welcoming him to board. "It's the 3 immortals," one progenitor said. The existence of the 3 immortals wasn't a secret for the top masters at the Expanse, contrary to the view back in 3 immortals. After entering the Expanse, these progenitors found out about the 3 immortals. They were the earliest pioneers, the greatest sages, and the strongest cultivators. For millions of years, these 3 were viewed as the apex of cultivation. The progenitors knew that peace was possible due to these 3 guardians. They have been guarding this world all this time. During the earliest era, some came to the Expanse and were lucky enough to receive their guidance. This allowed them to become top progenitors. They also took charge during the Dark War. Their leadership kept the Expanse free from total corruption. Later on, they stopped showing up for some unknown reasons. Bao Pu, Zither Empress, Fire Ancestor, and Gao Yang, these brilliant progenitors took over. They were certainly amazing, but without characters like the 3 immortals to stop the darkness, many progenitors started falling. The trio was still gone after several cruel battles. This made people question whether they were still around. Some thought that the dark existence had killed them. This speculation was reasonable because during the later battles, Zither Empress group barely held on, losing fights after fights. Thus, this bridge came as a surprise for many among the crowd. The 3 immortals are still alive. Maybe they're at the other shore. One master murmured. "This is great news for 3 immortals." One progenitor commented. The ones here knew that the first line of defense for 3 immortals was actually the Expanse, not the sky moat. Some of them stuck around, serving as defenders. Though Xueqi had swept away the darkness today, who knows if another danger would come to this unknown land. They would be the first to face the next wave of disaster, shouldering the responsibility of protecting 3 immortals. That's why they felt so relieved to know that the trio was still alive. 3 immortals always had hope regardless of the calamity with the trio around. The name of their world originated from the protection of the trio. Without them, this world might be completely different right now. Xueqi smiled and stepped on the bridge to head towards the other side. As he moved along, the section behind him gradually disappeared. "Sir is going to see the 3 immortals," one progenitor said. This invitation came as no surprise. Plus, Xueqi was strong enough to go see the 3 immortals regardless of being invited or otherwise. He was certainly qualified to meet them. Remember, weaker cultivators relative to him have met the 3 before. For example, Zither Empress and her peers. So there will be 4 immortals now? Our world will be 4 immortals from now on if they stay together? One master started fantasizing with a smile. The majority thought that nothing would be better if Xueqi were to stay at the Expanse. They would no longer need to worry about any threat. "I hope so, our world will be at the top, completely peerless versus the others," an optimistic progenitor answered. "No, so won't be around." One who had talked to Xueqi before knew his goal. "He's only a passerby. Nothing in our world can make him stay. He has done enough for us anyway." Another sighed and added. The group familiar with Xueqi didn't say anything. They naturally wanted him to stay, but no one could persuade him anyway. The bridge crossed through space and took Xueqi along. He eventually made it to the other end of the Expanse in no time at all. A person stood at the end of the bridge, waiting for Xueqi. He wore a cotton robe along with a winter hat, nearly hiding his entire face. Xueqi was no stranger to this man. They have met several times back in 3 immortals. This time was a little different. The old man had a pulsing green glow brimming with life force. The area around him felt like spring, the perfect time to sow some seeds. His life force seemed enough to create 3,000 worlds. In the case of everything dying and drying out in 3 immortals, his life force was enough to save them all. "Excuse me for the late reception, Dao brother." The old man bowed respectfully. "You're deliberately late." Xueqi smiled. "I'm sure you're happy about the outcome. Our interference would have ruined your plan. We would be inners then." The old man said. "You're good at running from your responsibility and letting someone else clean up the mess." Did this happen a lot during your expedition too? Tricking the villainous heaven up and down. Li Qie joked. That past is not worth mentioning. We were just struggling and didn't accomplish much, unlike you who keeps on fighting back, Dao brother. The old man shook his head. It's just small-scale stuff so far, not really fighting directly. There'll be a chance for that later. Li Qie smiled. The old man nodded. He believed that Li Qie would be able to put up a monstrous fight, a battle for the ages. I am Emperor Nong. The old man bowed again for an introduction. Li Qie smiled. This was within his expectation. I've heard good things about your 9-pistol golden grain, that it's the best in history. Li Qie chuckled. The bull had bragged about eating this grain before, but not a single soul believed it. Why? Because according to the legends, these grains belonged to Emperor Nong, one of the 3 immortals. Those back in that world thought that these beings were myths or even fabrications. Just child's play, nothing impressive, can't enter your sight. The emperor shook his head. Of course it's not what I want. Li Qie let out a wide grin. I want way more, obviously. The emperor let out an awkward smile, aware that Li Qie was about to bleed them dry. You're already a true immortal now. Our crappy possessions can't enter your sight. He said. 1. Nong mean farming/agriculture. Chapter 32-28. A boundless void lay ahead. Nothing else existed as far as the eye can see. It felt as if everything had been sucked out of this place, even space itself. In front of the void was a beautiful and magnificent radiance. No one would be able to avert their gaze from this greatest work of art. It looked like a gathering of the galaxies. All the stars from 3,000 worlds were here and slowly floated in a profound yet mysterious order. It seemed as if it contained everything possible, even the most basic requirements for creation. It gestated the sources of all along with a power beyond imagination. Each starry ray possessed the power of all things, the Tao, and the spirit and heart. One could see everything in the 3,000 worlds while standing before this celestial accumulation. They could then act as the rulers of this domain. However, Li Qie didn't care about this profound entity. His focus was set on the void ahead. There was nothing there, no time and space, no grand Tao and mysteries. It simply had nothing that made up reality. An impregnable wall. Li Qie commented. It's a sight to behold. We've seen it once during the very edge of that event. This is the second time. It's really impossible to cross, we've tried it. Emperor Nong, who stood next to him, nodded in agreement. From one perspective, people would mistake it for being easy to cross. There were no affinities holding them back. However, this wasn't the case. The absence of affinities rendered all movements impossible. Techniques in Tao were useless. One would just be stuck there. There were no rules of distance and time, only eternal stagnation. This void was a dimensional bulwark. In other words, this was it, the end. No one would be able to move forward. Therefore, calling it the end point of the expanse wasn't unreasonable. Even the 3 immortals had no means to travel through it. Yes, there was one like this. Li Qie became slightly emotional. He eventually shifted his gaze towards the stars instead. Earlier, there was an old man meditating there. Now, he had gotten up and walked over to the duo. He wore a coat made of straws and was engulfed in flames. These flames were refreshing and pleasant instead of being overbearingly hot. They felt like the spring water amidst a hot summer day, enough to quench any thirst. Nonetheless, they still had plenty of destructive potentials. Just one spark could reduce a system to ashes or kill a powerful progenitor. The old man bowed deeply at Li Qie and said, Brother Li, you're a sight for sore eyes. We have been waiting. He is Brother Xue. Emperor Nong introduced with a smile. The introduction was unnecessary since Li Qie had seen the 3 immortals' Tao images after arriving in this world. That was so long ago. Now they have finally met in person. Either way, it didn't really matter to Li Qie. A peerless fire Tao, definitely deserving the immortal classification. Simply incredible. Li Qie praised. This wasn't conversational pleasantry. The Emperor's fire Tao was definitely the best in 3 immortals. I don't deserve your praise, for my legacy has been tainted by a child with a weak Tao heart. My reputation is gone. Emperor Xue shook his head, feeling embarrassed. A master starts one's journey, but the rest is up to them. There are plenty of unfilial descendants in history. This is common enough to not worry about it. Li Qie chuckled. The topic of this conversation was Fire Ancestor, a direct disciple of Emperor Xueqi. Just imagine, a cultivator lucky enough to receive personal guidance and arts from Emperor Xueqi. His future was as bright as can be. Sure enough, he eventually became a member of the Decemvirate. Moreover, he gained great influence and authority due to the prestige of his master. Who wouldn't want to follow a disciple from one of the three immortals to battle? Therefore, those who knew about this little secret were willing to follow him on his expedition to the expanse. Unfortunately, he failed to accomplish his goal and faltered to the darkness. You're right. The emperor smiled and said, I suppose everyone has one regret or two in life. He sighed after saying this. He still had emotions despite his current cultivation level. In the end, he had to personally pursue Fire Ancestor and cleaned up this mess. This wasn't easy for him in the slightest. He adored his student due to the latter's gifts. Fire Ancestor possessed insane talents. Thus, Emperor Xueqi taught him everything. This choice turned out to be his biggest regret in life. Oh, a friend from afar visiting. What a joyous occasion. Let's not talk about unpleasant things when we should be celebrating. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by jovial laughter. Another person from above landed in front of Li Qie. He was taller than Emperor Nong and Emperor Xueqi. He had a special rhythm and temperament to him as if he was made from the Grand Tao. One wouldn't be able to sense his flesh and blood as if he wasn't in the same dimension. You're back, Brother Shi. The other two smiled to see him. We have been expecting you, Brother Li. The old man also bowed towards Li Qie and said, A few million years ago, we were discussing how long it would take for you to come here. It's not easy to find. Li Qie chuckled. The three immortals in the legend have finally gathered. Li Qie knew that they were real, unlike those back in Three Immortals. To a certain extent, he came to this world in order to see them. Thus, with this meeting, his trip could be considered a complete success. You've done a superb job, far better than us. Emperor Shi smiled and reflected. We've been trying to find that guy ever since he got here. We did spot him several times, but he was always one step ahead of us. Seems like we're really old now, our vision is gone, can't even find someone. He was referring to the unicorn that managed to elude them for so long. Alas, Li Qie managed to not only find but also kill him. Chapter 32-29. I can't take all the credit since I had the help of an item. He hid very well, it wouldn't have been easy. Li Qie shook his head and smiled before taking out a box to hand it to Emperor Xueqi. The box was left behind by Fire Ancestor. It contained the unicorn's hair and fingernail. This made it easy for Li Qie to calculate its position. This child, always so intelligent. He had his own plan going on. Emperor Nong let out a deep sigh. It didn't matter what Fire Ancestor did. None could change the fact that many progenitors have been killed by him. Forget about the past. Emperor Xueqi summoned a flame in his palm. Poof! The flame instantly turned the box into ashes that scatter to the wind. War is always cruel. At least three immortals is lucky enough to survive. Emperor Shi stared at the scattering ashes and said, We can't escape responsibility for this. Emperor Nong became serious. Right, our damned mistake started all of this. Emperor Shi didn't deny. Well, struggling is a part of life. Otherwise, might as well just be a rock. Emperor Xueqi smiled and said, Right, overcoming struggles gives meaning to life. It makes us more than walking corpses. Li Qie added, Yes, you're one of us, one of us. The three immortals clapped their hands and laughed. Alas, we're inferior compared to you. Emperor Shi said, The struggle back then got the best of us, which is why we ran back to Three Immortals. We stopped struggling. It's not easy returning alive from that place. Li Qie said with a profound gaze. Very few have managed to do so. We didn't do much in the ultimate battles compared to you and the wise sages. We just messed around and eventually knew when to give up and leave. Our accomplishments are exaggerated by the unaware, that's all. We don't deserve any praise. Emperor Xueqi put on a forced smile. The three immortals were survivors of an expedition. Theirs was much earlier compared to Li Qie's group. As if the villainous heaven would allow for people to mess around in its domain. Li Qie chuckled. No one incapable could have survived in that place. Well, in the end, we realized our limits and left with dejection. The truth is that we tasted a lot of bitterness there. Emperor, she added. The inhabitants of this world probably viewed the three immortals as unbeatable figures. How could they ever be defeated? On the other hand, the three immortal themselves had no problem accepting their defeat. This was already a peerless deed. No, what you three have done is magnificent, immortalized in history. Li Qie still praised. Let's not dwell on the past. We gave up after that attempt while you're still as spirited as before, still having the confidence to try again. Our Tao heart is not as strong. Emperor Nong replied. Yes. We gave up on this idea after returning and decided to stay in our nest until now. Emperor, she said. We're old now, the same with our fire. It's because I'm only 18 that I have the energy and hot-bloodedness to keep on struggling. That's the only way to get rid of my youthful restlessness. Li Qie joked. The three immortals chuckled in response. He was indeed young compared to them. Alas, his grand Tao had surpassed them at this point, which was why they addressed him as brother. Buzz. A very, very tiny strand of darkness suddenly emerged inside the group of stars. The naked eyes couldn't tell where it came from. It shouldn't be underestimated despite its size. This power immediately contaminated the stars. This place used to have a gorgeous glow. Each ray was pure and immaculate. Now, more than half of the stars have been tainted. More dark rays oozed out and continued spreading. Darkness took over the area in no time at all. It's here again. Emperor Xue's eyes glinted coldly. Even a progenitor would shudder at this sight. He raised his palm and unleashed a flame large enough to cover the stars. The darkness was burnt to a crisp before a complete manifestation. It didn't look or feel that impressive, yet it was one of the strongest types of fire. Just one spark would be enough to instantly kill a progenitor. After the darkness was gone, he gathered the flame back into his palm before lowering it. The stars regained their beauty and luster afterward. Li Qie noticed that at the deepest region of the stars was a tiny crack the size of a feather. This spatial crack was insignificant, but it seemed to be an eternal scar. There was no curing or destroying it regardless of the methods. Looks man-made. Li Qie concluded. The three had an awkward expression after hearing this. One of them admitted. Yes, we did it. Curiosity kills the cat. Li Qie chuckled. More than that, we almost brought the entire world down with us. Thus we have to stay here forever to deal with it. This is karma. Emperor Nong said. You definitely need this. Li Qie smiled and took out an item. He held it near his chest as if he was holding 3,000 worlds. 3 Immortals Tree. The item stole the trio's attention. It's finally back, after so many years. Emperor, she became emotional. Indeed. Emperor Nong reached forward to gently rub it. I feel like it's hard to put a price on something so priceless. Li Qie smirked. The trio exchanged glances, contemplating. Do we have a choice? Emperor Nong spoke first since he was the one who made a deal with Li Qie. No, but you can choose not to get it. Li Qie shook his head. So we don't have a choice. Just state your conditions. We only need the tree. Emperor, she smiled. Well, I need to think about it very carefully. Li Qie rubbed his chin, looking as if he was about to make an outrageous demand. Alas, the trio couldn't do anything about it. They needed to obediently accept all of his demands since they were fish on the chopping board. They wouldn't have waited until now if they didn't need the tree. To switch it up, they themselves didn't need it, but 3 immortals did. That's why they didn't have a choice. 1. Note, they refer to him as older Tao brother, but this is just too long. Chapter 3230. The helpless expression from the trio amused Li Qie. Don't worry, I have a great sense of propriety and won't ask for anything out of line. Li Qie smiled. Of course, the trio's eyes said it all, that they thought he was anything but. Here, back to its master's. Wait. No, back to its home. Li Qie handed the tree to them without asking for the payments just yet. Finally. Emperor Nong accepted the tree and became emotional, the same as the other two. No more disasters after this. Emperor Sui stared at the stars and heaved a sigh of relief. Creating a rift there mustn't have been easy. Li Qie glanced over at the crack. The three became awkward again with a forced smile on their face. We really brought this upon ourselves and it has been tormenting us ever since. Emperor Shi sighed in response. So first, you three found this place. Li Qie had a pretty good guess at this point. Yes, that's a story from long ago. When we returned from that place, we went into a long cultivation session. Once we came out, we entered the expanse for a full exploration. Those as powerful as the trio wouldn't linger around in Three Immortals. They naturally desired to reach a bigger and more colorful world. There was no secret left in Three Immortals for them since they were the ones who created the order and cultivation system here. Their reign has lasted for many generations, so they knew all there was to know. Only the expanse had some mysteries left and they couldn't resist the temptation. The expanse is massive. We went there several times and still didn't see the whole thing. Thus, it became our goal. Emperor Sui stopped here. We found this place and the tree. We immediately knew that it had special meanings to this world. Hence its name. We stayed here for a while to figure it out. Emperor Nong continued. He glanced over at the stars, seemingly recalling the past. You soon found that there was more to it than that. Li Qie smiled. He had kept the tree long enough to figure it out. Yes, curiosity also kills people. The three exchanged glances. I assumed there was only one path. Who would have thought that there was a rift here? Li Qie said. We didn't know in the beginning. Emperor Shi shook his head. We figured out that the tree is a dimensional type. Breaking this barrier might take us to a world unknown to us. We naturally became curious. This was irresistible. Emperor Nong smiled wryly. They have lived in this world for too long, so this revelation regarding a new world became their main focus. You started working towards this goal with wanton regards. After all, you three considered yourselves unbeatable. Li Qie could understand why they did it. Anyone in their shoes would have done the same thing. The three smiled, agreeing with Li Qie. They lost patience once they found out about another world. In fact, they have calculated the potential dangers and possibilities before attempting this. The problem was their overconfidence due to their strength. They believed that they could deal with any complications. After all, they were survivors from that place. Though they pulled a fast one to flee, this was still a historically great feat, and furthermore, what place could be more dangerous in comparison? We spent countless efforts to uproot the tree, Emperor Sui said softly. The tree was connected to Three Immortals. Its roots coiled deep in this dimension. Uprooting it was easier said than done. Of course, the trio was powerful enough to do so. We then opened a rift, wanting to see what lies beyond. He had a serious expression at this point. That's when it all begins. Emperor Shi joined in. We underestimated that world and didn't prepare sufficiently. The darkness came. Li Qie knew where the rift was connected to. Right. Emperor Shi nodded. As we were about to explore that world, we suddenly got ambushed by darkness. We realized that this was far from good. The sudden ambush still managed to catch these three masters off guard. We knew that the first thing we must do was close the rift. Unfortunately, the enemies were too strong, so we didn't have enough time. He sighed and said, How many of them got through? Li Qie asked. Should be 3 as far as we know. Emperor Nong mused for a bit before answering. The leader was the strongest and kept us preoccupied. Then 2 more ambushed us a while later. We tried to stop them, but they didn't care about fighting. It took all of our efforts to stop the leader. He paused for a bit before continuing. We were fighting while trying to close the rift. The shockwaves blew the tree away into another dimension. It took us a long time to kill this leader, so the other 2 escaped to uncrossable expanse. More darkness was still coming from the other world, but we couldn't close it without the tree. Thus, we had to use our power to forcefully reduce it to a tiny rift. The situation back then must have been perilous. Anyone else would have panicked and lost control of the situation. By the time we stabilized the situation, one of the 2 has accomplished his goals in the expanse. He recruited a powerful alliance. Many fell to the darkness. Emperor Shi elaborated. We were still injured, unfortunately. Emperor Sui joined in. Moreover, the fallen ones were all over the expanse. We started launching an offense against this overlord. Emperor Shi continued.
But remember that this place was still open. Thus, we couldn't go all out. During this period, dark existences had occasionally tried to sneak in through the rift. One of us had to stay here to avoid letting more of them in. The other two focused on offense and defense against the Overlord.
Emperor, she said.
Fortunately, this Overlord hasn't recovered back to his peak state and chose to avoid a direct confrontation against us. He sent the fallen combatants to their death instead. He had a sad expression after finishing. Chapter 32-31. One could only imagine the trio's dilemma back then. Killing the most powerful Dark Lord left them laden with injuries. Moreover, fixing the rift wasted their energy and vitality. The second Dark Lord knew that the three immortals had the home court advantage in the expanse, so he avoided any direct confrontations. He made the fallen ones buy time. This made it difficult for the three to kill him right away. The temptation of darkness was too much, so many experts switched sides. If that had continued, the pillars of three immortals would be gone even after we kill him.
Emperor Nong said.
If they needed to kill all the fallen ones to get to the Dark Lord, the expanse would run out of masters. That's why we needed to enter three immortals again. He continued. We stayed on the pursuit while using our Dao heart to find suitable candidates. So you found Zither Empress, Fire Ancestor, and the others, letting them form a powerful alliance to face the darkness. Very helpful on top of stopping individual experts from falling.
Li Qie understood the plan. Right. Emperor, she nodded.
Their disciples didn't let them down either. These brilliant geniuses eventually became the most powerful progenitors. They recruited powerful alliances and entered the expanse. After several bloodied battles, we finally managed to stop and imprison the second lord. We thought that we would have been able to refine it completely.
Emperor, she paused for a bit. Emperor Xueqi sighed after getting to this point.
A traitor, Fire Ancestor.
Li Qie said.
Yes, he fell to the third lord. Emperor Xueqi continued with melancholy. The third one hid the entire time while continuing to recruit people. Fire Ancestor betrayed them when they thought victory was certain. This was surprising because he was Emperor Xueqi's prized disciple and had numerous meritorious achievements against the darkness. That's why he earned the trust of the third one.
Li Qie nodded.
Fire Ancestor managed to get a strand of hair and a fingernail from the third existence, clearly a showing of trust. So the ambush allowed the imprisoned one to escape and we couldn't find them afterward.
Emperor Xueqi said with disappointment.
It didn't feel good to be betrayed by the disciple he trusted the most. The unicorn needs help in order to win. There's no chance for him going alone against you three after the death of the second one.
Li Qie also understood the unicorn's plan.
Haha, the second one lost patience and was captured by you.
Emperor, she said.
The grievously injured Dark Lord no longer showed up later as well, the same with the third one. The latter continued to work in the shadows in order to build up an army. The second lord took advantage of the heavenly tribulation and suddenly escaped out of the expanse. He needed to replenish his vitality and three immortals was the perfect target. Unfortunately, he ended up being captured and refined by Li Qie. Later on, we stayed here in order to watch the rift, look for the third one, and heal our injuries. We also sent our Dao avatars to look for the tree. That's the only way to fix the gap. Emperor Nong spoke while looking at the tree in his hand. In the end, Li Qie was one step ahead of them and found the tree. Emperor Nong had no choice but to make a deal. As for the unicorn, he knew that the three immortals had been keeping an eye on the expanse still. Thus, he chose to order the other progenitors and experts to cause chaos, hoping to attract their attention. The invasion on three immortals had the same goal. He wanted the three immortals to come back so that he could move on to the next step of his plan. Alas, they didn't bite. Moreover, Li Qie came out of nowhere and ruined it completely. All along, those from that world outside still want to come here. We don't know how much longer we can last without this tree. Emperor Xueqi stared at the tiny rift and said, "It's over now." Brother Li had dealt with all of this on his own. This is a peerless contribution to the worlds.
Emperor Nong smiled.
This was no exaggeration. Li Qie killed two Dark Lords and swept away the darkness on top of finding the tree. His contribution was above theirs right now, so they had nothing but respect for him. Li Qie didn't say anything and focused his gaze on the rift. We should start and mend the rift with the tree.
No more problems later on. Emperor Shi suggested. Previously, they were very curious about the unknown world, but this was no longer the case. The existence of this rift meant a potential disaster for 3 immortals. For them, nothing was more important than the survival of 3 immortals. Thus, they threw away their curiosity and desires before mending this rift. Everything would be the same again. Not going to take a look? Li Qie asked with a smile. No. All 3 answered at the same time. I will though. He smirked. The 3 became serious because this wasn't a joke. This pertained to the survival of all. You mean? Emperor Shi asked. 3 immortals have been exposed. They know about this fatty piece of meat now. It'll do a good job at curing their hunger. You don't think they salivate while thinking about it? Li Qie said. The 3 knew that their world was a prime target now after the formation of this rift. These other beings wanted nothing more than to devour it. We're sinners. Emperor Xueqi sighed. Fixing this rift is a temporary solution, not permanent. I'm positive that it is inevitable. No one will be able to escape in the future. Li Qie's eyes became profound. Elaborate, brother. Emperor Shi earnestly asked. Take them all down. Go all out with this opportunity. There won't be another one. Li Qie said. The 3 exchanged glances. They were the strongest cultivators of this world, but after fighting the dark existences, they knew that this unknown world was unimaginably frightening. We're not being unduly humble when saying that we won't be able to do anything there. It's not about staying alive for us, since death isn't enough to atone for our mistake. However, this rift must be fixed for the sake of 3 immortals. Emperor Shi said seriously. I'm not telling you 3 to go. It's my personal wish, so I'll go alone. It'll be selfish to bury 3 immortals by forcing you 3 to go there. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 32-32. Li Qie's suggestion could have earth-shattering consequences. The trio became austere. I don't think winning will be easy. Emperor Shi mused. He put it as nicely as possible instead of saying that Li Qie wouldn't be able to put up a fight. Though they haven't seen this world, they had a pretty good idea after the first 3 invaders. They would definitely not be able to return after a trip there. Of course, they knew that he was quite strong, stronger than any of them. Alas, the consequences would still be grave. Not easy indeed. Li Qie chuckled. Just going to kill a few. I don't plan on winning completely. It's impossible to do so by just fighting randomly. Plus, it's a good training session. The trio smiled wryly after hearing this. He spoke as if they were just common battles. This was far from the case. They would be awfully destructive and perilous, worse than any other wars. You still have more potential than us. Emperor Xueqi pondered for a bit before suggesting. Why not cultivate some more? Perhaps you'll be able to cross through the final gap and become a true immortal. That'll guarantee your victory. The group had a high evaluation of Li Qie. His potential was the highest they have seen. If becoming a true immortal was possible, he should be the first one to reach it. They don't exist for sure. Here, 3 immortals can't gestate or accommodate one. Just imagine the price. Li Qie shook his head. The 3 furrowed their brows, contemplating. They all believed that true immortals didn't exist. They weren't true immortals despite their titles. Others incorrectly chose to call them this. Perhaps they were true immortals in the eyes of regular people, but they knew that there was a long way to go before reaching this level. Moreover, there was no established method for them to reference. That's why it is only a legend. I'm sure even in the case that it is possible, you guys won't want to see the trade-off anyway. Li Qie chuckled. The 3 started thinking about this issue. Your world is blessed with fortune, able to escape through many epochs. Will this continue on in the future? He then asked. We know, but we don't have the same courage like you to walk on this path. Emperor Nong sighed in response. I disagree. It's because you 3 have things tying you down. Li Qie said. We're humans first before we're cultivators, right? Otherwise, we're no different than them. You are correct. Emperor Shi nodded and said softly. Opening this rift is not out of the question, but please consider. I don't think you'll be able to return. He put it as nicely as possible. Li Qie's result should be a miserable death in that unknown world. He had no reinforcement on top of knowing nothing about it.
Well, I'll kill until either I'm dead or there is nothing left. A death like that will still be worth it. Li Qie let out a burst of heroic laughter, treating this matter with a carefree mindset. The three respected his decisiveness since they couldn't do the same thing due to certain scruples. Looks like we'll have a lot to prepare. Emperor, she said with a solemn expression. Yes, the calamity will come, so do your best. The 3,000 worlds will change. Let's hope that the new world will be better. Li Qie nodded. Li Qie had decided to fight and made ample preparations. He also readied his mindset because the consequences might be unfavorable, to say the least. You're right, let's get started then. They no longer hesitated, deciding to fully support Li Qie with their resources. As Li Qie said, 3 immortals have been exposed. The top existences would never stop trying to come back here. Another rift would mean the end of 3 immortals and they wouldn't be able to stop it. That's why Li Qie's current goal was actually a great method. He might not be able to win the whole thing, but given his abilities, he should be able to kill many of them. The trio had plenty of resources after living for so many years. This was a great help for Li Qie. Now his own treasuries filled with the materials from several redemption grounds have resulted in something incredible. As Li Qie and the trio were preparing for the attack, the rest of the world enjoyed peace. The top masters in the expanse found this quite strange. There was no news of Li Qie after visiting the 3 immortals, so speculations arose. Another cultivation session, maybe? In order to become an immortal. One progenitor said. Maybe he's already an immortal and wants to take the next step, becoming a golden immortal. Another master said. Of course, golden immortals were only mentioned in the mortal stories and tales. No such level existed as far as they know. What is he actually doing? He's already powerful beyond imagination. Others simply didn't know. They believed that he was already at the apex of cultivation. There was no getting stronger. This particular thought was understandable. In the past, they thought that the dark existences were at the top, but Li Qie still easily killed them. How could there be something above him? Most importantly, he was unbeatable in this world. Perhaps the 3 immortals together still couldn't take him on. Therefore, he was at the ultimate limit of this world. Of course, a few progenitors knew about Li Qie's higher pursuit, that he wouldn't just stop here. This piece was only a prelude before his next shocking move. A terrible storm brewed on the horizon. Those in the deep crevices of redemption grounds started gazing at the azure. They seemed to notice a few things. It has been too long. An ethereal voice sounded. It could only be heard and understood by the selected few. Perhaps someone is finally able to take the next step. This is an opportunity. Another side. A chance to break the balance. Which side will the scale lean on? One more from a redemption ground spoke. They understood that the incoming battle carried great significance. All 3,000 worlds would change regardless of the victor. It won't be inferior to that past war. Another person lamented. Chapter 32-33. The storm finally arrived after a brief interlude. Rumble. 3 immortals and the expanse suddenly trembled as if it was the end of days. A tsunami capable of reaching the sky nearly smashed the stars down at the expanse. A giant seemed to be rending heaven and earth, wishing to tear the world in two. What's going on? The inhabitants panicked in confusion. The stars rustled, on the verge of falling down if this kept up. Rumble. One wave after another kept on smashing the sky, intending on drowning the high heaven. The cataclysmic phenomena frightened everyone. They have to get on their knees and pray once more. The masters and progenitors in the expanse, on the other hand, remained calm. What are they doing? They could tell that this was a man-made event, not natural disasters. Only the 3 immortals and Li Qie could affect the world to this level. This piqued their curiosity. Are they actually doing this? It's too dangerous. A progenitor who knew the inside story had a good guess. This knowledgeable group became frightened because, in the case of failure, all of 3 immortals would go down too. It's starting. Those in the redemption grounds were actually excited instead of being afraid. They knew that this day would come when Li Qie asked for their amazing resources back then. Perhaps success is possible. One existence murmured in these secretive places. Another seemed to disagree.
It had a serious expression as it gazed into the sky, capable of peering through any world. It reached the deepest location above but didn't see anything. I wonder if that person is still around or not. One overlord mused. The invincible progenitors couldn't hear this quiet voice. However, the other overlords countless dimensions away heard it clearly. That person, even the strongest overlords, put on a serious expression after hearing these words. They were confident in Li Qi's expedition, but once this person was mentioned, they felt great pressure. It has been a long time since his last appearance. I don't think anyone knows. One overlord quietly said. Only those who knew about him understood how frightening he was. However, he had disappeared a long time ago. Nonetheless, these overlords knew that he was still alive. After all, they were still alive. How could he die before them? It's just that no one knew what he was doing right now. The powerful existences back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents also felt the powerful ripples. It's beginning. One terrible being in a deep dimension started fleeing to safer pasture. He knew that this might be the start of another disaster. I hope changes will come from this. A person with a profound gaze residing in a burial ground said. They knew that a disaster would come from this battle, along with a change in momentum regardless of the outcome. Crack! Crack! Tearing sounds could be heard by all in 3 immortals and the expanse. Look, the sky is cracking. One person shouted. All looked up and sure enough, a crack appeared on the sky vault, looking just like a star. Everyone felt as if there was an invisible barrier up there being forcefully torn apart. Crack! The tearing continued. The sky would be split in 2 if this continued. The top masters in the expanse took a deep breath. That was a world barrier being torn apart, something they definitely couldn't do. They want to enter a different world? They realized what the 4 were up to right away. Can they do it? The widening crack left them in fear, afraid for the worst. Meanwhile, regular people back in 3 immortals thought that the sky was breaking down. Despite a lack of information, they instinctively trembled. Their survival instinct told them that this was definitely bad. Crack! The sound intensified and could be heard everywhere. The greatest existences watched with bated breath, especially those in the redemption ground. Boom! Darkness suddenly oozed into the crack with the force of a primal flood, engulfing the world. This was a monstrous existence from the other side wanting to invade 3 immortals. The dark affinity naturally scared everyone out of their wits. They felt darkness entering them in the blink of an eye. Shit! The top masters immediately fled with haste, afraid of a repeat of the past. Boom! However, this invasion was interrupted by an immortal light, a supreme technique capable of affecting everything. All felt feeble and insignificant in comparison. The power instantly repelled the mighty darkness, pushing it back to its own world while not damaging 3 immortals in the slightest. The crack in the sky was illuminated by this immortal light. Inside this bright expanse was a wondrous figure, Li Qi. Rumble! He flew towards the crack, wanting to reach the world on the other side. So fierce. The top masters were amazed at Li Qi's invincibility. 1. We don't know the sex, but I can't use there in the conversation, so it'll be his/him when applicable. Chapter 32-34. A single punch repelled the darkness in a domineering fashion. The inhabitants of 3 immortals were left speechless on their knees. They saw the majestic figure in the immortal light earlier. Unique and peerless in history. Progenitors and immortals weren't worth bringing up in his presence. He was the only true immortal. Prime. It's Prime. An ancient existence in 3 immortals shouted emotionally. He's saving us again. Tears flowed down everyone's cheeks as they kowtowed. Prime Progenitor. Li Qi's title echoed across the world, becoming an eternal legend. Many masters in the expanse also bowed deeply to show their respect. Boom! Li Qi stepped into the other world without any hesitation or fear. Each step was decisive and convincing. He didn't look back a single time, as if there was nothing here that could hold him back. A testament to his Tao heart and desire. He wanted to enter this world with the greatest momentum, taking the problem down at its source. Seal! The 3 immortals roared right after he got in there and worked together to use a mighty force to push the world barrier, closing the rift. Rumble! The rift gradually became smaller. This process appeased the spectators, saving them from further anxiety. They knew that the closing of this rift would mean that their world was safe again. Of course, ordinary people had no idea how much power and resources were spent by the three immortals to close it. After the rift disappeared, the three immortals returned the tree back to the stars. Buzz! The stars became lively again and rotated with incredible speed. This rotation spread life to the rest of the world. As this affinity seeped into the fabrics of reality, a tiny change occurred. It was unnoticed by regular people. Only the powerful masters could sense it. This is, a powerful progenitor became startled. The world is awakening? Another master speculated. Meanwhile, those in the redemption ground didn't care for this change. Their eyes were fixated above the sky, waiting for the worst. Who will die in this generation? One overlord murmured. The three immortals shared the same feeling. They watched with a dignified expression since this was only the beginning. They needed to prepare for any development. The ones back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents didn't have the privilege of watching this in person. However, they sensed the ripples of power. I hope for the best result. A terrible creature in a dark dimension said. Yes, both sides dying in battle is the best outcome. Many dark eyes opened, but not all the way out of fear. Another existence had an even better wish. Maybe more than just that. Let him sweep through and even fight that villainous heaven. Nothing is better than both of them dying. Xueqi was definitely a threat to them, but what looms above was even worse. It had forced them to hide for millions and millions of years. That's why they wanted to see all of their enemies dead. Xueqi entered another world in a dominating fashion. This was a place no outsider has been to before. He stood there, seemingly the unbeatable master of the universe. He scanned the area and understood everything after a flash in his eyes, capable of deducing the possibilities. This was a silent world. No other affinity existed outside of death. Time, space, Grand Tao, and all else, dead. Their death didn't come from time and withering. They were simply sucked dry, all of their essences taken to the last bit. Only a shell of a world remained, equals akin to a lifeless boulder. An ashen hue permeated the land. No light could be seen since they have been drained already. The sun, moon, and stars had nothing left. Many stars have actually fallen down to the ground. This world was massive. In fact, the 3,000 words that Xueqi knew might not be as big as this one. Even the strongest character and their power wouldn't make a difference when coming here, similarly to a drop of water touching a desert. However, his presence was instantly noted by many eyes opening wide. Alas, they didn't bring life to this world, only more darkness. No, that's incorrect. Darkness was actually a type of power, an affinity of sorts. The darkness here wasn't the same. This was a black hue of death. Existences awakened and brought with them terrible abysses capable of swallowing everything. Even a little stone would be robbed of everything after falling in, leaving only behind the useless dregs. After arriving here, people would find out that the darkness wasn't the scariest thing. The unknown murkiness was far worse. At the very least, darkness was still a form of life. Here, only death and devourment. In other words, they would understand the source of darkness. Once this murky aura became filled and satiated, it would turn into darkness. The top masters and progenitors would feel powerless while standing here. Their legs would start trembling. Fighting wasn't necessary because they knew of their grim outcome. On the contrary, Xueqi withstood the black devourment as if he was above them. Boom! During his arrival, a loud blast could be heard as a monstrous creature was pushed back. This was the thing wanting to invade 3 immortals but failed due to Xueqi's interference. Ages flew by, finally a guest. The existence's voice echoed. He used an ancient language transmitted by his divine intent. Those who didn't know this language still understood him. Chapter 32-35. Xueqi saw a monster standing there just like an uncrossable evil mountain. It was an unknown creature, shrouded by a massive cloak. It looked a little tattered, seemingly belonging to a beggar. Obviously, this was a supreme artifact. Its weapon of choice was a long sickle, causing it to look like the harvester of life. Just one swing would devour billions of lives. Progenitors wouldn't be able to escape. It stared straight at Xueqi,
Its gaze was the only brightness in this forsaken world, capable of stealing people's souls. Nonetheless, Li Qie calmly met its gaze, undeterred. No, I am no guest, just an executioner who will sever your dog head. Remember, I am Li Qie, fiercest, your end. Hear my name and cower in fear. Boom! A massive palm blotted out the sky above them as another monstrous existence awakened. Its palm was large enough to hide whatever was behind it. One couldn't see its true appearance. Fear? What's that? It spoke the same ancient language. Oh? Not bad at all. Can't remember the last time I've tasted such a feast. It salivated while staring at Li Qie. Indeed. Eras of refinement, a supreme true fate, a virtually peerless Tao heart, made contact with the 9 heavenly scriptures and treasures too? We can be full thanks to this fatty meal. The sickle wielder agreed. One didn't need to see its expression to know how much it wanted to devour Li Qie right now. Count me in. A third creature appeared, looking like a specter. It manifested in space and became part of it. Its form and size remained unknown. It simply had 3 bizarre white eyes. Their movements seemed to be twisting the fabrics of reality. They didn't exude a terrible presence nor an invincible aura. Alas, time came to a still. One shouldn't doubt the fact that they could devour 3 immortals, the 9 worlds, and the 13 continents in one gulp. If they were to go there, they would turn everything into food, including the mighty immortal emperors and progenitors. Just their diabolical form alone was enough to instill fear. No need for any aura. You all look like feasts to me too. I'm sure that it'll be very nutritious devouring you 3, but unfortunately, that's not my intention. Li Qie smiled. Then what is your intention? The sickle wielder spoke. Its voice had no emotions, seemingly always the same across the years. Perhaps time itself wasn't a limiting factor for them. This affinity might as well not exist. I will kill all of you. Don't you want to go down there? I'll deliver you down there and fulfill your wish. Li Qie smirked. True, there's a chance of coming down in that case. The 3-eyed abomination said. How interesting. I'm afraid your world can't handle our death though. The being with the gigantic palm had strange-sounding laughter. There's a trade-off for sure. Li Qie smiled. Your stinky corpses will spoil the land at first, but they'll become great fertilizer. Healthier soil and trees will come in time. That's your goal in coming here? The sickle wielder glared intensely, wanting to see Li Qie's Tao heart. No, that's just an additional prize. Li Qie smiled. I'm here to kill you all, that's all. You think you can kill us alone? It's true that your power few dash, the monstrous palm laughed and said. No, he's extremely strong. He has a primordial will. A faint voice came from deeper in this world. The 3 nearby instantly focused their gaze, resulting in 3 blinding rays intending on drilling through Li Qie. The experts below had no chance of withstanding their intensity. We were careless. That is indeed a primordial will. The 3-eyed abomination confirmed. You're that person? Li Qie asked after also focusing his gaze towards the direction of the faint voice. That person. The atmosphere became frozen. The 3 terrible monsters became serious as if Li Qie had just uttered some taboo words. Silence took over for a moment. No, I am not. Eventually, the faint voice answered and broke the tension. What a shame, I want to kill him too. Li Qie revealed a nonchalant smile. This attitude of his would still be there even if he was facing the most terrible creature in existence. What an audacious remark. Wanting to kill him. The massive palm spoke while trying to analyze Li Qie further, wanting to see what he was going to kill that person with. Not enough, still not enough. The faint voice said. I'm afraid you can't even get past US. Is that so? We'll see about that. You're coming out to fight me? Li Qie smiled. No rush. Let the 3 of them test your strength first. Oh, and we don't do one-on-one either. A feast like you has to be shared. It's too bad that we each will get less. The voice nonchalantly said. The creepiness of this response would make anyone imagine that they were laying on a platter, waiting to be cut and eaten. These existences, from beginning to end, viewed Li Qie as food, nothing more. I'll get started then, my fertilizer. I'm sure even the villainous heaven shares this sentiment. Li Qie chuckled. Humph. The bastard. The voice scowled.
The other three gradually surrounded the area around Li Qie, ready to kill him. "Show us your power," the sickle wielder uttered. Boom! Death energy emerged as a coffin materialized above Li Qie. The same with the death scripture. Both the scripture and treasure? The other two existences' eyes narrowed at this sight. "That's right. Enough to kill you all," Li Qie confidently said. "Kill us? Perhaps you don't know that your world didn't even exist back when we possessed them," the three-eyed abomination revealed. "I'm aware. It's a shame that the primordial backlash rendered them useless in your possession anyway unless you have a death wish." Li Qie smiled. "You know quite a bit." The sickle wielder became surprised. Those who knew this secret should no longer be around. Alas, there was one standing in front of them right now. Clank, clank, clank. 12 Tao laws above him formed a defensive barrier. Above them were 3 maelstrom. These 15 affinities combined together into an everlasting entity. Chapter 32-36. The primordial will draped down to protect Li Qie. He became an indelible mark in history. The embodiment of the beginning. "We once had the primordial will as well. What a shame," the faint voice said from somewhere in this world. The three terrifying existences looked fixedly at Li Qie and the primordial will. They couldn't help licking their lips. This will might be more tempting than his flesh. "The primordial will shall return today," the gigantic palm said before audibly salivating. "The three of you can't do it." Li Qie slowly unsheathed his weapon. An ash-colored long saber. It seemed to be made from the toughest material in history. Its appearance wasn't quite impressive, but the three existences' eyes narrowed as they became serious. "Such a familiar aura," the three-eyed abomination sniffed. "Of course, I'm sure you can't forget the aura of the villainous heaven." Li Qie looked capable of killing immortals with the saber in his hand. He spent unspeakable efforts in order to create this weapon. The main material was the meteor taken from the Jilin clan, forged with all types of flames and the power of the heavenly tribulations. No wonder why it's so familiar. The gigantic palm stared at the saber and said, "The thing they feared most in this world, the villainous heaven." This saber had a similar aura. No wonder why they found it so familiar. "Its name is?" the sickler wielder asked. "Heaven sees. I was going to name it Doghead Blade because I'll be decapitating you all with it, but it'll be too much of a waste. After all, the saber wasn't solely created to deal with your bunch." Li Qie said. "Heaven sees." The trio repeated, not caring about the taunt after. Li Qie picked this name because as long as the high heaven was around, he would rob the power of its tribulations. "It's been a long time since I've tasted flesh." The trio stopped worrying about the blade and became impatient. In their eyes, he was already a meal waiting to be consumed. They just needed to kill him first. "His blood and flesh are ours," the sickle wielder asserted, leaving no room for negotiation. He wasn't talking to Li Qie but to another of his peers far away. His eyes stared towards a particular direction, waiting for a deal. "If you three can kill him, I'm sure no one else will try to compete for his flesh and blood," the faint voice answered again. The three became excited after hearing the guarantee. They turned their sight towards Li Qie again. This meant that no one else would try to compete against them for his body. Exactly what they wanted. "We're feasting today. I can't believe how long it's been. Our stomach will be filled today." The gigantic palm gulped greedily. "Right." Gleams appeared in the other two's eyes, looking like 2 hungry wolves. "Come, I'll kill you 3 first then the rest." Li Qie laughed. Boom! An immortal light oozed out of his body and formed a golden frame. He looked like a golden immortal in the mortal myths with an invincible aura. The existences here furrowed their brows at this sight. Clank! 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 The three summoned their weapon. The sickle wielder's weapon was obvious. A sickle. It had a white glow capable of cutting through time and the head of its enemies. A strange weapon appeared next to the three-eyed abomination. It resembled a boomerang circling around him, made from numerous flashing fragments assembled together. Upon closer inspection, these fragments turned out to be stars. This weapon was refined from numerous worlds and their stars, but most importantly, all the living beings as well. The creature with the gigantic palm's weapon of choice was unsurprisingly a gauntlet made from unknown metals. It could withstand the strongest force in the world. There were 5 precious gems engraved on it. Each contained a different power: yin-yang, time, space. Just one gem alone contained enough power to kill billions in the blink of an eye. Die! Li Qiye was the first to attack as his primordial will exuded a radiance that fuses with his own. A horizontal slash aimed straight for the sickle wielder. A move as simple as can be. However, it contained the most profound variations and saber Dao in existence. Even a saber god wouldn't be able to understand it after trying for a lifetime. It could easily split open 3,000 worlds in the blink of an eye. The sickle wielder retaliated with a vertical swing. It wasn't aiming at Li Qiye but rather everything in front of him. Just one flash coming off the blade could kill a progenitor. This cut separated Li Qiye from their dimension. Though they seemed to be inches apart, they were actually in 2 different worlds. The cut successfully separated all karmic ties connecting them, resulting in an unsurpassable gap. Not to mention an ordinary expert, progenitors and true emperors wouldn't be able to traverse this newly created zone. However, Li Qiye's saber didn't give a damn. One could be born 30 million years in the past or 30 million years in the future. This slash would still decapitate them and heads will start rolling on the ground. The zone was instantly destroyed. Speed and distance weren't limitations for his heaven seas as it cut the sickle wielder, causing him to bellow in pain. At the same moment, the 3-eyed abomination's boomerang struck Li Qiye. Dodging or using defensive techniques were meaningless before this blow. Boom! This force could destroy all of 3 immortals but was stopped by the primordial will. His golden body caved in but wasn't penetrated. The gigantic palm also made a move. The 5 gems became resplendent, unleashing the power of 5 different affinities. Chapter 32-37. Boom! Karma and the samsara were reduced to ashes. However, the punch was stopped by an incredible shield appearing in front of Li Qiye. Not even an immortal could break through. Eternal bulwark. He's the deserter back then. Kill him. The existence coldly uttered. Boom! He punched again after speaking. This bulwark wasn't created by Li Qiye. A supreme overlord from one of the 6 redemption grounds gave it to him. You're the one who's going down. Li Qiye laughed and activated his world seal. A second Li Qiye came out, exactly identical to the first. This Li Qiye stepped out and looked unbeatable as well. He held the death coffin and activated the Grand Dao, smashing it on the existence's massive palm. The explosions forced the huge being to stagger backward. Perish! The 3-eyed abomination came again along with one struck by the saber earlier. Rumble! The colossal world started cracking by the destructive shockwaves emanating from this fight. Meanwhile, many pairs of eyes were watching with greed. The outcome didn't matter too much to them. They would feast on the losers all the same. The impacts were strong enough that the other worlds felt it as well, from the 9 worlds to the 13 continents. Rumble! Inside the 9 worlds, people couldn't help but look up because it sounded like the sky was being torn apart. However, there was no visible damage. The fear resembled that of a child sleeping at night during a thunderstorm while 2 giants were fighting outside the window. A natural disaster? The inhabitants of the 3,000 worlds were lost, suppressed by an unknown force. They didn't have the courage to look up in the sky. Everything's changing. We need to run now. On the other hand, the top masters have predicted this and entered a cautious state. In the 9 worlds, Dao runes wove all around the land in a complex manner. These were the momentums and auras created by the wise sages across the generations. The sky is breaking. A person in a burial ground was capable of seeing deep into the azure. Begin. This is the first development. It might be an opportunity. It might be our era. Back in the 13 continent, eyes hiding in the darkness gazed upward and murmured. That person hasn't shown up but the old man is there. In 3 immortals, an observer could see the actual fight and quietly said. The sky in the various worlds could be pierced at any moment by a power beyond anyone's imagination. Emperors and progenitors were nothing in comparison, fearing for their own lives. The inhabitants had no choice but to start praying for a savior or whichever gods and deities they believed in. Boom! A loud blast resulted in cracking noises. The land masses of the 9 worlds started shifting and everyone could sense this terrifying movement. What's going on? They naturally bellowed in fear. The world barrier is broken so the 9 worlds are moving. A top master turned pale from this realization. This is the end? The displacement of the 9 worlds and the broken barrier terrified everyone. It's a good thing that this fight isn't happening here. A supreme overlord shuddered. The 9 worlds would have been destroyed after several moves in that case. People looked up and saw a terrible tribulation ocean gathering above. Lightning bolts danced around like true dragons. Each bolt could pierce through the earth. Damn it all, even the villainous heaven wants to join in? Those in the burial grounds or in the hidden dimensions became startled. No one knew what the heaven wanted to do with these tribulations. The ones in hiding were the most terrified. The result of this tribulation descending would be unthinkable. Some had no clue what was going on up above. However, the ocean consisted of thousands of tribulations by this point, more than enough to end their world. The overlords watched with a solemn expression. The tribulations were the same as an executioner's sword looming above their head. The strongest overlords didn't dare to make a rash move right now. They had no idea what the villainous heaven was intending to do. They have been hiding for so long now. Just one wrong move and all of the time would be wasted. Boom! Another loud blast came from above the firmament. Everyone felt as if the sky had been penetrated. Rumble! Night descended on the 9 worlds. What is that? People saw a massive thing falling down from the 9 firmaments, something resembling a massive creature. Darkness also poured down like a flood around it. It could be the creature's blood. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts from the tribulations immediately headed for the creature, resulting in a relentless onslaught. Explosions detonated and pieces of flesh fell off. All these tiny pieces were reduced to dust by the numerous bolts. However, the creature was just too large. Some pieces still escaped the net and slammed into the ground. Boom! An entire plain got hit by one and became nothingness. Forests and mountain ranges disappeared in a split second. Worst of all, dark lava started melting the ground, turning the area into nothing but death. 1. To defect, to desert, to betray and flee. The word has several meanings, so it's hard to know which to pick. Chapter 32-38. The fish that managed to escape the net slammed on the ground. The aura oozing from it made the trees nearby grow at an insane rate. The rocks started glowing as well. Evil trees and fiendish rocks howled and took over. The area became a gathering of hellish creatures. The calamity is here. This became the consensus of the frightened inhabitants. Go! Many emperors and top masters in the 9 worlds and 13 continents appeared. They worked together to take away the regular people, saving them from being devoured by the calamity. Boom! All 3,000 worlds shook from the destructive impact. This was only the beginning. Another hole broke again above and another massive figure dropped down. Rumble! The second creature aimed for the 9 worlds, but the heavenly tribulations above immediately sent bolts against it. However, the bolts have been expended to deal with the first one. The second barrage was far from being as strong. They pierced through this monster but couldn't make it explode entirely. The creature finally slammed into the 9 worlds, breaking that section of the world barrier. The lands started pressing against each other. The oceans churned with tsunami. The apocalypse was coming. Buzz! The Tao runes existing in the 9 worlds became resplendent. Numerous figures appeared and began protecting their assigned sections. Move it! They began transporting regular people into a safe haven as well. The breaking of the 9 worlds wasn't actually that bad. It just meant a free drift of the continents. However, the problem was the second monster that had landed. Boom! In reality, this creature was already dead. However, a murky aura oozed out of it and devoured everything nearby. All the affinities. The 9 worlds would be consumed by this murky miasma at this rate. Activate! One majestic figure had an impressive aura of an immortal emperor. He also had a Tao fruit with the ability to teleport everything away. Its target was the devouring miasma, sending it to the sky once more. Immortal Emperor Jean. The experts in the know shouted his title. The newest emperor, brilliant enough to compare to any of his seniors. What's going on above the firmaments? The masters started wondering. Boom! Their thoughts were interrupted by another explosion. A third creature fell down from above. Fuck! Our worlds are finished if this goes on. One spectator shouted in horror. The first two monsters have crushed the 9 worlds. If more gigantic creatures fell down, not a living being would be able to survive. Rumble. The stars around the falling trajectory of the creature exploded. No one would be able to stop it. They could only watch the destruction of their worlds. It's over. Despair came next. Boom. Suddenly, a hand reached out of a bottomless abyss in the 9 worlds, moving straight for the falling creature. This was one of the burial grounds. Heavenfall. Boom. The impact should have been too much for anyone to handle, yet the hand was able to shoulder this creature. Dark miasma oozed out of the creature, but the abyss retaliated with a divine beam. Break. An ancient voice from the abyss bellowed. More beams shot out to stop the corrosive darkness. Boom. The spectators watched in awe before this ultimate contest. A third party suddenly joined in. The heavenly tribulations from the ocean went down with full force. The lightning bolt's target was actually Heavenfall Abyss, completely engulfing the place. Ah! The overlord of this burial ground was annihilated by the lightning tribulations. Curse you! Villainous heaven! A miserable cry echoed for the world to hear. Finally, the abyss exploded from this incredible force. The walls collapsed and nothing was left beneath. A burial ground was destroyed just like that. That wretch! The other overlords gazed at the tribulations, realizing that the villainous heaven wanted to destroy these monstrous abominations along with them. They became more cautious as a result. This was the case in the 13 continents as well. The tribulations instilled dread into everyone, especially those hiding in deep dimensions. Those corpses are peerless. Just one is enough to change the situation. An overlord in a burial ground murmured. These monstrous abominations were destructive to the land, but for those strong enough to refine them, the result would be incredible. Boom! One more monster fell down from above, the fourth one. Rumble! The broken 9 worlds couldn't withstand another impact. No overlords tried to stop it from hitting the ground this time. They coveted the corpse, but the tribulations were still waiting up there. Heavenfall Abyss was the perfect example. The place stood no chance. Buzz! After a bright flash, a mighty tree stopped the corpse with its branches. The primordial tree! Someone shouted. Rumble! The tribulations erupted again and sent down terrifying lightning bolts. It's coming down again. No one dared to think about grabbing that corpse from the tree. However, the tree exuded its primordial light and shouldered the myriad worlds. Loud detonations ensued as it withstood the lightning barrage. So powerful. The overlords became startled. Boom! While the tribulations were attacking the tree, another shadow emerged above the sky. One more monster was falling down. Chapter 32-39. Bang! The 5th corpse carried an enormous level of dark energy, ready to engulf the 9 worlds. As it drew closer, the continents and the bottom of the ocean started deforming with cracks. Meanwhile, the tribulation was preoccupied with the primordial tree, unable to destroy the 5th corpse. The miasma of the corpse began defiling the ground even before it touched the ground. Splash! A blue tide gushed out of nowhere and swept away the 5th corpse. Dead Immortal Lake. An overlord looked over yonder. Sure enough, this tide came from one of the 12 burial grounds, Death Immortal Lake. Boom! The tide dragged the massive corpse back into the lake. The water turned dark right away with chaotic currents. However, bright radiance and a mighty force stabilized the area, stopping the invading darkness. The ocean of tribulations above sent down a barrage of lightning bolts. They looked like lightning serpents attacking the lake. By this point, the lake had activated a great formation capable of concealing everything. The lightning bolts managed to pierce through it, only to find that the lake was nowhere in sight. The tribulations being preoccupied by the primordial tree gave this burial ground a chance to steal one of the corpses. They actually did it. The other overlords became shaken and jealous. These heavenly corpses were priceless, to say the least. Of course, they were nefarious and unlucky, but obtaining them meant having an ace card for the future. Boom! Down came the 6th corpse from above. One more. The inhabitants and cultivators in the 9 worlds couldn't believe it. They desperately prayed for the calamity to end. All eyes were on this next corpse. The overlords were tempted to make a move, but they were still wary of the tribulations. Buzz!
A Tao portal emerged, looking like the gate of hell due to its deathly aura. A colossal figure walked out of the portal. His imperial aura could crush the firmaments. Clank, clank, clank. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were forced to become his armor plates. Who is that? Everyone could tell that he was an immortal emperor. However, his aura was strange due to the abundance of death energy within. Ordinary cultivators couldn't recognize this extraordinary emperor. The ancient Ming. However, the overlords in the burial ground became serious. Their eyes could pierce through the Tao portal to see the other side. This was unnecessary because the portal itself opened up more. A supreme kingdom emerged with a strange piece of floating block there. This block seemed capable of turning into anything in the universe. The corporeal zone. One overlord recognized this artifact. They want the corpse. The goal of this newcomer became obvious. Tion 2, don't even think about it. A man flew out of heavenly corpse burial ground. His divinity swept through the realms, looking quite invincible. He stood tall and straight with sharp features. His armors were pulsing with boundless light containing the celestials and other ancient images. He was an earth immortal who had a conversation with Xueqi in the past. Now, the wound in front of his chest was nowhere to be seen. He was far stronger now because Xueqi had put in a good word for him with the old ghost, completely changing his fortune. Long time no see, Lin Shaoxian. The emperor in the sky took a look and furrowed his brows. He raised his hand and unleashed enough death energy to kill all living beings. Die! Shaoxian roared and thrust his spear forward, releasing a draconic energy that can burn the sky and kill the gods. Rumble! The fight between these two made the world tremble. No time to play with you. The emperor turned around and the kingdom behind him shot out a death ray heading straight for the enemy. Boom! Shaoxian used his spear to block the ray, but since it contained the power of the ancient Ming, he was continuously pushed back. Begin! The emperor commanded. Numerous figures came out of the portal. Many among them were immortal emperors. The overlords in the burial grounds became interested. It looked like this race wasn't fully exterminated. They finally showed up to obtain this heavenly corpse. Start. An old man appeared on top of the corporeal zone with a conspicuous pair of hands that were stained with blood. Buzz. Bloodhand Butcher activated the artifact. It sent out a light connecting their team. Boom. 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 A third party joined the fray. World Guard True God. He fired the Netherlord Hexagear launcher straight at Immortal Emperor Tion Tuesday. Stop it. The Emperor was blown away from the formation. However, the rest of his team worked together to use their artifact. A corner of the zone melted and rushed over like a tornado. It turned into a shield to stop the incoming shots from the launcher. Boom! Next, the entire zone melted and encompassed the kingdom along with the masters of the ancient Ming. An armored giant materialized instead. Its head touched the high heaven. Just one swing was enough to sweep away the stars. It immediately caught the falling corpse. Up! Bloodhand Butcher commanded. All the Ming members gathered their vitality together, allowing the immortal emperors to use the zone. This armored giant was divine and extremely powerful. The manifestation of the Sky Destroyer immortal physique. The immortal emperors wouldn't have been able to catch the corpse due to its weight and invasive miasma. However, the corporeal zone in this form had no issue doing so. After the successful catch, it turned in order to leave. Don't even think about it. A man appeared above heavenly corpse burial ground, looking like the master of the cosmo. Even someone as powerful as Lin Shaoxian paled before him. They weren't on the same level at all. Old Ghost, here in person. He took one step forward and swung his hatchet, opening the heaven and earth in the process. Boom! The armored giant retaliated with a punch consisting of 3 affinities: power, speed, and weight. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.